Hello and welcome to Contra Mundum. It is election night. It's the big night. Welcome everyone. I'm Andrew Isker. This over here is CJ Engel, and we have other guests here tonight. Who do we have? We have people interrupting us. Who else do we have, CJ? We have Connor.
We have Connor.
And Jeff Wright. I don't know. We have all these different cameras. I don't know where to look. This is all new for me. Okay, look over here. Okay.
Right too, Cam too.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for joining us. And it is election night. All right, CJ, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are I'm ready to doom scroll
Twitter all night long?
All night. Yes, no black pilling. Last time I was on the West Coast, it was 11:30. Everyone was on the East Coast was going to bed, and I was watching live one of the greatest electoral conundrums in history, and I think it's going to be more intense this year. That's what
You think so? It's going to be more intense? Yeah, no black filling. What do you think, Jeff?
Man,
welcome, by the way.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate the chance to be here. I consider myself the opening band, and
That's right.
glad to warm up for y'all. Man, I guess I've been thinking about kind of founding myths, and one of the myths that we have is that we have a peaceful transfer of power, but there's no real transfer of power.
Yeah.
And so I just keep waiting for the play. I want to see what their play is and see if Trump's legal team and Elon's brain power can overcome it.
I think that's going to happen. I think you're right. I think that we will win. We're going to win. I mean, check back 8 hours from now. But
White pills in the pot.
yeah, we're going to win. We're going to win.
I'm seeing on Twitter there's already 30,000 ballots that need to be recounted in Milwaukee. So, but I think one of the things that we talked about earlier, Andrew, and maybe Josh was in here too, is the fact that this time it seems that Trump has a legal team ready to go on every single one of these issues. It seems like they're responding in really impressive time. Like it was within a half an hour that they, they have poll watch, over 200,000 poll watchers in the swing states. So I think that they've been praying for this for years. So it'll be interesting to see the meltdowns. It's not going to work, whatever they have planned. Like I'm looking at these things that are, Elon owns Twitter. And so in live time, we're going to be updated about any shenanigans that are going on, and they're going to have legal teams ready to go. I think that's a major difference. That's one thing about 2020 that stood out to me is just the complete inability to anticipate what the Democrats were going to do. Seems like they've solved that whole problem.
I hope so. I hope that's the case. And before we go any further, right, tonight we have some ads. We have an ad read to do. We have a few sponsors for the show tonight, and I'm pleased as punch. Or do people still say that? Pleased as punch.
Did they ever say that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
That's it now.
Yeah. Is that a Tennessee?
Bring
do
it
people
back.
say that in Tennessee?
Sure.
Okay.
We do now.
All right. Well,
They do
I'm
now.
pleased as punch that we have several sponsors for tonight's show. The first one for this hour, for the 5 o'clock hour, is Pharaoh Skincare, and I'm the guy that gets to talk about this. CJ is cares way more about his skin than I do. He's like, look at this delicate, gentle. He's looking at me like, where are you going with the
Delicate flower?
Just beautiful skin.
I'm gonna get him back.
You need it taken care of.
I mean, it's a compliment.
That's right.
I'm gonna get him back.
Yeah, beautiful elf-like features.
It's not being a compliment.
So everybody in the comments are commenting about my suit, and I have to say you're welcome. It's a blessing to honor you in this way.
The people in the chat?
Yeah,
or me?
about the suit. No, the people in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, well, should we tell them the backstory before we do the ad read?
No, let's do the ad read.
Well, there's a segue to the ad read,
Okay.
right? We love our wives. Our wives are wonderful, and especially we love to, take care of them well, right? They really care about taking care of their skin and everything else. I mean, maybe we should too a little bit more, because Pharaoh Skincare has you covered, right? If you were looking for chemical-free skincare that works for both genders, right? There's only two. Both of them, men and women, so we can do it too, right? Whether you're a man or a woman, you could cast your vote. That's an election joke. For glowing skin by going to pharaoh.life/ Contra Mundum and save 15% off their products. American-made, utilizing the highest integrity animal fat, right? That's beef tallow, right? Oh, yeah. Animal fat, not any of this seed oil, you can't pronounce that kind of stuff. Real stuff, right, and feed your skin. So thank you so much to Pharaoh Skincare. Great, great products, not just for the ladies, but also for the fellas. So from there, right, do you want to explain our wonderful wives, what they did for us this week?
Yeah, what they did is they bought us ties.
Yeah, they bullied us into matching.
Yeah, and it was a total like white dudes for Harris moment, but we went with it, you know. But we went with it, and I think it
looked nice.
turned out well.
Yeah,
no, I think
it looked good.
Yeah.
You didn't wear. I got the pocket square. I don't know if everybody can see that, but you didn't get
did.
the pocket square.
I have the pocket square. It's actually I should
Okay.
get it at the break. But yeah, that's the story. There's no story. The story is that we got our wives basically set us up
They set us up for
Yeah.
success.
for success.
That's right. All right, so
I think let's let Connor jump in here because I think he has a bigger announcement that I think is going to set
it's
up
going
the
to save
evening.
the stream here.
Yeah, well, not so much anything super formal planned as far as a script or anything like that, but we do have an exciting announcement. A lot of us, CJ, myself, Jeff, Andrew, we've all been working behind the scenes on seeing what we can do to build something that will be a little bit bigger than all of us individually. And so we have created a new media company that we will be joining forces to really see if we can make a larger dent in the media space. So we've got a few shows coming up at launch, but you can go to jettisonentertainment.com. That is the website where you can actually sign up. You're not going to see a whole lot on there right now. We're still in the process of uploading all of our catalog, but you will be able to put in your email there and you can become a member, and all that stuff's going to be up there very shortly. We're talking the next few days. And then we'll announce some of the shows later on in the night, but there will be, of course, Contra Mundum. There will be my show, Forge and Anvil, for those who are familiar. And then, of course, there will be Jeff's show with Ben, Backwoods Belief. And then, Jeff, you're also bringing back Pop Culture Coram Deo at long last. So, Jeff, maybe tell us a little bit about Backwoods Belief and Pop Culture Coram Deo so that the audience who's not yet familiar with your shows can kind of get a bit of a synopsis of each of them.
Yeah, I'm the weak link in the Venn diagram between those two shows. So Ben Woodring and I do Backwoods Belief. He and I have a similar conviction that Christianity is going to thrive best on the margins, away from centers of cultural power, at least for the foreseeable future. And more than that, we want to kind of raise the profile and dignity of people who are in kind of culturally out of the way places. And so that's what Backwoods Belief is aimed at. It's just encouraging people who've been told for many years that they're the problem with society. They're everything that's backwards and broken and need to be eradicated. We're telling them, no, you're not the problem. In fact, you're the solution. And so, again, I'm here representing the Backwoods Belief while Ben's gallivanting around Europe in our country's greatest hour of need. But nonetheless, he'll be back, and we're looking forward to kind of getting on more of a steady routine. The network brings some accountability will be helpful to us.
Yeah,
We're notorious about
You have
schedule.
to post. You have to be out there. Yeah, Ben, and I mean, we're trashing him right now. They don't even have internet where he's at, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What did Ron say? Everything before 1776 was a mistake. So he's living in the mistake right now.
That's right. Yeah. Because what did he tweet yesterday? He was like, "I'm crossing the Tiber."
Yeah, that's great.
All right, so
Come on, man.
okay, so last night, we were on with Josh and we had some predictions going on. So I guess it's Jeff's turn. He didn't get a chance with predictions. Where are you at, Jeff?
Man, I think that if we had free and fair, accurate elections, this would be a historic night. But again, no blackpilling, none of that whatsoever. But I just keep waiting for them to take their shot. And so what the narrative comes out, even when we get the final election results, I'm just really curious to see what that's going to be. Trump's going to win. I think it'll be a historic win. But I want to see what they do to mess with it rhetorically and try to spin. I think there's again, talking about Elon and whatnot, there's a team in place that can take their best shot. But I just want to go ahead and get that shot fired so we can get on with the actual win.
Yeah. No, I think that the Trump team 4 years ago made I think was like very unique but very strong constitutional arguments about what to do politically and legally in the case of a tense election when half the country didn't believe the results. That's basically what happened. And he made a very strong case. And I have a sneaking suspicion that that case is going to be made by the Harris campaign. Like, they're going to point the finger at Trump. They're going to look at the polls that came out, over the last 48 hours. They're going to say, look, Trump actually should be losing this. How is he winning? There's got to be something bad at play. And they're going to, pull the Russia angle. They're going to pull all of these national security narratives, and they're going to try to, challenge things up through the end of December. So I think some of those things we could see resurrected, but from the Democrats. What do you think, Andrew?
I was tweeting. I wasn't even listening to you. No, I kind of was. Yeah, I think they are still going to pull the shenanigans they did. We got to be careful precisely what we say. But the Wuhan flu provided a lot of coverage for that.
What I'm saying is they're going to point the finger at Trump for stealing it.
Oh yeah. That's been
like,
my theory too.
They're going to point at Elon Musk for buying votes. They're going to,
and he's connected to Putler, right?
Exactly.
He talked to Putler on the phone one time, so clearly it's a Russian plot. No, I think they can take that narrative if they want to, right? They could pick that up as an option if Trump just outright wins tonight, and they can't shut down the counting at 3 a.m. and keep counting for several more weeks while they try to find ballots in trunks of cars, right? If they're not able to do that, if the gap is so wide that they're not that isn't feasible, then yeah, I think they would do everything that they accuse Trump of doing, including a J6 with Antifa, and have the media behind it. Have the media saying, no, this is a peaceful protest, right? Yeah, 17 congressmen died, but it was mostly peaceful, right?
Mostly peaceful.
That would...
Slightly murderous.
Literally, they would do that. Like, that's what the media does. I was stewing on, our disagreement last night, if anyone watched it, over the night, thinking about it, that if he wins, right, the media is still going to continue operating the way that they always have until the very, very bitter end. Until they get thrown in jail, basically, right? They're going to keep calling him Hitler. They're going to keep saying that we have the most secure elections ever, unless they flip it around and say
no. Yeah,
but they could easily just say no. There was all sorts of fraud and everything else because she lost. So they could go any route and lie about anything and make up any narrative they want.
Yeah, at the end of the day, mass democracy is government by the media. That's what it is, and that's what Trump represents, is the repudiation of that 20th century model. But last night I said that they were going to put their tail between the legs, and I think you're right that they're not. Like, they're going to push this to the very end. They're going to say, we warned you. Every decision that Trump makes, Stephen Miller's actions, even RFK's actions, is going to be met with, the media is going to declare total vindication. We warned you.
Look at how they reacted to RFK saying that we're going to stop putting fluoride in the water. Like, oh no, all the children are going to die of septic shock from their teeth falling out, and everything's going to be a disaster. And it's like, no, like, why is it even in there? Right? We don't get the option of just having normal water, right? It's the most sensible, obvious thing.
Under Project 2025, everyone will have Perrier coming out of their
faucets.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right.
Let me jump forward out to Jeff, and I want you to maybe comment on things like as a pastor, like as a local pastor. I know the evangelical world is in a set of disarray about politics and about the 2024 election. So give us some thoughts from your perspective on what the future holds for evangelicalism and politics over the next decade.
Well, part of the answer is the project that brought you guys to this neck of the woods. I don't see that fracturing in my everyday life. The institutions are paused, they're corrupt, but that's never been more known. Locally, I see more unity, I see more clear-headedness, I see more Christians longing for and looking for opportunities to exert power politically in a way that I think even if, 10 years ago would just have been seen as anathema. And so,
What? They're seeking power?
Right, exactly.
That's not the way of Jesus.
exactly, right.
Yeah.
Thank you. This segment brought to you by the Gospel Coalition.
That's right. No,
so-
it's Pharaoh Skincare. Sorry.
No, we want the bad rhetoric to be assigned.
Everything but that. Yeah,
Right,
everything but
right.
that.
Yeah, we're big fans of Pharaoh.
That's skincare with seed oils and all sorts of toxic chemicals.
Yes.
This is,
It's
animal
soy
fat.
skincare
Yeah, that's
of
right.
the Gospel Coalition. So again, I'm encouraged, man. All the trends that are encouraging show up in my daily life. The young men that I know are incredibly right wing. They're very clear headed. They're working on good stuff, and they're leading the young ladies in their lives in that direction. And so, as a pastor at the local level, I'm encouraged. Now, things go sideways tonight. I'm going to know. It's likely that I know people who will be arrested at some point in the next 4 years. That is an ominous thought.
And not for like just to not for like violent things and anything like that. For like what their political beliefs.
Right. Political persecution.
Yeah.
Lawfare.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm not looking forward to those possibilities, but I think on a long enough timeline, things are looking great. I just wanted to show up tonight.
Yeah, I think. Maybe somebody can pull up. Jamie, pull up the numbers, the crosstabs on Trump support among 18 to 35-year-old young men. Like, I think it's gone way up.
Well,
and it's not just
anecdotally-
because he's going on podcasts. Like, that's what they attribute it to, which I think helps. But
Thank you, Baron.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Someday the prince, he shall be. But I think it's also that these young men have come of age where everywhere all around them they're being told that they are the problem, that they are the hated people, that they have privilege, and the whole country is set up for them to have success.
Right.
And then they see, I can't get hired.
I can't get a
at any
mortgage.
jobs. Yeah.
Right.
And so, right. So of course they're going to go to Trump. I mean, unless they're like totally lobotomized and emasculated into being a white dude for Harris, like those. Was that Harry Sisson? Is that the guy's name?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
like kid that looks like he's 12 years old.
Yeah, guys whose wives buy ties for them.
I do buy all my own ties other than this.
Yes.
So just let that be known. But no, she did a good. I'm not complaining.
No, it's good. It's all in good fun, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Kara, I know you're watching. Thank you for the tie. I mean that sincerely. So, no, I think Jeff's right though. He is Jeff Wright, after all. I got jokes here all night. We got 8 more hours of this. Jeff is right that the young men are becoming more and more right wing, and it isn't just like the low IQ reactionary stuff that you see online where they just call everybody Jewish in the replies all the time. Like it's actually very thoughtful, reasonable. I don't want to say conservatism. It's right wing counter revolutionary thought that they are going down the road of. That they're productive guys, right? Too, like they're guys. Despite the deck being stacked against them, are hardworking. Most of them are married or pursuing marriage. They have jobs, right? They don't have as nice a jobs as they would have if we had a normal civilization.
But they're also willing to run an in-run play around that stuff too.
Yeah.
Start businesses and just kind of get out of the way of the people who want to hinder them. I mean, it's amazingly encouraging.
They see the obstacles in front of them over here, and they go over and do something else to have success.
Yeah, and if you really want to be encouraged, it's a reassertion of a kind of natural law that men lead. And having been told for so long that they were everything, back to the backwoods belief kind of theme, for having been told for so long that you're everything wrong with the world. It's just deeply encouraging to see young men who say, not only is that not true, but I don't like the world you made on that narrative, and so we're just going to get back to doing what needs to be done. I talk to other pastors who are kind of worried about who these young men who are becoming increasingly right-wing are going to marry because the young women appear to be skewing harder left. But again, anecdotally, which has its limitations, but in every situation I know, the best young men that I know have sought and won a young lady and are pulling her towards a healthier view of the world. And
the feminists are gonna find this and freak out, right? Did you see the one post on X from this woman who is like, I'm a Christian, I'm involved in Christian things, everything, and she's got like an IUD necklace, and she's like, oh, and I voted for Kamala Harris, and
is
and
married
then-
to like a non-binary whatever,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Be more specific. Yeah, is married to somebody that isn't quite a man or quite a woman, right? And I mean, the post goes viral too. Like it's 100,000 likes or something like that, and it's like this like that what that person
Right.
And but women like that exist within the church. They exist within evangelicalism, and Big Eva caters to them.
Sure.
Right. That's their target market is women like that. And that's why Big Eva has to be destroyed.
Well, I really think what you're describing there is something like you might see, if you thought of a comet about to strike the world dominated by dinosaurs, like that age is passing so rapidly, they're completely oblivious to it. But you mentioned this earlier, like the popular narrative about people on the right is that everything's about Judaism or Semitism or whatever. That's not even a distraction. That's a bad straw man.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are out building a future world. And, the people who are afraid of young men really don't have any idea how afraid they should be. Not because of any of the popular narratives, but because they're about to displace the world as it exists. And it can't happen soon enough.
Yeah, no, I think so. I want to switch to Connor here. Like, so let's go forward from there. What's the plan with Jettison? This is kind of like the first day of announcement, but where do you want to go for the next year with this?
Yeah, well, I mean, the goal, of course, is to launch with a handful of shows. So we've already mentioned 4 of them. We do have another one that we'll be able to mention later on in the evening. But then we've got several shows that are in the works. And I don't want it to just be focused on solely politics, but we also are not going to be afraid to go into politics, which I think is huge. I think that there's a lot of great media platforms that have wonderful discipleship tools. They'll have wonderful tools for just everyday Christian living, but they won't touch the realm of politics. That's not going to be a problem for us at Jettison Entertainment. But of course, we're also not going to avoid discipleship. We've got several shows in the works that are going to be discipleship focused that I think are going to be great resources for individuals who want to sign on just because they want to learn more theology or more Christian living. So the hope is to add on multiple shows throughout this next year. And hopefully by this time next year, we'll have a serious catalog where we can hopefully punch above our weight class. And then, of course, we'll be putting out exclusive content. You and I, while we were kind of testing out some of the gear for this stream, we recorded a great conversation that will be available shortly for members only, for those who want to become paid supporters of the project. And, the goal ultimately is to be able to throw more money at more projects to help more people launch great shows and great content. Hopefully maybe get into eventually one day, maybe we can get into some, fictional cinematography and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. I don't think you had a chance to talk to us much about Pop Culture Quorum Deo with Jared Moore. So do you want to talk a little bit more about that, Jeff?
Yeah. So when you were talking about discipleship, that actually brought back to my mind. I didn't talk about Pop Culture Quorum Deo. So Jared and I started that several years ago because we realized that Disney Plus, Taylor Swift, were discipling Christians in the privacy of their home. I think there's been a big shift on that. A lot of people have kind of realized the play there and backed off. So we initially kind of wanted to provide an alternative to the Gospel Coalition kind of thing of like, here's the Christian reason you're okay to enjoy Taylor Swift, even though she hates you and wants to destroy you, right? But we really wanted to say we live in God's story. Any good story reflects his story. Any bad story is in contradiction to it. But the show has shifted in the years it was active. And with Jared, I don't know if your listeners are familiar with Jared. Jared is the bane of Revoice. He's doing incredible work on sexuality and, how Christians understand those things in the face of like Revoice. Jared's a really sharp mind. And so we plan to cast a pretty broad tent on any cultural issues that we want to talk about. I mean, in some ways, even election night is like our culture's like greatest reality TV program, mm-hmm. right? And so when you're talking about doing discipleship, but also having an eye to the broader civic world and whatnot, that's what we have in mind for Pop Culture Quorum Deo. We're still going to watch movies. We're going to talk about movies. We're not going to do it in a way that's paused, but we want to kind of set the model for how do Christians think about the remaining aspects of popular culture that we all participate in? You know, election night, maybe Stranger Things, things like that. Those are some of the few things that are still common touch points in our culture, and we want to make sure there's a thoughtful Christian voice at the table talking about them.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, no, I definitely enjoyed your show back when it was active, and I'm excited to have it back, especially because, you know, you and Jared have done so much since you guys were super active. I think it's going to come back with a bang, and I think that our audience will hopefully be very, very impressed with the show and impressed with your guys' commentary on that. And
yeah, I mean, listen either way. You can hate listen, you can troll listen, just listen.
yeah, as long as you guys give
buy
1
Pharaoh's
stars
skin
or
frogs.
5 stars, we don't want in between. We just want
Only
all or
fives.
nothing.
Only fives. What do you?
No. Zeros and fives.
That's right. Oh man, awesome. Well,
This is getting close, man. We're probably 30 minutes away
from the first.
from the first.
When did they close on the East Coast? 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
Well, we do have some polls that have been closing in Indiana and Kentucky, but nothing that's super noteworthy as of yet.
What matters though is the momentum and the spread, right? Like, so I'm watching like Rich Bears pretty closely tonight. He has his pulse on, you know, some of these, you know, early leaders in like Indiana, looking very strong for Trump. I mean, like,
oh no, I just saw Charles Haywood posted.
oh, he's probably this is he was born for 2024.
I know,
elections.
but he's what time is he coming on here? 7:05, and it's 5:30, and he just posted have begun drinking. So we'll see how that goes in an hour.
great.
That's why we have him on early.
No, you want that.
I told him that's good television.
Oh well, I won't break out the Busch Lights until Charles comes on. He'll probably make fun of me for
I'm gonna
drinking
stick
those.
to the Perrier.
Yeah, I know you will.
CJ, you're much more, you know, kind of wonk informed than I am, but is it not
That's
North
a
Carolina?
compliment too. Yeah.
What?
You're just more politically savvy, but is it not North Carolina that kind of grabs your attention initially? Like, do people show up in Raleigh and Durham, or does Western North Carolina get to the box? I know Indiana and Kentucky are meaningful, but I'm really fascinated by North Carolina.
Indiana's not like meaningful in the same sense that North Carolina is, for sure. But like they're an early leader, and like what matters in these other states is like the spread, like how much more Trumpy were they in the last two cycles, right? That indicates where the nation as a whole is going. But yeah, I mean the North Carolina, which is we're gonna like Georgia, North Carolina, we should know tonight.
Yeah.
They like those two should set the. I think Trump's doing very well in those. Like the ones that are more of a worry are going to be like Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. But like, I mean, I'm supposed to be the black pillar, but I'm looking at some of the momentum on this
white
stuff.
pilled, everybody.
And it's very strong right now.
Let's. There's a couple comments in the comment section. We've been ignoring the comments. I'm sorry, everyone.
Sorry.
I'm sorry that I pronounced it
Minnesota
wrong.
thing.
But here from John Carter. Have been waiting in line for an hour in a small, very conservative rural Iowa town. Over 100 people in line behind me, and no one is leaving.
No, don't leave.
Don't leave.
Every vote.
Let's go. Yeah, there's some comment about Dusty Deevers and Ben Zlysloff's post about voting for him. We'll maybe talk about that later because we're gonna have Dusty on.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
I mean, so okay. Here's the deal. Ben's probably watching, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is going to be a very nice.
But even if he's not, like, we're not gonna say anything bad.
No, but like I'm his senior, right? So I'm gonna just reflect on my libertarian years for a minute. And Jeff and Andrew, both of you guys have been here.
Yeah, let's not talk about libertarian years.
No, but it's the same thing, right? This inability to see politics as a choice between realistic alternatives.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
That politics is about designing and blueprinting the ideal world, the ideal society. Whenever politics is treated like that, whoever's on the team that's not treating it like that is going to win. The team, the team that's drawing up ideals is always going to lose to the team that's willing to weaponize power for their agenda.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, yes, Trump is not actually like a morally good person. He's not someone who I think understands the Christian moral ethic. You know what I mean? Like, so that's not the
Really?
point of Trump.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And I think that these idealistic people, they get caught up in some of the claims of the left. Like the left's going to claim Trump's a terrible person. He has this really like bad moral, history, like bad action. It's like, yes, we're not. Well, first of all, we're not voting for someone that's a role model for any of our children. We're voting in a world of alternatives. Who's the person that's going to give our friends access to power in a way that will be good for them, good for our children, and good for our grandchildren, over against the team that's willing, waiting, and ready to liquidate everything that we are as a people in order to instill their agenda and drive us downward into the cultural abyss. That's what politics is about. It's about friends and enemies. And when you think of it like that, in that Machiavellian way, a lot of idealistic Christians get very angry, but they don't realize that failing to understand, the concept of the political is what led to the left's total hegemony of all the institutions.
100%.
Speaking of ideal, Thomas Massey has won re-election. Not that anyone was
Already?
concerned.
All right,
But
wow.
he
Libertarian Venn
he
diagram.
tied.
That's right.
Yeah, there we go. Just in time. It's convenient how that happens. He tied for the very first race called of the night, but 2 Republican seats have been officially called in Kentucky. One of them was Massey.
All right, let's go. That's
We're
all we
happy
need to
about
know.
that. Congratulations, Massey.
Massey's the greatest. He's, he's the greatest member of the House. Does anyone come close? Matt Gates?
In the House. Well, I mean, the hard thing, I don't want to be critical of Thomas Massey at all because he is phenomenal.
He's a good man.
Yeah, exactly.
And probably a genius.
Yeah,
Yes.
brilliant guy. He probably, what you just got done talking about of politics and wielding power, understanding friend-enemy distinction, and so forth. He doesn't operate on those lines.
He doesn't.
Usually,
So this is a good point.
yeah.
However, I think you also need some representatives of Heritage America.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anyone that represents the Heritage American ethos, someone that represents Kentucky as a region, Kentucky's history, compared to Thomas Massey. Like, so
Yeah,
you also,
yeah.
you can't, I mean,
agree.
So you have to always be rooted in your Machiavellianism.
Yeah,
You know? So
so-
like, that's why I appreciate Massey. I mean,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
is the ultimate.
So in terms though of like who is the best, right? How do we define best, right? Best in terms of
Okay,
like just
that's
best
fair.
man that's in political office without a doubt, right? It's Massey. The shrewdest and best operator
The
on
funniest,
our side.
John Kennedy. Is that his name? The old guy from Louisiana?
Yeah,
John
he's
Kennedy.
funny. He's
John
like,
Kennedy, he's great.
He's still kind of. I don't know if I trust the
Well,
guy.
then who are the alternative nominees?
For Kentucky?
No,
no,
who's
no,
best in that?
Matt Gates?
Maybe Gates.
I mean, it's a short list.
Yeah, I know it's not a very
It's
big
real
list.
There's just so many categories.
in the
There's
House,
like good, great, and then there's Thomas Massey in the S tier.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, who do you think among Republican
Well,
congressmen?
so there's up and comers. I want to see Joe Kent in.
Oh, yeah,
like
he came in. He would
he's
be
got
phenomenal.
he would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
They fear him.
yes,
There's
They should
shenanigans.
fear him.
I want
They
to
should.
say that the videos that we saw of the ballot boxes burning, I want to say one of those is his district in Washington.
It was his, yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was it for sure?
Yeah.
That-
I mean, it was near where like Chris Wiley, because that's where Chris Wiley's church is, Battleground, and that's his district. And it was in a Republican precinct that the box was burned, and it was a protest over Gaza or something, allegedly. But it's obvious why, right? It didn't happen in a blue precinct, right? And Antifa guy didn't do it there. So
I could be wrong, but I actually think that there was another one burned down in Portland.
I believe so, yeah.
But
Yeah.
That was accidental. They were
Yeah, that's right. It's like,
the blood fell in the box or something.
Yeah.
Like, ah.
oops. This question, back to questions. For me, can Minnesota flip? From Matt Borish. I want to believe. I want to believe that it can. I mean, it really, if tonight ends up being just a blowout for Trump, I think it can. The early voting, looked pretty good for
read that.
Trump by comparison, but it's still going to be an uphill battle for him to win. Like, I'm not. If I were going to bet on Polymarket, I would not bet the equity in my house on Minnesota winning, but I would be very pleasantly surprised. Like, it's going to be close. Like in 2016, I think it was 26,000 votes or something. We might have that many people watching by the time we're done tonight. Lord willing. And so I don't know how it'll turn out. I know that Tim Walz is hated by many people, and the GOP in Minnesota has been abysmal at getting candidates to actually confront him and attack him and be able to manipulate the media into attacking him, which Donald Trump is very, very good at. And especially just because he'll say something outlandish that they are forced to cover, and then that amplifies an attack. They don't know how to do that. They can't do that. Minnesota, culturally, the way the place is it's a very white dudes for Harris kind of place, right? Where it's just like, oh, that's not very nice. I can't believe you said that. That's so terrible, right? You have to be nice in Minnesota, and that doesn't work in the rest of the country. That's why Tim Walz
doesn't work in politics.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, at the end of the day, we could all still be friends, right? And it's like, no, these people hate you and want to destroy you.
Yeah,
and your children.
Yes,
the left loves the nice Christian conservatives.
Oh yeah, I mean that's how they manipulated Minnesota to become what it is.
So is Minnesota mostly Lutheran, or because that sounds very evangelical and like YRR evangelical?
Well, there's a lot of people in Minnesota that are either Lutheran or Catholic, and the Lutheranism that they have is not like the Lutherans you see on Elon's website, right? It except for the ones that have maybe the buffalo emoji in there, the ones that are kind of weird and wimpy and weak. It is
fights.
Yeah. Well, no.
It's only 5:30, man.
I'm talking like Ryan Turnipseed, right? Like they're not like him. And they're a lot of ELCA Lutheranism, or even the Missouri Synod Lutheranism in Minnesota, there's some great, I know several great pastors in Minnesota that are Missouri Synod, but overall, they would tell you that their churches are not full of people that are like culture warriors at all. Sure. And they're it's kind of on a spectrum between just want to grill kind of people, like catch the game last night, to kind of squishy left-wing people, right? Well, they're not overtly left-wing and angry or anything,
but
like
it feels nice.
But they're nice people.
Yeah,
they're
kind of
nice.
like a Midwestern Oregon. Like that's kind of how I picture them.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt real quick because I wanted to pull this up on the screen for our viewers. This is from 270 to Win. It is the poll closing times. Okay. So you can see here all these times are East Coast times. So right now you can see that we've got part of Indiana and Kentucky have closed right at the 7 o'clock Eastern, which is coming up on about 20 minutes here. You can see all those dark bluish gray are going to be closing. So the majority of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. So really the main one out of that list that we're going to be really wanting to watch is, of course, Georgia. Georgia's really going to tell us how the night goes. If Trump closes on Georgia early, that's really going to be a bad sign for the Harris campaign. And then, of course, Virginia is, I don't think it's likely to flip, but that is kind of in that next category of if Trump has an absolute blowout, could he break so far into the Democrats' numbers that he actually takes Virginia? So that'll be the first real polls closing that will start to give us a lot of insight on how the night's going to ultimately shake up.
What time was the Pennsylvania one closed?
So Pennsylvania, you can see here in the green. So that's 8 o'clock Eastern. So that'll be 7 o'clock our time. Right. So, and then of course, after they close, it takes a little bit for the results to pour in, but we can start to see some data.
Yeah, 4 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Pennsylvania, we're not going to know.
I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
The only way that we would know Pennsylvania is if it was an absolute blowout, but I don't think that we're going to have that in any of these Rust Belt states.
If
the blue wall is going to be real hard to crack.
Yeah. And I think even if it's even if there's 270 already on the board for Trump, I think they're still going to, they're going to try to flip some states back. They're
for sure.
So.
I can't kind of deny my instinct to interview you guys because I just find y'all interesting and want to know your thoughts. So let me ask you, most positive narrative, Virginia flips, Georgia, whatever. Do you think it's a false binary, but if you had to pick, Is that Trump winning former Democrat voters, or is that him broadening the electoral pie and saying, I'm pulling more voters in, people who might would have sat home?
So a lot of people don't vote in this country.
Yeah, right.
You know, and so I think Trump uniquely to Trump, DeSantis could not do this. No, Mitt Romney, like none of these other, like Ted Cruz, none of these other contenders have been able to bring out the previously untapped constituency like Trump has. I think so. I think it's broadening. I think it's absolutely broadening. I mean, you'll flip some independents. I don't think you'll flip like the Democrats, the TV watchers, like the sponges that absorb the narrative, obviously, which I think make up a lot of the Democrats. A lot of them are like, get their view of the world from the television. But I think bringing out ticked off, neglected, dejected heritage American types, I think is Trump's greatest contribution to the political moment of our age.
To flip back to an earlier theme, I was listening to the Ruthless podcast this morning when I was milking, and they noted something I thought was pretty profound. They said that Trump made a big vote on young men, that rather than trying to spend a ton of money to flip suburban wine moms who hate him and are never going to vote for him, he leaned into the demographic we were talking about earlier and said, hey, we don't hate you. In fact, we want to help you make a dent in the world and fix some of your problems. And man, at the core of me, I'm rooting for that strategy to work.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, that group gets sidelined politically for a long time. But I'm really looking and hoping for a massive turnout of guys who are voting for the first time or the first time in a long time, because they're actually responding to, a fairly risky electoral strategy.
The smartest pundits have been saying all week long that if men show up today, it's Trump's.
Right.
It's just a matter of men show up. The last time men outvoted women, it was only by a 2-point margin, I believe was the first go around of Bush Jr. So it's been a while since, women have just been the dominating force of the electorate for a while. But
enough about evangelicalism.
Yeah, total Stephen Wolfe vindication here on that one.
Yeah, I think, some of it, you're right, Jeff, that like the whole electoral strategy has to be, who are the people that don't vote that we could persuade to vote for us, right? That has to be much more the strategy than, how do we, because there isn't a squishy middle anymore. Right. Like traditionally that was always the thing, like, how is George W. Bush going to convince the undecided voter, right? That always was the narrative, and there isn't. Like everyone in the country, everywhere, no matter if they're a hermit under a rock somewhere, has an opinion on Donald Trump.
For sure.
Every single one of them. For sure. And so you have to look at, okay, who are the people that aren't in play, that don't vote, and how do we get them, motivate them to vote? Some of it is just the fact that you see a guy get shot at and stand right back up, right? Well, that will make him appealing to young men.
Stand up yelling, fight, fight, fight.
Blood streaming down his face. Like, guys are going to show up just for that. Right? So I think that plays right. I hope they do. We don't know yet if they have showed up or not.
Well, no, actually, that's one of the things I noticed this morning is how many men are coming out to vote.
Let's go.
That was the thing. Like in Florida, which obviously that's a red state, but like Pennsylvania, like that's what people are saying is that men are out. Men are ready. They're going to do this. They're going to get off the couch. This matters to them. When it matters to the men, this country will go on a very strong right-wing trajectory.
And that's a principle that ports. You talk about any institution. Men of clear eyes and clear thinking, clear conviction, engaging. Yeah, that's an upward
and so like we talk about I don't know who gave the example of the woman voting for Harris or whatever, but that's also I think radicalizing men. That's also getting them off like they realize that the gynocracy is incredibly depressing and dehumanizing for men. And women, like the gynocracy is, it's something that's tearing apart the West, and I think men are recognizing that.
Yeah, do you want the HR lady to be your president? Right. That's really the question, right? No, they have that all day long wherever they work anyway, right? So no, and you want Do you want this literal school marm to be the vice president with his school marm wife going up and saying, you need to go vote, like, and hectoring you, like, oh, you didn't turn in your daily homework, CJ. Oh, you didn't go to public school, so you don't know what I'm talking about. But I can tell you, and a lot of people in the chat, right?
We technically call that government school.
That's right, government school. I went to government school, and by the time I got to high school, I was just like, I'm not doing homework anymore, right? I can do the math problem. I don't need to do it 15 more times just for fun.
Right.
Just give me the test right now, and let me keep reading my, biography of George S. Patton.
Well, and the curriculum didn't challenge you enough where that would cost you. You could kind of cruise through.
I mean, it did, like, because I could have gone to like a much better school, but at that point, I was like, well, why would I want to go to Harvard and go become a lib, right? Yeah. Rush Limbaugh told me not to go to Harvard.
Where's Josh at right now?
I know. I should have. Right? I should.
It can
It
be
was
done.
wrong. It was wrong. I should have gone.
Be done.
Right? I want my sons to go to nice schools, but nevertheless, right? You just see that, and young men see that, and just like immediately they're taken back to that moment where they're getting chewed out by a teacher, and that's Kamala. That's
Or
Tina
the white
Walls.
guys for Harris being like, I'm sorry, ma'am, you forgot to assign homework.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Teacher, he said a naughty word. They're done with it.
Well, the other thing is the vision of manhood that they project. So again, anecdotally, but talking to some young men the other day, the thing that they were captivated by was that the Democratic Party released an ad saying, "We assume you're masturbating to porn."
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And we want to protect that ability.
We're gonna protect it for you.
And
That was an actual Harris ad, right?
yeah,
Or with one of her packs. One of her
was it a
packs.
pack?
Yeah. But they all coordinate.
They were legitimately offended by it. I'd kind of blown that off as normal stupidity, and like kind of a touch point of just how corrupt they are. But they were insulted that's the vision that one of the second major political party in our country had for their future as men. Just them hiding out in a bedroom somewhere.
being a gooner. Right. Yeah. They don't realize, especially among young men, how that has become like low status.
Sure.
Right. Within their bubble, they don't realize that's like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be known as that. And it's not admirable. It's not something you aspire to. And so there's no. It's such a lib phrase, so I apologize, but there's no aspirational message.
Yeah.
Right, that they had for men, right? It was
It's a denigrating message.
Yeah.
You're a creature of base instinct, and we're going to make sure you get to self-medicate with your own endorphins and stay out of our way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such an insulting.
Whereas the Trump campaign was, giant signs everywhere that said, "Dream big again," right? And like that's the big message of the campaign: "Dream big again. You could do it. We can do anything." Versus just stay at home and jack off. Right. That's
right.
That,
Throw
that's
away
the
your
campaign
strength.
message. Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you see this, Andrew?
This is usually a family podcast, so that.
Sorry,
they did
Way
it,
to
not
go,
us.
Jeff.
They did it, not us.
Brought us all down.
Pastor Jeff, everyone.
we Southern Baptist pastors bring it down.
What was your church name again?
Oh man, yeah. All right, what were you saying, CJ?
I lost the tweet. You know what?
Oh.
It's
Scrolled
okay.
up.
What's up, Dave?
Oh,
Yeah, we're live. If you want to come in, you're welcome to be. But you're live in front of the country.
Millions of people will see you if you walk in here right now.
But you have important things that you're delivering.
Yeah,
so.
because everyone was making fun of us last night. They could see the background. It's blank. There's nothing here. And so
What do you got?
Plastic bag.
Oh,
Oh, let's
here we go.
go. Swag delivery.
All right, swag is here. Here it is.
All right.
All right, I don't know if everybody can see my hat. All right, here we go.
Fight, fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight. That's what it says right
The
here.
tag really does it
Right
too.
here. Yeah.
Who's
Is the
Ultra
tag
Mag-
still on it?
Ultra Mag, yeah.
Oh yeah, on the top. Yeah.
Put this right here.
Isn't
Ultra
it
mega.
wild that we have a presidential candidate who can create industry in things like Trump stores?
Yeah, he has his own
You just
spirit
have your-
Halloween stores.
You just have your own stores all over the country. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's no Kamala stores anywhere in the whole country.
But yet Trump is not popular at all, guys.
No.
We should do a pause at some point and hang these up. Ultra MAGA.
Ultra MAGA. We're not just
My
ordinary
favorite
MAGA.
Decepticon.
We're Ultra MAGA here.
All right.
Yeah. CJ wanted to. I wanted to get him to put our Andrew Jackson portrait up, and he's like, I can't move it. It's hard to move and put back up. So we would have had an Andrew Jackson. He wanted, the Robert E. Lee one you have is kind of boring. And it's just a picture of the statue that they tore down.
Yeah, no, you're not touching my Jackson thing.
Yeah. Oh, this is from a friend of mine, Aaron Pilcher. Here we go. He's got a good question. All right. Any thoughts on Michigan recounting all mail ballots? This is news to me. I didn't know about this. Tell me.
Well, I mean,
Can they
my
count?
opinion is going to based on who's demanding the recount. When was this decided? All that kind of stuff. Is this like an automatic recount?
I don't know.
That's the
I don't know.
question.
And maybe Aaron
I don't know what I think about it.
Reply with some more detail on it, because I haven't heard of that. I mean,
Connor,
if that's the case, that's not good.
Jamie, pull that up.
That's not good at all.
Aaron just got appointed the Contra Mundum reporter on the ground.
on the ground with the details there. All right, I'll keep the hat right there.
CJ, while you're fooling with cellophane,
Yes, sir.
to throw back to the Massey question earlier, and I said, like, I don't want to talk about the libertarian years, but I still love Ron Paul.
Oh yeah.
So do you think, Trump making inroads with the Libertarian National Party, Massey, and now Ron Paul, do you think this actually presents a future for the Libertarian Party? Because they've not had one.
I think it's devastating for the Libertarian Party.
You think it's just absorption?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Because New Hampshire.
But that's a
endorsed
better
him.
future, even like being absorbed into something forward moving is a better version of their future than what they have
first
been.
of all, Ron Paul, Tom Massey, like all these guys, Tom Woods, in some ways, like all of these guys are not like they're specifically not part of the Libertarian Party.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So like,
And Woods is maybe even further down this road I'm talking about, where I'm still subscribed to his podcast and listen regularly. That guy seems very explicitly right wing in a way that would have been very odd in my libertarian years.
I mean, we're all making that same journey.
Yeah.
He's got a super chat. We have to.
Well, hold on. Let me answer this. So like,
Hold on, let him answer this.
yeah. So like,
Craving money.
a
forever.
really good example of this is Jeff Deist,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who is like anti-libertarian now, right? He's,
That's wild to see the guy who's the face of the Mises Institute.
who left.
Yeah, right,
For
but-
that very reason.
Right.
Yeah, not because he's like
Well, first of all,
hates Rothbard now or
well,
something.
yeah, but let me just clarify. Like, I still love the Mises Institute.
Sure, absolutely.
Like, great people, allies.
Make a pilgrimage when I'm in Auburn.
Yeah, some of the best people in the country, right? So like, it's not like they're leaving the Mises Institute, but like ideological libertarian it's not politics, it's anti-politics. Is something that people are realizing has actually only been a massive lubricant for the left's revolution. Like that's all it's been.
Well, you coined a new maxim earlier when you're talking about, that there's that old phrase that those who want to be left alone will always be defeated by those who want to win.
Yeah, that's Aaron McIntyre's. So I wish I could claim it, but yeah.
Well, but your version is something like those who want to win are always going to be those who are only going to be satisfied by utopia.
Correct. Yeah. 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 I mean, that's the anti. That's the realization that the libertarianism is on its last legs.
And maybe the best part of libertarianism, right? Like, there's a lot of guys that I worked with in the Tennessee Party who are just brainless leftists at this point. I do hope for like the good guys there to have a way forward, still maintaining their ideological convictions, but bringing them to bear on something that actually has a future. Anyway, so we're talking about libertarianism. What about the super chat?
So
Hold on. We'll
go
need to let
ahead and
CJ
read out the
rant.
super chat, and then I have some news as well.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to highlight the super chat from Papa Alpaca from the boys in the Demi-Autist Christian Nationalist group chat. Sounds like a great group chat.
Wait, that can't exist. I'm not in it.
Much love, Andrew and CJ. So thank you for that $10 super chat. And to finish Aaron's point here, like their claim is that ballot machines were not properly locked, and so out of abundance of caution, officials claim they need to recount all mail-in ballots in Wisconsin.
That's good
all
for
mail-in are collected in Milwaukee.
So good for Trump, not a stalling tactic for them to buy time to...
No. Recount mail-ins seems good for Trump, depending on when they're allowing the mail-ins in and all of that too.
Yeah, are they letting post-dated ballots?
Is this going to be a
and stuff come in?
recount in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
That's the other question, I guess too.
Yeah.
So the news that I had is almost in line with that. So poll hours have been extended in several Georgia counties: Cobb, Gwinnett, Glenn, Fulton.
Was it because of
and
pipe
just
burst?
Fulton.
Yeah, these are good ones. These are
Doesn't
good for Trump.
say, but this is the thing. Cobb and Fulton especially were definitely in like the height of the controversy when it comes to Georgia. So what I heard earlier in the day is that there was some shenanigans that I think were actually shut down this time around.
Right,
I
correct.
don't know for sure.
They got an injunction, I believe. Yeah.
But that also was reposted by Mark Elias, though, which is surprising.
I want that to be because they're having to like T-shirt cannon Zoloft to all the people who are screaming that the votes aren't coming in the way they want. They can't cook them.
Yeah.
But we are 3 minutes out from polls closing and
we
from another guest coming on soon.
Ooh, another guess.
Well, I should say our first.
If you haven't voted yet,
long
go
distance
vote
guests.
now. You have 3 minutes, everyone.
Let me just jump back to Jeff's theme about libertarianism. I mean, obviously, they're like Ron Paul is actually going to be as part of this administration,
That's
Yeah.
wonderful.
and like he and his site co-host Daniel McAdams had this like an episode today about how what the Trump administration needs to do is to clear out the neocons, and Elon Musk responded to it saying that we're not going to empower any neocon warmongers. So like these are things
that in
that
my vein.
like it's on their minds. Like whenever you have public discourse like this, they're just signaling, right?
Sure,
They've
yeah.
already made agreements behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So
Well, and on top of that, I mean, I think it was interesting, and this is maybe something that's been forgotten already, but Donald Trump actually sought the libertarian nomination for
Oh, really?
presidency. You remember that? Like he went to the convention and spoke
this year.
this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Well,
like, that's a big
yeah.
deal. Right. He went to the Bitcoin conference as well
they're
with
coming
lots of
for us.
libertarians. Like he was reaching out to libertarians, and I think it will have an effect, especially like a state like New Hampshire. The Libertarian Party of New Hampshire has endorsed him. There's lots of libertarians in New Hampshire. So I don't know. What if he wins? What if he wins New Hampshire? That's a huge, huge deal.
Hey, before the hour's out, watch this team play right here. Thank you, Pharaoh Skincare, at pharaoh.live/Contra Mundum to save 15%.
Is that a forward? That's a backslash, I think.
Okay, backslash. I'm sorry.
Backslash Contra Mundum. I messed it up too.
I think
Thanks,
you can
Tim Walsh.
figure it out, buyers. 15% off their products. Let's
I've
go.
got it up on the screen. There we go.
And, I
50%
mean-
off Feral Life.
I mean, that is the thing too. Like the fact that it is animal fat. I just that's awesome.
Lard. Love the
You
lard.
think like the Jeff is a cattle farmer. I don't think people know.
Well, and
know
every
this.
morning I wash my face and hair with dish soap to get ready to go milk. So I need Pharaoh Skincare to do better.
It's
for me.
drying you out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's covered in Dawn dish soap every morning. It's probably not good for you.
You think?
Yeah, so this maybe will rectify it.
Yeah, I need them. I need to
Write
visit
this
that link.
down. That link right there. Pharaoh.life
What's it?
/Contra Mundum.
Jeff's going to be their top guy.
That's right. That's right.
That's
Maybe
a
they'll.
rough look. That's a tough guy.
Yeah,
Top guy.
I hope that they're the number one sponsor for Backwoods Belief. That's what
Let's
I
go.
hope. Like because you
We're big
you're
skincare
the guy.
guys.
Yeah, well, I know, and a lot of
Soon-
our guys
soon
have
we'll be
wives
big
too.
skincare guys.
So it's great. Definitely, is that a forward? I don't know. I don't know my slashes. I'm sorry. This is great podcasting.
It's /
Forward slash.
Yeah,
Okay, forward slash. Don't. It'll just you'll get a 404 whatever if you do the backslash. So
Well, there's your flow chart of decision making.
Yeah.
If you get the 404, go back and substitute the other
do
slash.
do the other slash. Yeah, that's right. All right, what are you seeing, CJ? What's that post from Truth from Trump? A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. We also we have one more. I'm going to lose this super chat from the other Paul. This comes from Down Under. From the other
I
Paul.
love that everybody cares about American politics.
Yeah, I know. We're the center of the world.
Yes.
With a Trump victory, I'm not going to do the Australian accent. With a Trump victory,
Praise the Lord.
what are the odds that he, pushed by John Bolton et al., will aid Israel in neutralizing the threat of Iran and begin the construction of the third temple?
Man, the most fascinating part of the Rogan interview with Trump is that he said that last time he did not pick good staff and
he
positions.
mentioned him by
and he
name.
mentioned Bolton.
Yeah.
Now he said
And
Bolton.
Bolton endorsed Harris this time, right?
I believe so.
pretty-
Yeah.
yeah,
that sounds right.
Yeah.
But he did say it worked out with Bolton because you have this freakish, bloodthirsty warlord hanging over your shoulder. And so
Did
he
you
goes
say something about his mustache? I can't remember.
You go
I
into
hope
negotiations, like, oh my gosh, he will nuke everything.
I hope not, because my mustache will turn gray like his one day, and I'll look just like him. No, because he's
A
like,
fate worse than death.
yeah, that's right. No, I won't.
this
No,
for
I
Steven.
won't, because he's the dark side has overtaken him.
You'll need this to hear Steve.
Oh, I need. Oh, you gave me the. I don't get the nice ones. Okay, all right, whatever.
Those
So-
are mine. Thank you very much.
Anyway, I hold on. I think, to answer Paul's question before we bring Steven on, I think the Iran thing. I mean, you look at his first administration, and it was sanctions on Iran, bankrupting them, and frankly, that did bring about a lot of peace. Right? You don't have Hezbollah and Hamas able to attack Israel. Like, it makes sense.
Sure.
Right. And it brings stability to the region. But I think he's going to have a very firm line on, no, you don't get to start stuff with Iran and have a wider conflict or even have nuclear exchange. That's not going to happen. We're not going to allow that. I think so. I mean, what do you think, CJ? Do you think I'm just too pro-Trump on this question? I'm blinded by Trumpist zeal.
It's hard to tell. Trump was great in his first administration on like the Syria question, right? So like I actually do trust him, and I think that he recognizes the fact that the country is becoming more and more anti-interventionist, right? Anti-interventionist.
Anti-interventionist.
So I think he doubles down on that,
Yeah.
especially with like Tulsi Gabbard and Ron Paul involved, Elon Musk. They recognize the fact that the neocons have done nothing but betray American blood and treasure, and so America's sick of it. Heritage America is sick of it. I don't think there's anyone in the current lineup for the Trump administration that would be considered pro-war. I think all of them recognize the Iraq war was a major mistake.
And they've all joined the Kamala campaign. Any of those
I'm trying to
people.
think
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of any exceptions to that.
Yeah,
I can't think of any.
I mean, there maybe are some from the Adelson camp that have done it, but I think that's just so far outside the core group that
Yeah.
he has. So let's move to our 6 o'clock hour. Oh, we're way past. It's
You're
6:03.
gonna have to plug your mic into here.
Oh yeah, I can't hear anything. This mic is not connected to anything. Do I plug in here?
Yeah,
Where do I go?
you should be able to plug into yours now if you're in the
Here we
thing.
go.
So, all right.
I just heard myself 2 seconds later.
Yeah, it's
Okay, all right. Here's what it is. I'm gonna
All right, let's
pause
bring
it for now.
Steven
All
on.
right. Well, before. Oh, there he is.
No, he's on.
He's on. He's
Oh,
live.
there I am. Hey,
Hello, Steven.
hey, how you guys doing?
Good. So let's jump in here, Steven. What's going on in North Carolina? Is Trump going to take it?
Everything I've seen, that's the case. I mean, they certainly got 2 votes from the the Wolfe House, the Wolfshire. So
He's
that's
gonna win by 2 votes.
yeah, by 2 votes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
What's the sense of the on the ground? Like, is it pretty Trumpy over there?
there's like a mix of like the signs all over the place. I mean, where I live, it's mainly pro-Trump with a few. I don't know. It's probably like those horrible Californians who move in and start putting Harris signs all over the place. I mean, CJ and I are both fellow Californians.
Yeah.
But, it just means we're more based when we become based, right?
Correct.
But that's the idea. But yeah, I mean, in my area, it's mainly Republican, so yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, I haven't studied closely, and I was actually working all day. So, but in North Carolina, it strikes me as, even though it's like become a swing state, unfortunately, I think it's going to tip over. The downside is that Mark Robinson, who's running for governor, is probably going to lose, and that's because he's got all those scandals and other things. So that, I think, might. It's usually good if people can just do, top to bottom, Republican votes.
Yeah.
But when they don't do that one, that could be a problem. But
Yeah. All right. So we've done predictions. Do you think this is going to be an easy sweep for Trump, or do you think they're going to steal it? What's going to happen tonight? Are we even going to find out tonight?
Yeah, I guess we could find out if probably I guess Fox News might finally call it. The others might be holdouts and not do it. I think we could. I guess we could find within like an hour after the central time closing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember from the last two rounds of this, because I mean, if Trump takes Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, doesn't that basically give him what he needs?
Basically, it'd be very difficult to overcome that.
Yeah, and then there's like Wisconsin, and so anyway, I think that it's going. I think he's going to win. I think it could either be like a clear victory just from basic turnout. It sounds like the turnout from the Democrats has been low, and that the turnout for Republicans has been high, especially in the early voting, and so. And a lot of people are criticizing the Republicans and Trump campaign for their ground game for months leading up to this. But it seems to me that it's actually been very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I, excuse me. So I predict a Trump victory, but whether we're going to know tonight, I'm not entirely sure. But I think that's definitely possible if, these key states show, the clear, like early on, if they can basically predict and call it. So
yeah,
I think the other thing about the whole steal thing, people don't know. So I think in 2020, the Trump campaign was kind of caught off guard with the whole stop the steal thing, with all the election and the various election laws that they changed and the judges and all that. They just weren't prepared. But this time around, things have actually changed a lot.
yes.
So
and you can see the results for that. Like we've already been talking about the fact that Trump seems to have over 200,000 poll watchers mobilized. Like the center of gravity is in the swing states on that. They have legal teams ready at the go. So it seems like they've prepared for this for years. Like you can definitely tell that they've been laying the groundwork for a preparation for all sorts of different scenarios. I do want to mention too that it looks like election 2020, like the what is this? Is this Bloomberg or whatever? This is
BNO.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
I've seen multiple. So Indiana has been called for Trump, which is a safe Trump win, anyways. But it seems
All right, thank you, Aaron Wren.
we're getting the first results back from Indiana. Trump took Indiana, Kentucky, and Kamala, of course, got Vermont. So those are the first three that are already in.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Wall Street Journal did this big investigation on the whole Stop the Steal 2.0,
Mm-hmm.
and people have dumped like nearly like $140 million into basically stopping the steal. And so all these poll watchers are out there, and then you have all these lawyers in the key counties and the key states who are just watching it very closely, and they have lines of communication. And so immediately, if the election officials try to do something that's illegal, they can immediately essentially go to court and prevent them from doing what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is established. All the people are in place. All the money is there. All the experts are there. All the lawyers are there, and they're just ready to do whatever it takes. And that's not just now. I mean, it is now, but also months prior to this, there's been a lot of money spent to, like in Virginia and other places, to sue the government to actually ensure that everything's actually free and fair. They don't violate the law.
Yeah.
So they are prepared for these things, and I think everyone learned from 2020 that you have to be disciplined when you go into making accusations about there being election fraud.
Yes.
So whatever happens, if it is a very close election after this night, we're going to see a very different narrative, I think, in more calculated, more disciplined narrative in how to prevent the actual, fraud and point out fraud without getting sued, without looking ridiculous, about destroying reputations and all that. So, so the fact is, it's there, it's on the ground, it's ready to go. And so we don't have to worry as much about that, I guess. It's but I mean, Yeah, everything I'm seeing. It's hard because Twitter kind of gives you the algorithm you want in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But the energy is pretty amazing. This is like 2016 energy.
Yes.
2020 energy was kind of there, but also people kind of felt like they were going to lose. We were going to lose, and it just wasn't there. But this is like 2016, especially because Elon, acquired Twitter and allowed people to do what they want, say what they want. It's been definitely a different environment. And also, you have all these younger guys who are now eligible to vote. And everything we're hearing is that young men are kind of swinging to the right. So I guess right over this way or whatever. But anyway, so it's looking good.
Yeah. So polls are closed in Virginia now. That's going to be a key state. I think if Trump takes Virginia, that's going to be decisive for that. I mean, Ben Braddock's been saying that Virginia, he thinks everything hinges on Virginia. So that'll be interesting. We should hear results from Virginia very, very shortly.
Yeah, and I just saw a post on X saying that NBC exit polls of Georgia independent voters are going to Trump 54-43, which is a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot. I mean, it's really split three ways in terms of the registered voters, and so if he has a huge advantage among them, that will be really, really, really good. So
yeah, that's a good sign.
We should get to the super chat and the ad read real quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So number one, super chat, Mike Bowden. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce your name because he's a longtime listener and a first-time super chatter on this night of victory, Lord willing. God wills the white pill. So thank you, Mike, for that one. And this hour, right, the 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Alpine Gold, right? Election night is here, folks. Whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris in the White House, one thing is for sure, chaos is coming and you need to be ready. That's where Alpine Gold Exchange, one of our favorite sponsors, comes in. Alpine's team stands ready to help you convert your hard-earned savings into gold and silver, God's money. Visit alpinegoldogden.com to talk with Stuart or Jace about moving your IRA into inflation-proof metals. With 0% buy-sell spread and ounce-for-ounce accountability, Alpine secures your wealth like a king. While politicians play games with our economy, protect what matters. Don't miss the sound money train. Start today and sleep like a stable genius tonight. And
I actually
the other
guys.
sponsor, the Jettison Entertainment. You want to read that one, Connor? That's yours.
Sure, yeah. So Jettison Entertainment. So if you're just now joining the stream and you missed the announcement, go to jettisonentertainment.com to sign up for a new media company where you can find Contra Mundum. And this is the announcement, by the way. And Stephen Wolfe's The Lone Bulwark, along with Backwoods Belief, Forge and Anvil, and Pop Culture Quorum Deo. In addition to this, we will be putting out exclusive members-only content, and we have several new shows coming that have yet to be announced, and they will be shortly. So you can put in your email for free to be kept in the loop as we continue to upload our entire catalog of shows, or better yet, you can become a member to get exclusive content, support what we are doing, and help us create new content that promotes Christ to a dying culture.
All right. So we've gone through, predictions and things like that. But I think, what we want to get into with Steven a little bit is if Donald Trump wins, right, what do you think happens over the next 4 years? And then we could talk about the black pill and if Kamala wins. I mean, we don't want to talk about that very much. But if he wins, like what's realistically going to happen?
With what?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, yeah, it's still going to depend on, in terms of legislation, it's going to depend on the Republican Party overall. And also, they don't have a supermajority in the Senate. So in terms of legislation, it's going to be very challenging for him. But in terms of executive orders, I think he can do a tremendous amount up front. And as he's done in the past, he essentially rewards his supporters. So I think we'll get reversals on the various international abortion stuff and other national that Biden implemented on the first day. So I think Trump will do that. I think he'll be better on immigration. I mean, he was actually pretty good at immigration apart from building the wall day one, but immigration's certainly going to stop. I think all the hopefully the more the like processing the refugees, also the remain in Mexico policy will come back. So I expect all that to come back. I think also just I expect more competent and better appointments. So he can appoint, as we know, like thousands, but there's key positions that are like 100, 150. And he said this on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's like, he just didn't know, like he was frank, like he just admitted he just didn't know what a lot of things. And he gets a list of names and he chooses the names. Okay, I'll choose these guys. And they were all lousy. You know, he even admitted that that it was bad to have Bolton on there and others. But now, over the last 8 years, there have been organizations, I know like Nick Solheim and others, who have been basically training people to become good bureaucrats in the system. So this is one of the problems, is that, well, you have these positions, you need to fill the positions. If you don't fill the positions, then all these mid-level guys will just kind of do whatever they want behind your back, and you can't control them. But you have to appoint the right people. And I think that's all going to change when he gets elected. He'll get the right people in place, and they can significantly change the bureaucracy as, you know, as members of the bureaucracy, because they understand it, they know it. I think this is like if they threw me into like DHS or like, or DOD or something, I would not know. Maybe DOD a little bit better, but I mean, I just wouldn't know the institution. I would know the people. I would know the processes, the procedures. And so you go in there as well-intentioned. It's like if you have no experience running like a Christian school, and you're like, oh, he's a Christian and he likes these things, let's throw him in the position. He's headmaster now. Well, all of a sudden you're like, there's all these things I don't know. I have these ideas that won't work. The same thing with a bureaucracy or any institution is, once you understand the institution, you can actually change it because you understand the constraints and rules and all that. So I think that's going to be a significant thing. And then there's also the Elon element. Apparently he's going to be in there and bring in government efficiency. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to do it. I think there's the problem is you're still constrained by employment law and lawsuits and all that. So, but you can still do some things. Certainly like the ad hoc commissions that have been created can be eliminated. That would eliminate jobs because they're all ad hoc. And he can do other things as well. I think in terms of international relations, he's going to continue like the pivot towards China. He's going to seek more balance of power in the Middle East and Europe. He's definitely going to try to pressure NATO to increase their military spending. I mean, take like Germany, like they have less than 2% of GDP spending on military, and it's the strongest economy in Europe. And so they contribute very little relative to their wealth to NATO, and NATO is kind of a mess. So I think that's going to be an emphasis, and the European countries are going to have to finally step up and pay their fair share for NATO. So again, I think it's going to be like balance of power stuff. U.S. is going to be still in charge, still the leaders, but they're going to demand more of their partners and allies in all these different regions, while we pivot to China. And I think he has people like what's his name, like Eldridge Colby and others who are really great foreign policy guys. Mm-hmm. And he's going to come in. I hope they give him a particular high office or appointment. He was in there during his first term, and so I think it's going to go well in that area too. I think it just lost.
We lost Stephen Wolfe. They attacked. No,
it's
camera died.
Not a Stephen Wolfe video unless something goes wrong with my equipment.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll try to mute.
Well, while Steven's fixing his camera, I think that a Trump, that a Trump second term will be far more successful for the reasons that Steven brings up. But I also think that he would have a different kind of mandate as president than he did even in 2017. Mm-hmm. Right, that despite all the things that they've tried to do to him for the last 8 years, the voters will have said, we want him to be president of the United States. right? Despite all the things that you've done.
Yeah.
And
Because of the things that they've done.
and especially because of them. Yeah. So if he comes in with a strong mandate like that, and especially if the election turns out to be really good, right? If he wins, if he wins the popular vote, and a strong showing in the Electoral College, beyond just squeaking out a victory, then he comes in like he's the man, and Congress has to play ball with him. The Republican Party has to do what he says, because he can make or break them in the midterms. I'm optimistic, and even getting into like the employment law, things like that. Like you can make it really awful for those people if you're not able to fire them, right? So, like if Elon is involved in that, he will. He knows how to manage people that he wants to get rid of
Steven's
that he legally
back.
can't, right? Yeah. Oh, Steven's back. There he is. All right, go ahead, Steven. I don't know if you had any thoughts.
Oh, now I'm not muted. The other thing is, that with bureaucracies is a lot of times these people, they jump in between government and corporate jobs, and so you make essentially their life hell at the bureaucrat in the bureaucracy, and then they leave for a corporate job, and then you fill that position with someone that is good, that's different. I think like we need to take something from the left does this, which is that it doesn't matter if the person's competent. All that matters is that they are ideologically aligned.
Yes.
So this sounds like we're revealing our playbook.
I mean,
this is what the left does. Like at the local level, like take like your district assistant attorney or something like that. Your assistant district attorney. Those people aren't competent. They're just
Are you describing Kamala?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean that's how she. Well,
Yeah.
But anyway,
one of the means. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one part of it. No, but that's the thing. I mean, obviously you want the competent people, but like what's important is that you get your people in there.
Yeah.
You secure that position, and then once that guy says like I'm terrible at this, you move on. You bring in a guy who's more competent. But the point is that like in bureaucracy, it's already going to be bad. So it's better to have your friends in there than to get like the. I mean, this is what conservatives do. It's like, oh, this person's an expert. They have the degrees and they have this and that. And this is what evangelical university colleges did too. They're like, oh, this person went to Oxford and this person went to Princeton. Well, and so they brought them in like 10 years ago thinking, oh, they're just one of us. And now they're woke and now they're turning the institution to the left because they didn't realize, no, actually you got to help out your friends. You have to help out the people who are ideologically aligned. And so the same thing with bureaucracy. You make it hell for the left-wing guys. They go to their corporate job, and then you fill it with your friend.
I mean, at the critical agencies, you don't want totally incompetent people, right? That's not what we're saying either. Because, I mean, you remember 2005 and Katrina, and I don't even remember the guy's name that Bush had in there. It was a total idiot. All right, do you remember his name, Stephen?
2005. You're
older than me. You should remember.
I mean, which one? You got Ashcroft. You got
that was the head of FEMA during Katrina.
FEMA. I don't remember FEMA. I don't know.
But it was a huge scandal because he screwed all sorts of stuff up and was just generally incompetent, right? At an agency like that, you want somebody that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's so many parts of the government that really don't matter at all that you just put a friend in there and say, do whatever you want. Right, that ideological conformity does matter a lot more, and this is what the left does in terms of how they take over everything. So we should get into some of the things going on quick.
Yeah, let's have Connor jump in here and give us sort of an overall update on the election because they're starting to get some results back in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Yeah, so right now we've only got 1% of the vote according to CNN. For Virginia, but Trump is actually leading. And for those who are unaware, actually just flipped. Kamala took the lead by the next ballot drop. But still, it is very rare to see a Republican pull any form of a lead in the first results because usually the earliest thing that is counted is going to be your mail-in ballots. Mm-hmm. So the fact that Trump even was leading for a moment in Virginia is a great sign. We'll see if that continues. But then currently in Georgia, with 4% of the vote in, Trump is leading. We do have 59% of the vote in Florida, and Trump is almost at a 10-point lead already in Florida. So no surprise there with everything that DeSantis has done to the state to shore up election laws. Then in South Carolina, Trump's also leading at 1%, but he's losing in New Hampshire right now with 2% of the vote.
By how much?
New Hampshire. So right now he is losing. Kamala's at 57 and he's at 42. So
in the early vote. Okay.
Early vote.
Okay.
Less than.
Well, I mean, we expected a New Hampshire loss, right? So
What's that?
I
we
mean,
expected a New Hampshire loss.
I
don't know about
another thing, too, I don't want to
expected.
be give a downer here, but I think that like the rural areas tend to report their precincts report quicker than the urban areas.
Yeah.
So what we really want to see is the early reporting to be very high for Trump. So it's good that it's 10% for Florida. That's going to go down, but hopefully we see higher numbers from Georgia and South Carolina.
I don't want to black pill. I don't want to be nervous. I don't wanna...
No. This is.
Well, it
this
was
is
like
fine.
1%.
early.
I know.
Come on, let me stop blackpilling, man. Like, let me be the voice of reason over here.
As you always are. Okay.
Well, we have another super chat, so let's get to that.
Okay. Oh man, Paul keeps spending the big bucks here on us. Okay, so in the scenario that Kamala wins, and it's clear, wins is in quotation marks, and it's clear again that there was ballot tomfoolery. Oh, I lost it. Will there be civil violence? If so, of what kind and what scale in your estimation? I worry for you guys there. Do you think there would be like civil disorder, violence, J6 kind of stuff if Kamala wins?
No, not that kind of stuff. I don't think so. I don't think there's a reason for that. I think there. Well, I mean, I don't even know why they would do it anything like that if Trump smashed it. Like I don't understand what the point is. I mean, they could say that they're like mobilizing against fascism or something. That's what they always say. But like I don't know if there's going to be a lot of violence. And actually, I think there'll be a lot of violence if things get heated up into December, right? Like if there's legal contests, if the media refuses to call and they're going to claim that. I think what's going to happen is they're going to claim if it's close in these swing states, they're going to claim that Trump's stealing it. Then they're going to unleash the BLM, the Antifa to stand up against Trump's push. That's kind of what they're going to go with.
Yeah, I think that's right too. So, like in that scenario, if it's contested like it was in 2000 and it drags on like this, I think that if the left begins the violence, I think it could spiral into like actual violent clashes. I don't think the right will. I also know the other Paul, I think he's from Australia, so he's hearing all like the news he hears probably sounds a lot worse than things are, like the violence.
He's on X, so he gets
that's right.
more truth than Sky News or whatever it is there.
But I think that like the Europeans, I think they have he's like, they have like they tend to think things are like we're on the edge of shooting each other, which is not the case. But I think that like the right learned from January 6th that that you're going to go to jail. Like that's like that crackdown was the purpose of it was to communicate to the right that if you do violence, you're going to go to jail. And then the 2020 riots was a message that if you do violence, you're not going to go to jail. That is if the left does violence. So that's very clear. So this is why I think that it would have to start with the left, and then the right would, if they had some reason for it, would then resist. Especially if there was like property, if there was like murders and like property damage. But I don't think, I don't know. I think that it's like the whole Civil War dreams. I just don't think that that's ever going to happen anytime soon. There's just too many problems with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like at most it's going to be like vigilante type one, or a group of people doing things, and they're insane enough to think that if they do one act of violence, they're going to trigger violence everywhere. But that's not going to happen. So
I think they would love for that to happen.
What's that?
I think that they want to bait the right wing into doing these kinds of things. I think that's a huge part of their MO is to get the right wing, to bait the right wing into violence. They don't understand really what's on the right wing's mind at all.
Yeah. And I think that, of course there's the baiting, but but again, I just think that like even the leaders of these organizations, from like Proud Boys to what's that other one where they wear they march around in the clothing,
Patriot Front.
Patriot Front. I think all those guys, I think all the leaders, they've seen what's happened to their own, even if they weren't there, if they find signal chats and they're encouraging something, then the law is going to come after them. So
Yeah.
I think I think those types of groups have become more disciplined, and they have more control over their organization, or the people act as members of the organization. And so I don't think there's going to be anything like that for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of violence.
What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think Steven's right that the right has learned its lessons after January 6th. Everybody knows that. I mean, at the slightest hint of anything violent or whatever, like you're going to jail, right? So people know that. So there wouldn't be right-wing violence unless it was provoked, and that would have to happen at a very wide scale, very well organized leftist assault on right-wing people, like bombing churches and assassinations, things like the Troubles in Ireland. Then there might be in response, but I just don't even then though. I don't see that happening. Right.
Yeah.
I think like we're a peaceful people, right? Even the supposedly violent insurrection,
The fake insurrection.
I mean, we are. I think like we are, like the Republican and the sort of people who are Republicans tend to be the people who like order, and for those sorts of people to then go to the streets and be violent it would require great. I mean, it would require a lot. And I wish actually we could be not more violent, but actually more outspoken, like more willing to go to the streets. But it's just not in our disposition. And it used to be, but in a more still a fairly orderly way. But we've just kind of lost that spirit to do those things. And it goes back to what like Orrin McIntyre always says, is that the people who care the most are going to win. Mm-hmm. And I think even if Trump wins, we still have to kind of recover that spirit that we once had. Like the sort of spirit, like you read about the American Revolution, and it's like these people, they lived in horrible conditions, often in the military camps, and they fought an army that was better trained, better disciplined than they were, and yet they stuck it out and won. I mean, I don't think they left the farm, they left their farms to do this and to fight. And I just don't think we have the spirit to do that, which is not good. But it also means that we do have something good in us, which is we love order, and that's why you can drive down my country road and not see any trash on the ground. And there's so anyway.
Yeah, totally.
Good and bad at the same time. I'd rather live around orderly people in times of peace than around people who are naturally disposed to disorder.
Yeah.
Amen. We have a super chat from Christian Mario, $1.99. He withheld that 1 cent from us so we could get $2. No black pills, just send Trump your energy. Diamond emoji, American flag emoji, diamond emoji.
Have you guys been blackpilling while I've been away? I was
Andrew's been blackpilling all evening.
No.
Andrew's been blackpilling.
I was driving down the country road, trying to maintain that good orderly 5 under for good country roads, but I couldn't do it because I had to get back here for this show. So I wasn't able to listen to you guys, but
and it also looks like
Black Pill. I think he's going to win. I mean, there's always that nervous tension, but there you go.
Here's our map. So it looks like, at least according to the Daily Wire, that Donald Trump is going to win South Carolina. Right? There wasn't really a lot of question of that, but
They've officially called West Virginia for Trump. I'm not seeing any other outlets
I didn't see South Carolina.
calling South Carolina. Daily Wire might be getting ahead of themselves, which is fine. And sometimes you got to be the first to call it. But thus far, not seeing that for South Carolina, but West Virginia is officially called.
So the
Wait,
Georgia,
are
the
those
Georgia
your
results
choices?
so far are just huge for Trump. I think the turnout for Kamala is way down compared to 2020 Biden, and the turnout for Republicans in Georgia is way up too. I mean, that's a result of Zuckerberg being out. Like they've got no machine anymore in Georgia. They couldn't do anything that they like. It was Stacey Abrams marching her band of radicals to the voting booths last time, and this year there's just none of that.
Yeah, with 9% of the vote in, Trump has 60% of that. So 60 to 39% Trump in Georgia. And again, this
That's
is also
huge.
the early results,
Yeah,
which
that's
usually heavily favors Democrats. So that is a very, very good sign.
yeah. So,
Andrew's got an update.
yeah, Jeff just handed me this here. It's looking like Amendment 4 in Florida is going to fail.
What is that?
That is
That is the abortion.
the abortion one.
Oh,
Yeah, to legalize it throughout the whole state. I think it's basically like the law in my almost old state, Minnesota. A ballot amendment to
so
produce.
we're gonna see some,
Wait, is that
some
one-
major meltdowns tonight from the white females.
Is 4 going to fail because it's because I think they have to go over 60%. So
Yes.
it's going to fail because it's less than 50 or 60. You
It's
guys
at like
have that number?
59 right now.
Oh, is it?
58,
Okay.
59. I mean, it's close,
Wow. Okay.
but
That's all blue counties too, so it's not doing well in blue county.
yeah, even in the blue counties, it's doing poorly. Like because I think they counted Miami-Dade and like Duval County. We have a whole bunch more super chats to get to. They're rolling in. So this one from Dylan. All right, what do you think of the gender voting gap long term societally? All right.
Like, do I think it's going to correct back?
Well, that, or if it doesn't, or if it continues to, exacerbate, right, gets way worse, right? It's only men voting Republican, only women voting Democrat. I mean, it's not only going to be that because there's still Republican women and there's still white dudes for Kamala.
It can't be that because as men become more right wing, what's going to happen is they're going to become more masculine, and women are basically going to revert back to their natural, station. And I don't think that these things are going to, take two different directions here. I think that there's a natural order correction that comes about when men find their place within the social order.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the numbers too for, women that are married, women that have children, they are more likely to vote Republican, and so I mean, some of it is just a political, lagging indicator of how few women are getting married and having children today. But even among the young people, like that's where it's at, the very wide disparity between the two. But I mean, it's alarming, right? I think it's bad, right? It's bad for a country to be so bifurcated and along those lines. But yeah, elaborate on that a little bit more. Why you're not alarmed so much about it?
Well, it's not that I'm not alarmed. Like I just think that like if men are actually going to become more conservative and get more involved politically, that's a sign that they're willing to reassert themselves within political a political context. And I think like that tends to result in women, like the whole reason that women were more church than men, the reason that women went to the polls more than men is because they had no leadership, right? Like that. So when things reverse and men get back and they start taking up their role in life, I think women tend to follow suit. And so I don't think they're going two totally different directions. I think things are going to equal out basically. I think that things are going to average out, and I think that the disparity is actually going to shrink. That's my point.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I like that argument. That's good.
I kind of just disagree.
Good. Go ahead. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to widen. The gap's going to widen. And I think it's going to be almost like polarized. I mean, not 50-50, but I mean, as marriage rates decline and more women go to college, a college educated woman is as reliable Democratic voter almost as blacks. And so that's going to increase on that side as women go. And then women who are unmarried also tend to vote for Democrats, but women who are married vote for Republicans. And I think as marriage rates decline, you're going to have more women moving toward the Democratic side. But at the same time, I think men, either you're married or unmarried. If you're married, you're probably going to vote Republican. But if you're unmarried, what you're seeing is that your only reason for voting is not for yourself. It's for everyone. It's for women. So like the pitch to men over the last 2 days from the Democrats was do it for your future daughters, or do it for your girlfriend, or do it for your sister, or whatever. And so you being a political person has nothing to do with you or men or anything like that. It's all about you essentially allowing women to abort their children. So
Yeah.
I think that's going to make men go more to the right and be on the Republican side. So I think those dynamics means it's actually the gap's going to widen.
But I don't know, I don't see any reason why things will continue, to justify women going more and more to college and becoming I think that women's liberation or emancipation and the career women, that's only led to despair. And I think that women are starting to recognize that. So I don't know if they continue on the trajectory that they entered in the 20th century.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the case. I think it's another thing is that Democrats are exploiting female anxieties. So you watch some of the videos about abortion, or where she's writhing on the ground and screaming, and the guy calls and says, "Oh, we could get an abortion," or something like that. It's playing up women already have higher rates of psychological disorders, and the Democratic Party is exploiting that. So you wonder if there's a certain point where that will hit a point where it all collapses, where women and men together will realize that the Democratic Party is essentially exacerbating the mental health crisis among women, specifically white women. I don't know, though. I mean, it could also just be something that just compounds and keeps getting worse. Oh, now it's
gone.
all right.
Yeah, we're gone. We're still here. We lost the camera.
But anyway, that's what I think. So I think that could happen. I just don't know. I do think there should be more condemnation from the right to the left about how they are exploiting women. That's what they're doing. They're making them terrified, scared that they're going to lose. They're going to lose everything, and so we need to kind of call them out on that. And that's it. Really is horrible. It's awful. Especially if these women are terminally online. The psychological distress that they go through, and it's fed to them because they know that distressed women will run not to their husband or boyfriend, they'll run to the state, or they'll run to political activism and just be shrill and mean and unhappy. So it really is despicable what the left's doing.
Yeah, I agree. We have a couple more super chats to get to, and then we have a live report from the Jackson County GOP election party. So the first one here, Nate or not, the far right learned their lesson after Charlottesville. Take it from someone who was there. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the lesson from that, and everyone wants to make Charlottesville, the very fine people thing, and all the radicals that were there. But there were lots of people that were there that were just upset about the statue being torn down. That was eventually finally torn down and melted down, and we've all seen the pictures on Twitter. But that event signaled that being publicly right-wing is essentially illegal in America. And so Yeah, that's absolutely right. We also have Rusty Shackleford for 1183. You guys are my 3 favorite people in the Christian nationalism sphere. Thanks for gracing us with your presence tonight, dear leader. Make America great again. And then John Carter again. No money for super chats. Spent it all for a year of Jettison entertainment. And we also have Alpine Gold Exchange Ogden checking in. Right. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Hey, if I could say, I met the guys from Alpine Gold, and I'm not doing this because they're a sponsor. I mean, maybe a little bit, but those guys are awesome guys. Like I sat down at a table with random people. I forget what we were doing, smoking or something, and all of a sudden the guy he brought up I forget which one it was, but he said, "What do you think about silver and gold?" And it wasn't to sell me anything because I don't live in, I mean, I guess I could have bought something from it, but I didn't. But it was mainly just
everyone can, by the way.
Like they're experts at it, and it was fascinating discussion, and they're totally on our side, and so awesome guys.
Yeah, great dudes. And from Tim Bashong, we, Indiana, are about as red GOP as it gets. I know how at least one woman voted. Oh, great. That's good. And the super chat here from Christian Mario again, $1.99. I want to see how Van Jones does when we win. Me too, Mario. Okay. Oh, another one. Oh, here we go. Drinking a Bell's IPA while watching you guys, but thankfully there's a fish on the can, so it's not too soy boyish. What do you think about that, Stephen?
Oh man, IPAs. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Like, you show up to the grocery store and I'm just trying to find a brown ale or something dark, and I have to wade through like 90% of IPAs, and you find like a bit. It's horrible, but yeah. But anyway, I understand drinking IPA if that's all you got.
Okay.
Yeah,
this from Josh Bolivar for $9.99. Say Trump wins tonight. Will we see any surprises before January or a possible assassination attempt? What do you think, CJ?
No assassination attempt, but I do think that there will be, legal warfare. Yes, I think I think this thing is going to go deep into December for sure. I think that this is what happened in 2020. Everything looked fine. Like everything was peaceable. Nothing was happening. Then all of a sudden, like they had a massive game plan. And I think that they're going to try something insane with it. I don't know if it's going to be like national. I'm worried about the national security angle. I'm worried about Putin is intervening. Like he's taking control of this. Elon's basically a Russian asset. Like those are national security things that I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go down that road. But I don't know. Like that's pretty much crossing the Tiber. Like that's crossing the Delaware, the Rubicon.
Yeah, the Rubicon. There you go. Get your river right.
So yeah, I think that they could go down that road for sure.
Okay, we got to check in with the election victory party, right? How do we do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not able to.
Yeah, so we do not yet have Josh on with us, but might be a good time if you'd like. A few minutes early, you could read out the next couple ad reads if you'd like. I believe Josh is,
there he is.
Currently getting on, so let's see.
Yeah, he's here.
All right. Oh, here we are. All right. Let's bring him on.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, Josh.
Yes. Forgive the background noise. I'm actually here at a watch party with the Jackson County GOP here in downtown Gainesboro, and we're having a good time. It's loud, it's noisy. People are feeling pretty good for the most part.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Josh, what are you guys watching?
We're cycling. We're cycling. We've got a mix of coverage, but really we've defaulted to Fox News right now. They've got the results coming through fairly regularly. And keeping up with the crowd, it seems like the feeling we're getting a good visibility into Florida and Georgia results so far, both of which are looking really good. So I'd say everybody's feeling very cautious because of what happened in 2020. Everybody feels celebratory, but is trying to hold it in check. In fact, the chairman of the local GOP actually just told me, I thought this was funny. He said, it feels like a mixture of Christmas morning and the night before you get a colonoscopy. And so that's a good localism. And I thought I had to share that with your audience. So I think that's the general vibe here. People are feeling good, but they're holding themselves in check until we get a little more data coming in.
The data's been good so far. I've been really surprised by Georgia. Like I said, like Georgia is a really good indication of where all this is going.
Yeah, Georgia. Being on the ground here, I'm not able to track all of the stats as closely as I would normally, but. Yeah, I've been surprised with Georgia. I was very heartened by the quick call in Indiana, a Midwestern state where the numbers are, I think, astonishingly high for Donald Trump. That really augurs well for Ohio, and then on the other side, augurs well for Iowa, which is we learned late last week was actually 3 points in Kamala's favor, according to the top pollster of Iowa. But it's hard to square that with the results that we're getting out of other Midwestern states.
Yeah, nobody saw that coming. The polls were always doubtful in the last 48 hours. So this doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. I'm curious, guys, since I'm here, what's the mood online? What are the commentators saying in some of the other closely watched states?
Yeah, I haven't been able to follow it either because we were having fun talking to Steven. Thank you, Steven, for joining. Is he coming back, by the way, or we?
No, I think
we didn't get to say goodbye. Okay, well, yeah, I've been looking at Georgia and. Well, I've been looking at Florida too, mostly for the ballot Amendment 4. But yeah, these states, it's like nerve-wracking,
Stop blackpilling. I've been telling Andrew all evening, stop blackpilling. But here's
I'm not blackpilling.
The mood online is that Trump is the Republicans are flipping seats. Like the Senate's flipped 2 seats already. In several counties and all over Florida. Like Florida is basically the whole thing's going red in almost every county. But
I saw that Trump's winning Miami-Dade by 10
South
points.
Carolina, all of it is very hot. Trump is hitting new margins. He's increasing the spread between his results with Biden in 2020. So the energy is extremely high. People are extremely optimistic. The energy is way higher than it was in 2020. It really feels it's got 2016 vibes all over the place.
Yeah, I'm shocked by Miami-Dade. The results coming out of there, not a lot has surprised this room yet, but when the results came out on Miami-Dade and Fox was digging into 80% of the vote in there, at least last time I saw it, with Trump up 10%. That's a fantastic showing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are just seeing, though, that Mark Robinson in North Carolina has lost the gubernatorial race.
Not a shock necessarily, but sad to see nonetheless. Okay.
Yeah, everything else is looking good. I guess we're gonna hear from Virginia shortly. I think that's gonna start coming in, trickling in. I mean, Virginia is a key state. Virginia is probably top 5 or 6 of states that we need to watch to get a feel for how this is gonna go and whether we're gonna know tonight. So I think we'll start hearing about that in the next 25, 30 minutes.
Oh, I have an update on New Hampshire. So Harris is really struggling in New Hampshire, quickly turning into a bloodbath. Madison County, plus 10% for Trump. Tilton, 11%. Milton, 8%. So the early return, too, is that it was Concord, right? The larger city in New Hampshire. And that swing was 3% to Trump as well. So I think, I don't know, I feel pretty good about New Hampshire, even though right now he's down and everything else. That state's really big. Not literally. It's only, 7 electoral votes? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It'll be really interesting to see because that's where the Free State Project is.
Yeah.
And Trump has really been making a big appeal to libertarians. It'll be really interesting to see if that actually pays off and we see New Hampshire flip red. That'd be incredible.
Okay. The Decision Desk HQ projects Donald J. Trump has a 76% chance to win Georgia. So
that's great.
That's huge.
Good.
Okay. All right. We can breathe.
Good.
I'm shifting away from colonoscopy mode to Christmas mode.
That's amazing.
All right. What are you seeing, CJ? What's going on?
Well, I'm saying goodbye to Stephen Wolfe.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I do want to say publicly thank you to Stephen Wolfe because I thought he had some great insights. Like, just
Absolutely.
What was going on the ground in North Carolina. North Carolina is huge, so top 5. But he was just to let you know, Josh, he was very optimistic about North Carolina. On the ground for Trump, he thought that North Carolina had more momentum than it had in 2020. So. I'm just thanking him for that, but he did a great job. Great insight. Things are pretty energetic right now. I'm trying to catch up on Twitter. That's where things have been pretty, pretty hot. So I guess we'll just keep you posted as we get more stuff.
Right.
But we're gonna as the hour turns here, 7:00, we're gonna start getting more. The Virginia one is the one that I'm watching. We're not gonna hear our Pennsylvania tonight. But I think as Virginia goes, I think the country's going to go. That's going to be the first state we hear about.
To join in too on your thinking for Stephen, I told him we'd have him for about 25 minutes. So he was really generous of his time. So that was awesome. So shout out to him.
Awesome.
Gentlemen, an exit question for you, and then I've got to get back here to the party. But how are the numbers looking in Nevada? That's one that I've not been able to follow as closely in the last couple of hours, but going into election day, it was looking really strong. What are the movements coming out of Nevada right now?
So it's
haven't
too early
closed
to
the
tell
polls yet.
for Nevada.
No polls are closed.
Okay.
I am nervous about Nevada because that is one state in particular that they have not solved any of their 2020 problems. Nevada in particular, Georgia has done. The reason that Georgia is doing so well right now is because they resolved a lot of the issues. Nevada's, I think, gotten even worse. I think in the last 4 years. The Democrats have a stronghold on, all the infrastructure for controlling the elections. And I think that they are going to continue to have it. So I'm pretty nervous about Nevada. And again, that's a key state, but it's too early to tell. It's still 5:00 over there.
Excellent. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to duck out. I'll check back in at the top of the next hour, and I think we'll see a lot of development in that next hour here. So,
Yeah, thanks, Josh.
Thank
Keep
you.
having fun.
Excellent. We have one more super chat before we get to Charles Haywood here.
Well, now that we have no guests, let's tune back in with Jeff real quick because he's been hanging out. So, Jeff,
I
how's
gotta
life?
take a break too. I'll be right back.
Yeah, of
Man,
course.
things are looking great right now. It's very encouraging. I mean, it's hard not to be pretty excited about this. I have kind of an
Terry's here,
internal
by the way.
black pill generator, but I'm really thankful, particularly for that Florida abortion returns. I've not been happy about Trump's shift on his abortion stance, and I'm hoping that maybe that means the electorate isn't following that lead, even if they follow him.
Do you know much about Florida and the abortion issue? Is this a change in the current, or is this like California when they voted to have one man, one woman, 2008 or something? So is this a change? Is this a shift?
Well,
Or are they just not ready for the future of yet? I don't know what's going on there.
yeah, I can't really speak to that in a super informed way, but what is most particularly encouraging to me is that it didn't get, bloodthirsty traction in the bluest counties. And so if the bluest counties aren't pursuing this, maybe that does foretell a good change in the way that the broader population is thinking about the issue. That'd be a great win.
I do want to get this on the record as well. This is an important stat. I have a buddy in Georgia. He says that in 2020, Georgia sent out 850,000 absentee ballots. In 24, they only mailed out 86,000.
Oh, wow.
So that's that Zuckerberg loss.
Yeah.
Let me just read this again for Andrew. So from a mutual friend of ours that lives in Georgia, in 2020, Georgia sent out 850,000 absentee ballots. This year, 24, they only mailed out 86,000. So that's why Georgia's in looking great. So. I mean, this is it.
Let's go.
This is what we were saying. Correct the mechanisms that led to the left's ascendancy, and you can take back the country.
Here.
All right, let's do this super chat quick.
Let's do it.
So appreciate you guys specifically. This was when Steven was here too. So this counts for him. Makes me not. This is McDublin fries for $9.99. Makes me not feel so crazy to have fellows in this thing. We have also always and only Yingling for a night like this. Right, I've got a bush latte, but you want one, by the way, Jeff?
I'm going to pass right now. On the record, I'm going to pass.
let the record show you're passing. I think we have an IPA in the fridge too, baby. I don't know. I can say that now that Steven's gone.
Well, I'm not an IPA guy for sure.
All right. Well, you have to stay late for the champagne.
Isn't Yingling, aren't they Trump donors?
Yeah, big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This one, I'm not blackbilling. Papa Alpaca says, stop blackbilling. What type of cigar do you like? I like Maduros. I like, just like my coffee. I like it dark. I'm not blackbilling. I'm not just. I'm
Andrew,
just,
we
nervous.
took a
I'm
vote
nervous.
and you're blackpilling.
Wait, when I was gone, you guys said I was blackpilling?
Oh, yeah.
I go to you
totally.
and go step out of the room for 1 second, and everyone accuses me of blackpilling. Right? We switched.
It's okay. You were throwing up in the bathroom.
I was not. I'm feeling good. I'm worried.
That's
worried.
blackpilling.
Be worried is not blackpilling. I'm not saying all is lost, abandon your posts. I'm just saying, like,
Well,
I
it's
don't want to be
reasonable-
too excited.
It's
too
reasonable
early.
when we consider what we lived through.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you
Yes.
a quick story to tag out with Terry Gant. So we were watching the last election at his house with a buddy of ours from Nicaragua. And part of the night, part of the way through the night, Trump's crushing. And our friend tells us this story. Sandinistas run Nicaragua. And he said there was a year he can remember when the anti-Sandinista candidate was leading massively. And kind of the buzz started being, are they going to actually let an anti-Sandinista candidate win the election? And at some point in the night, the whole country goes dark. Power's totally shut off. They wake up the next morning, and the Sandinista candidate had made a huge win.
Yeah.
Right.
And we just, those third world countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night, guys.
Of course, yeah.
Woke up in the morning and saw the spike.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do the same thing, but we spend $500 million to get there.
Yeah.
That's what it means to be a first world country.
Yeah, it's like we do it fancy style,
Yes.
right, and make it look all legit, right? But I'm not even blackpilling about those. I'm not blackpilling about anything.
He's
for the
blackpilling.
record. But I just, I don't. I'm trying to temper my expectations here. I'm tempering. I'm not blackpilling. I'm tempering.
Attention, everyone in the chat.
I'm tempering.
Encourage Andrew not to
So
blackpill.
anyway, Papa Alpaca says, I'm bringing some to smoke with the boys at the RRC, the Right Response Ministries conference in April. Go to that. They didn't pay to sponsor the show, but you can go there anyway, even though they didn't sponsor. It's great. I'll be there. It'll be fun.
So we got Charles Haywood coming on. Is that right, Connor? So
Yep,
let's
Charles
throw an ad in there before
should
he
be
gets
here.
here.
Oh yeah, we have the 7 o'clock hour. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. Hold on a second.
Hey, while he's getting a drink, guys, I got to roll. My time slot's out. But
Yeah,
thanks for
thanks,
having me
Jeff.
on.
I
Thank you
Appreciate
for
y'all
joining us.
and looking forward to working with y'all in Jettison.
Yes, and on your
Nearly
way out, Jeff.
J Wright on Twitter, everyone.
Yeah. On your way out, Jeff. South Carolina's been called for Trump. Just
Praise
so
the
you
Lord.
know.
Let's go.
Okay, so Daily Wire was right.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna clip that and use that against me.
We're moderates here
We
at
are,
Contra Mundum.
we are moderates. So 7 o'clock. Our sponsor for this hour is Squirrely Joe's. Squirrely Joe's Coffee. Are you a Christian struggling to find companies that align with your values and beliefs? Squirrely Joe's has you covered for all your coffee needs. All their coffee is hand-selected and roasted fresh every day by a family of fellow believers. Try them out, and you'll savor exceptional coffee while knowing that your investment supports a company committed to following God's teachings and upholding truth and righteousness, ensuring your hard-earned money contributes to the growth of God's kingdom. Stop giving your hard-earned dollars to pagans who support evil. Right? We can name some of those. We're not going to name them now, though, because they're bad people and bad companies. We have a fantastic offer for your listeners. Your first bag of coffee is free, absolutely free, totally free. All you have to do is cover the shipping. Head over to squirrelyjoes.com/contra to claim your free bag of coffee today. We're going to need it tomorrow because we're going to be up late. We're going to need that Squirrely Joe's. I drink about a gallon of coffee a day. I think we go through like 10 pounds of Squirrely Joe's a month between my wife and me.
Wow, impressive.
Yeah.
You're their top guy.
I am. I absolutely am. Yeah. So drink it. Drink the coffee. Drink that coffee, and even if you drink it dark, it won't be blackpilling. So
Cool. Well, we have
we have our guest.
and then
We
just
have Charles.
Just for the record, here we have Terry that popped in for Jeff. So Terry, thanks for coming up here today. I know you're a Tennessee local. But yeah, now we're gonna welcome
You want to be
the man. So let me just introduce. Like everyone knows Charles Haywood. Charles Haywood has been waiting for this night all year. This is Charles's moment. Charles, welcome to the 2024 election. I bet you're happy to be here.
I am happy to be here. I am, it's early days yet, so I'm old enough that I avoid premature celebrations.
Yeah. So, Charles, what do you think? Is this going to be total chaos in the next 30 days? Is this going to go where you thought it was going to go, 30, 60 days ago?
I haven't changed my predictions in a year and a half, so I'm certainly not going to start changing them now, because then even if I thought I wanted to change them, it would be unwise to change them now, because then you just look like a vacillating kind of guy. You got to hold the line till the end. But in all seriousness, I have not changed my predictions at all. I mean, I predict Trump will win. That prediction seems to be unfolding. I don't know if you guys have any other opinions on that. And then I maintain my other predictions that there will be significant violence, but confined to blue areas, followed by a old school coup attempt in late November or December.
Do you think that they're going to try to do a coup attempt via legal channels first that are going to fail, and then they'll go to the violence, or like a traditional coup?
Possible, but the legal attempt coups aren't really coups. They're referred to as coups, and they can have kind of the same effect in a more circuitous way. But legal coups aren't the same thing, and even to the extent they're tried, will likely fail. And one of the reasons they'll fail, of course, is that Musk is basically willing to throw any amount of money at it. And I think the thing that maybe some people miss. I mean, I used to be a lawyer, and I see some of the underpinnings of the legal profession. All of a sudden, it's no longer low prestige to work for Trump, whether as a lawyer or something else. It's high prestige, at least in certain circles, and is certainly regarded as something that is socially acceptable. I mean, it's not obviously socially acceptable at the large law firms like I used to work at, where I would have been fired nowadays if I kind of quit 20 years ago. But last time Trump was surrounded by grifter clowns whom he couldn't pay or didn't choose to pay or defend when they were attacked. And now, if there was litigation, Trump would be served by top quality lawyers who are getting paid on a regular basis and were not suffering social consequences as a result. And that's a big difference.
Yeah, so we got some election updates here. So let me pause you guys on the election updates for just a second. I want to do one more question to Charles and ask him, like, what mechanism could be used for a coup? Is this like DOD? Is this a national security angle? Are they going to say that Elon and Trump are compromised by Putin? What's going to be like the veneer around a coup attempt?
Well, the veneer would be, and you mentioned some of them. We need to postpone the inauguration in order to save democracy from the MAGA Putinites. But the mechanism would be kind of glossed over with getting some compliant federal judge to come up with some decree or other. But I mean, all coups are dependent upon military force. That's one of the many reasons that the coup would fail. You can analyze this at some length, but you can't run a military coup in America, because it's not like capturing the capital of Ghana and having control of the TV station. I mean, it doesn't work that way. If you capture Washington, D.C., you don't actually control the centers of power. You control a bunch of bureaucrats. So a coup is a desperation attempt. It might work if they were able to capture Trump, which obviously would be a prime thing. But obviously, people around Trump are aware of this possibility, so that seems unlikely.
Yeah, let's jump to Connor. Do you have the election map pulled up here?
Yeah, so as you can see here, we got a few updates. So far, Maryland has been called, as well as Massachusetts and D.C. for Kamala. No surprise there. Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, and Oklahoma have all been called for Donald Trump. Again, nothing surprising. These are all considered safe states. Currently, though, we are getting some returns out of Texas. With 11% of the vote in, it is trending towards Kamala. Again, though, keep in mind, usually the early returns are going to be heavily favoring Democrats. So it's only 11% of the vote in, and it's 51.7 to 46.8 for Trump. So, I mean, North Carolina is also trending blue, only 8% of the vote in, though. Virginia is no longer trending red, but again, the fact that there was even any trend towards the red in these early returns is a great sign. Maine is currently starting to show some results as well as Michigan and Ohio. Nothing super significant out of Michigan, but Ohio is 32% of the vote in, and currently Kamala is in the lead at 52 to 46. So it'll be interesting to keep note of. South Carolina and Georgia both still trending red, but again, we're only I mean, it's early on. It's going to be a long night. That's all I would say in summary.
Do you recall from earlier what time the Virginia polls were closing?
I can check that. Let me get that pulled up.
All right, good. Andrew, any thoughts on the updates? I mean, there are no surprises on that one.
No, I mean, Texas is a little bit concerning, right? But it's early. I'm not gonna blackpill.
He's blackpilling.
Did you ask me about Virginia?
Yes.
So Virginia's polls are already closed. The question remains whether or not
so no
they're
one's
holding
reporting
some
yet.
back in certain Democrat strongholds, because that's typically what they tend to do in Virginia.
Loudoun County, I saw Ben Braddock posted that Trump has won Loudoun County, which is a DC county, usually votes Democrat.
So, so Texas, I mean, Texas is interesting because like it's they still have the immigrant problem, but like I don't know, like what's have they always been early Democrat? Like is this normal for Texas?
Well, mail-in ballots typically heavily favor Democrats because Republicans are still individuals that want to vote on election day. I voted on election day. I'm okay with early voting now, but many people are still just not going to budge from election day. So election day heavily favors Republicans, and usually the earliest returns that we see when the polls close and they start reporting is usually mail-in, which is usually, I mean, it's usually ridiculous margins favoring Democrat. The fact that we've even had some moments where where Trump was in the lead with some of these early returns is a good side. Texas, Trump has now pulled ahead in Texas with that last ballot drop that just came through. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we're looking at.
All right, let me jump back to Charles here.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we talked about with Steven is the impact that Elon Musk has had, and I know almost more than anyone else on the online right, Charles has been very pro Elon Musk. So Charles, I gotta give it to you. To what extent is the momentum for Trump a result of Elon's buying Twitter and then Elon's getting involved in the actual campaign?
Yeah, it's hard to parse out. Certainly not zero of it. I think the latter, Musk getting directly involved in the campaign, is probably significantly more important because the level of kind of competency and money and elite coverage. I mean, there's no obvious counter elite forming, but with someone like Musk getting involved allows higher status people to allow themselves to be associated to a greater or lesser degree with Trump, and that's very important. And obviously, with Musk's continuing and recent successes in space launches, particularly the Starship, everyone wants to be associated with a winner. You know, associates himself with Trump. If you associate yourself with Trump, you associate yourself with the winner who wants to go to Mars. That's probably largely an online phenomenon, but it's not nothing. It's certainly worth a couple points. Is that what
Elon? I mean, Elon talks in recent months. He's talked about like government efficiency, scaling back the administrative state. To what extent do you think that's like ideological in nature, and to what extent is he just like clearing the ground floor to allow him to do what he wants to do, within his own dreams?
Well, it's the latter, though obviously there's an ideological component necessarily to it. I mean, everything Musk does is instrumental. And this is a kind of a basic understanding of someone who's a very successful entrepreneur. The fact is that even people who are claimed to be social entrepreneurs or something like that, if they're successful, they're completely instrumental in their approach to things. So Musk, the government efficiency is fine. I'm sure Musk would like government efficiency and so on. But mostly he just wants these people to get out of the way. But the only way to get these people out of the way is to cut the size of the federal government by 90%, maybe 80%. And so this is all kind of shadow play. And you saw that yesterday Musk was saying, well, we're going to give these government employees we're going to fire like 2-year severance, which is a smart move. I mean, whether he'll be able to pull that off is a totally different question. But all this is clearly instrumental in service of his larger goals.
Do you think JD Vance was an Elon Musk PayPal mafia pick?
No idea. I mean, maybe. I mean, the influence of the PayPal mafia over the Trump orbit is probably overstated, and the PayPal mafia's influence over Vance is probably overstated as well. I mean, Vance is a natural fit with some of the PayPal mafia people because of his high intelligence and Gen Z-ness and what have you. He's a logical person for them to gravitate to, but this idea that of Vance as some kind of Peter Thiel cutout is silly.
Yeah, I never really got to get into this with you. Did you think Vance was the best choice?
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, I would have taken Eric Prince or maybe Vivek, but yeah, absolutely, Vance. I mean, I was somewhat surprised that he got picked. I was hopeful that he get picked, but I mean, even Mike Boy was picked. He was regarded as somewhat of a long shot.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Well, let's jump over to Terry. I mean, like you've lived here forever, right? Mm-hmm. So like Tennessee, going Trump is no surprise to you. Do you have any overall sense of where things are as a country, like politically? Like, so we all took like a minute before talk about our predictions about violence, about like a steal, something shady going on at 1 a.m. Do you have any sense of that from your experience?
Well, I think I don't know if it's going to be a ton of new information. I don't know that violence is going to be tolerated in just dominant red areas. So our local county sheriff is unusually based, and the county or the city police in the city that's close to me have both already kind of confronted minor Antifa infringements and just kind of made it clear that this is not a profitable place to be. I think there's a lot of towns like that. So places where the blue folks are already running things are going to probably have problems, and places where the red states, red cities, red counties are going to be places where, honestly, tomorrow we can get up and go to work and maybe not notice any changes, no kerfuffles. In fact, I spoke to a sheriff's deputy just today in Putnam County, adjacent to where we are right now, and he said that I asked him specifically, "Have you gotten any shift briefings, any kind of roll call trainings on any threats coming in as the intel people turned up, TBI or whoever?" And he said, "No, nothing's come through. They don't anticipate anything for our area, for our county, for our region." So I think there's probably a lot of places like that. This one may not be. They've had some time to get comfortable with the idea that Kamala's not gonna perform well. I mean, their polls have been not great for a while. I know that it's not over yet, clearly, but it's gonna be less of a shock than Hillary, I think, if she does end up losing. So there may be some. It might blunt the force a little bit, but I think that's kind of where we're at here in Tennessee, at least.
Charles, one of the critiques of Trump during his first administration was that he chose the wrong personnel. He had a personnel problem. Do you think he's recognized that, and do you think he's going to resolve that issue that he had?
Well, he says he's recognized that. Obviously, that's like the drunk saying, "I know I have a problem." Right? That's just that he's going to solve the problem in reality. But I do think he's surrounded himself probably with better counselors. I think the fact that Musk is going to his election night party, frankly, if he just handed over, not to Musk. I mean, Musk is, I think, probably good at picking people with businesses and so on. But basically, he should hand over a lot of the kind of designee authority to someone like Musk and Musk's circle and these people who are within that kind of PayPal mafia circle, because those people are in the business of picking super competent people to do things, rather than going on his gut like he might if he was hiring people for in The Apprentice. It's really a different kind of thing. And obviously the key thing is to avoid grifters and people who are closet oppositionists to the Trump program. So that means it's good that Jared and Ivanka are no longer in evidence with people who were clearly opposed to the Trump program. I don't know who that means he should have, but we all know that the people he did surround himself with, even when they weren't in opposition, were not typically the ideal people.
Charles, what do you make of the future of the Republican Party? Like with RFK Jr. joining the Trump administration, Tulsi Gabbard switching party lines, what's the GOP going to look like in the face of a Trump victory?
It's going to look awesome. I mean, the only question is how rapidly you can defenestrate people like McConnell as well. I mean, but it's not just the high level people like that need to be shown the door, you have to basically make a clean sweep at all levels, and even the state party. So I live in Indiana, which is quite red, and the state party is completely useless. So that is, instead of doing things for the people of the state that are right wing, they cater to business interests and do things like pass like landlords' bills of rights and gay stuff like that. I mean, like instead of like, so you basically have to make every Republican apparatus from the smallest to the largest fully Trumpian.
Do you think that immigration is the issue that's most prevalent on the American mind?
Well, I would imagine so. It's hard to tell because we all live in our own kind of bubbles. And I think for some people, probably the economy, which in some ways is downstream of the immigration issue, is a bigger thing. I mean, there are lots of people who are literally unable to know whether they can make their rent or get their groceries this week. And while they may be abstractly opposed to yet more migrants flooding into the country, what they really care about is feeding their children. Obviously, those two things are linked, but they may or may not be in the mind of the average person. So maybe the economy, inflation is important for other people. I think people of the chattering classes, which kind of for taking the long view, the migration seems more important, and it is more important for the future of the country. But the average person, my guess is probably, if you had to pick between those two, more focused on the groceries and the rent.
Yeah, Andrew, you can interrupt me anytime here, but so I'm just gonna keep going with what's on my mind for now. But one of the things that I've been really impressed with, I'm not impressed with a lot of people, but like Stephen Miller has really impressed me over the last couple of months. I mean, it's not only his ability to pinpoint the precise mechanisms that are being used by the left to invade this country. Like it's obvious that we live in a camp of the saints type scenario right now, but Stephen Miller he seems to have his thumb on the pulse of how it's been done and the exact steps necessary to reverse it. I mean, do you pay a lot of attention to people like Stephen Miller, and are you optimistic about his anti-immigration agenda?
I don't pay a lot of attention is the actual answer.
Okay.
I barely know who he is. I mean, I see him, but I know he's associated with Trump. But since I never watch TV, I have no idea who some of these people are, or really. Like, I don't really know what like Mike Pompeo looks like, or where exactly he fits into the Trump administration.
Count yourself lucky.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, Miller seems fine, and he seems to say the things that you say. But I have no other opinion than that.
Yeah, good. All right, Andrew, your turn.
Okay, so. I mean, I think most people are familiar with your predictions that you've made over the last year and a half. And I guess, my thing is elaborating on that after he has victory, after he defeats the coup attempts and all of those kinds of things. Do you think, like long-term, 10, 15 years from now, that this will set the trajectory for us to begin to win again in very real, tangible ways? I mean, not just mass deportations, things like that, but for the GOP to become actually right-wing, to be able to wield power in real ways against enemies. Like, will that kind of thing continue to happen more and more, right? That's the optimistic case. I'm white-pilling right now, everyone. But, like, is that what you think generally is going to be?
No, not really. Or rather,
Okay.
that is the ultimate point. But I think there's a lot more turmoil between here and there because the underlying cultural and social changes that are necessary for those things to be possible, and also for Musk's goals, and really for America to be able to do anything whatsoever of value again, requires just massive sea changes. Obviously, deporting all the migrants and many of the ones who have gotten here since 65 and have been given citizenship, what have you. I mean, there's a lot of things like that. But fundamentally, you can't get away with having a democracy. You can't get away with abortion being something that people vote on. You can't get you can't have the Longhouse. You basically you can't have. Unless total freedom of association is restored across the entire land, none of those things, America will never flourish again. So the changes necessary for those to happen would probably require a much more chaotic period than just, well, Trump wins and now everything is great. I mean, I'd like to think that, but that's not what we're really going to get.
Yeah. So what does that chaotic period look like, right? If it's going to happen, it's possible. How do we get from here to there?
Well, I mean, the traditional ways of hitting rock bottom are losing a war and economic collapse. I mean, these things are tested in the historical record back to like prehistory. So I mean, there's obviously great differences, but fundamentally, you don't want to take this analogy too far because the end result wasn't good. But 1920s Germany, you lose a war, your economy collapses, everything's in the crapper, and then you get the Great Depression. I mean, enough of that, and people will vote for big changes. Those big changes may not be good, but you need that kind of period of purgation for a society to be willing to accept the changes that are necessary.
Hey, let's jump back over to Connor with an election map update.
Yeah. So not too much as far as states being called. The main thing that is noteworthy is that Amendment 4 in Florida failed. Obviously, that was a big battle. I think that's the big tell. If Amendment 4 would have passed after so many Republicans moved to the state of Florida, I mean, I just think that would have been the end of what little bit of credibility the pro-life movement has left. So it's good to see that anti-abortion activists can at least defeat a ballot measure in a state where we have a good 500,000 more R's than D's. And then, of course, West Virginia flipped for the Senate with Jim Justice. That was one we were expecting to flip. So if we flip one of the ones like Montana, one of the ones that we are hoping that we could pick up and flip, then the Republicans will have taken back the Senate. So that's looking good so far. And then, of course, they've called the race for Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, which is great. And then Jim Banks in Indiana has been called as well. So other than that, we just have more states reporting. North Carolina is kind of taking their sweet time getting the results out. So I'm a little bit surprised on that.
I'm seeing North Carolina and Virginia both trending blue right now.
Yep, they are trending blue, but North Carolina only has 12% of the votes in, and their polls closed a while ago. So I'm surprised on that one, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Texas now has Trump ahead.
Yep, Georgia has 50% of the vote reporting, and Trump is ahead by 11. So that is a great sign for the Trump camp. I'd be feeling pretty good right now when it comes to the Trump camp in Georgia, and Georgia may be the tell.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Let's. I mean, you mentioned Blackburn. Let's talk about Tennessee politics since we're here in Tennessee. You've actually spent a lot of time on Tennessee politics, and you think that we have good senators here. You think we have some of the best senators in the U.S. Is that right? In the
U.S. Senate, yes, we are the only two. We have the only two senators that actually consistently said no to Ukraine aid, which is surprising. I don't remember in the very beginning when the Ukraine war first started. I can't guarantee on the first couple votes that they didn't send some money there. But the moment that there was some scrutiny laid on the Ukraine situation, both Blackburn and Haggerty both said no to continued aid. And we were the only state where both of our senators said no. Obviously, there's things that we can gripe about with both of them. But as a whole, we, compared to most in the U.S. Senate, we're talking here in D.C., we're doing pretty good. Yeah. So that makes me happy.
I haven't really paid attention to Indiana politics, Charles, but what's your sense on the ground there? Like, are things kind of waking up? Are things in a rightward direction generally?
It's hard to say. I mean, I live in Hamilton County, which is kind of an increasingly purple area because scads of Indians and Chinese have been brought in, and you also get some white liberal people moving because it's Carmel, Indiana, which is the major city here. One of the major cities is frequently mentioned as one of the best places in the country to live. So that's, to the extent I pay attention locally, it's probably things like that or the school board race or what have you. Certainly, on a statewide basis, the Republicans will do very well. I don't know whether it's moving rightward or leftward. The problem here is, as I mentioned earlier, that the state party refuses to use its power to accomplish the things that it should be accomplishing. Not 100% of the time. Occasionally it does the right thing. But for the most part, it needs to be vastly more aggressive. I just don't know enough about the ins and outs of the state party to say why it doesn't do that. Mike Pence lives like 300 yards from me. So I'm gonna, after I'm done here, I'm gonna put my megaphone and yell, "Penny the traitor."
Yeah. Perfect.
Yes, that's great.
I want to get back over to Terry again. So, like Terry, like Tennessee's always been like one of the safest red states in the union. But do you sense among like younger guys, or I guess not just younger people, but like boomers too? Like, do you sense like a sort of an increasing political consciousness? Like the South is sort of notorious for like we're safe red, we're always going to be conservative. They sort of tapped out of politics. Do you think there's any recognition that like you can't just lay low while the left is in the middle of a revolution, a cultural revolution? Do you think that there's any sense in Tennessee that we better get ahead of the curve on this?
Yeah, maybe. Tennessee impresses me a lot with these things. I'm surprised more often than not that at how conservative they are. Like the first time I noticed this was back in 2014. Maybe before 2014, I can't recall. Connor, you might remember when we had a constitutional amendment ballot measure to block gay marriage, and it passed by 80% or something like that. It was overwhelming, and I can remember at the time thinking that's a high number even for a conservative state. To put it, air quotes in conservative. Like, are we really? And it seems like Tennessee is legitimately a pretty conservative state. Now we've had a lot of influx of people moving in and. They've all landed in blue cities for the most part. There's a handful that are scattered throughout, but it doesn't seem like it's moved the needle much on that. And a lot of those people are refugees from places that have had problems with the blue agenda, so they're interested in switching anyway. A lot of them don't know what conservative means until they arrive in a real conservative place, so they're kind of getting educated on that. But yeah, I think there's probably a growing. I'm a teacher. I teach seniors in high school at a Christian school, and so I can tell you that this group that I have is very open. They're very aware of the culture war. They're very aware that they're about. I mean, they're really already in it, but they're really about to step out of the doors of the school and enter into just an active war zone as far as that goes. Mm-hmm. And a couple of them were old enough to vote this time, but they're very aware that they've got to push that Overton window to the right and in the interest of the state and their communities and kind of drag normies along and get them more aware that like the fight is coming to your door, like it's here and we've got to be aggressive about it.
Do you think economics tends like the economy? Do you think the economy tends to be on the mind of Tennesseans more than in other states?
That's a good question. I don't know that Tennessee has really had the brunt of a lot of the recession stuff. When recessions come through, I feel like Tennesseans weather it fairly well. I don't know if we have a diversified economy. I'm not knowledgeable about that enough to give you a good projection about why that's the case.
Like when you think about like the Rust Belt, right? Like in all the jobs they got, like Trump ran on the fact that America used to create things.
Sure.
We used to have a really like solid conservative, like core working class that defined the American economy, defined the American political situation. Nobody really thinks of Tennessee as like having been their jobs have been gutted, like
sure.
in Tennessee. I mean, there's some like steel jobs, coal jobs, logging jobs that maybe have seen some things, but like, do you think there's any economic depletion that is inspiring people to have sort of a like an angst reaction to the GOP, internationalism, all that kind of stuff, and to pursue Trump because he's, pushing that protectionist line?
I think a lot of Tennesseans consider themselves to be kind of in that blue collar chunk of the population, and it's not necessarily manufacturing. We're a farming economy, more so than the Rust Belt, which is more of an industrial one, which is typical of old southern states. They tend to have more farming and agrarian type stuff,
right?
Which has had problems of its own. I mean, we have so many guys that used to be growing good crops. Now they're growing soy and corn because the government's paying them to grow soy and corn. Mm-hmm. And it's sad to see. There's a lot of breakup of old family farms. People don't like that. BlackRock. Well, I don't want to throw BlackRock's name under the bus more so than I absolutely must. But there are property developers coming in, and they're breaking up old family farms and. These rural communities are seeing this, and this is kind of related. It's an economic impact where they're cutting up old farms and they're just kind of destroying the countryside. And I think that's causing people to turn away from this trust fund, massive mega corporation. They view those people as outsiders that don't have Tennessee's best interest at heart. And I think that they see Trump as the reverse. He's kind of an outsider, but he's an outsider to that crowd.
Yeah.
And he's a threat to that crowd. So they like him for that reason, I think.
One of the things that I think is big for Tennessee specifically, and this is what I think, the Tennesseans need to be focused on in the coming years, is that we need to close our primaries. Because one of the biggest issues that we have on the state level is that we have many Republicans who are kind of just corporate types, because a lot of them are just blue collar Democrats that had to put an R in front of their name because they know they can never win an election any other way. And our primaries are open. So that means a Democrat voter can vote in the Republican primary to choose the Republican nominee. And we have had many statewide efforts to try to close the primaries, and they have all failed because it's kind of just an incumbency racket to keep their guys in. It's a good old boys club up there in Nashville. There's a lot of good people in Tennessee. There's a couple of good ones that I can mention in our state legislature, but we definitely are not, I think, nearly as based in our legislature as we are on the ground. Yes. And that's something that needs to change, because Brandon Lewis from Tennessee Conservative News, he's been reporting on illegal immigrants in the state of Tennessee, and he's reporting like at least one murder a week in Tennessee, of all places, from an illegal immigrant. And that's not even including the other things that he reports on, like young girls being raped, or burglaries and other just assaults that take place. There's a man in Knoxville that was murdered by an illegal immigrant who murdered him with a pickaxe. I mean, it's just brutal third world stuff that we're hearing about in Tennessee. And he has been harping on Bill Lee and the legislature to do something about it. And they like to send the National Guard to the border to say, we did something about it. But then they're not doing things like shutting off the spigots that actually draw illegal immigrants to Tennessee. And Brandon Lewis, he's the guy that caught the flights coming into Chattanooga at night, dropping off illegals.
Charles has something to say.
I have to disappear, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Yeah, we went over your time way over. So thank you so much for your time, Charles. I really appreciate your commentary.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing all your dreams here coming true. This is a Charles Haywood moment for us. So thanks, Charles. Have a great night.
Thank you, gentlemen. Talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. So what's next? I'm seeing that Virginia's looking pretty good for Trump now. Again, 33%
back. Yeah. He's got a slight lead.
Yeah, that's good.
Very slight lead.
Yeah. And then no updates on North Carolina. Is that right?
North Carolina, the recent drop looks good for Trump. He's actually in the lead, according to a couple outlets, but only about 17% of the vote in. So, I mean, that could easily still change. But again, the early returns favoring Trump is a really good sign, because usually those are heavily favoring Democrats. As far as the actual electoral map is concerned, Arkansas was called, so that is something to celebrate. But again, nothing that we weren't expecting to happen. So nothing crazy has really taken place as far as the presidential race is concerned. Ohio is starting to trend back towards Trump again. There was a county, I'll try to find it in a moment here, I saw it a while ago, that Biden won by, he had an edge of about 14. Currently, Kamala has an edge of 1. So if that trend continues across the whole state, then, I mean, Trump might pull out a double-digit lead in Ohio. I believe he won it by 8 in 2020. So that'd be a great sign. And then, Michigan. I mean, honestly, out of all these states, I really think that Michigan, out of all the swing states, is the least likely to flip, because Gretchen Whitmer has absolutely ruled with an iron fist. Correct. I really don't see that changing. Yeah. But that's kind of where things stand as of right now. I'll try to get some updates on some of these Senate races as well.
Let's go back to the chats here, Andrew. You're the chat master.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, this is an older question from the other Paul. It's maybe we've passed this question, but also in light of a Kamala win, or actually no, I missed Seth. $1.99 Squirrely Joe's in honor of Peanut. That's right. If he wins, this is in honor of Peanut.
Amen.
But the other Paul for $10, 10 Australian dollars. So I don't know. That maybe that's $1. I don't know. I don't know the exchange rate.
It's 1 Bitcoin.
That's right. Maybe. Oh, wow. Also, in light of a Kamala win by ballot buffoonery, are there chances of Republican governors not accepting the results? and increased conversations on secession, or at least confrontation with the federal government. Like, secession is out of the question. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, we should do that, but I no, I don't think that's ever.
No.
Ever. I mean, apart from
ever,
things
but, like,
Charles said, like losing a war, economic collapse, things like that. But apart from those things, something like world historic happening, no secession. But definitely confrontation with the federal government for sure. For sure.
Well, what governors do you think would be the ones that would object? Who would lead there? I mean, Bill Lee. We were talking about Tennessee. Bill Lee would not
Like,
lead the guy.
Yeah.
like if
Maybe Ron DeSantis.
This is Ron DeSantis. Yes.
Yeah, I can think of two: DeSantis and maybe Abbott. are the
Maybe
two that
Greg
come to
Abbott.
mind.
Yeah. I mean,
And
you-
if they did Bill Lee May,
Yeah.
he may follow
What
someone
about-
else.
He's a follower. He
What
could
about
be
North-
pressured.
What about North Dakota?
with what's his name?
I mean, sorry, South
Or
Dakota.
South Dakota with Kristi
Doug?
Noem.
Oh,
Or Arkansas with Huckabee.
Huckabee, yeah, I can see Arkansas.
maybe.
But I mean, you could have this kind of coalition of them together that would object to. I mean, it would have to be serious, obvious, provable malfeasance, and it can't be scattershot like it was. I mean, there was in 2020 where it's like we let the state secretaries of state unilaterally change the election laws, which is patently unconstitutional. Like, that alone should have been enough, and they were told you don't have standing to sue for that. Like, not just that we've examined the case and we deny it. We're not going to allow you to bring this case forward.
Yeah.
Like, absurd stuff. But I think this time around, I mean, things are very different. It seems like what Charles was saying, because of the people Trump has brought into the fold, like Elon Musk and many of these people, that I don't think they'd be able to get away with just denying standing. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not a legal scholar. We can maybe ask Josh when he comes on later. But that's more or less it. Go ahead,
Would
Terry.
they deny? I mean, if the court said you don't have standing, I don't know if that would be enough to stop a governor from just saying, "Fine, we're still not going to recognize that." I mean, if it was that bad, it was that blatant, that some of the ones with a little more courage might still say.
I wonder if
maybe.
I wonder if Newsom would do something like that. We don't recognize.
If Trump wins, maybe from the other direction,
Well, there was that plan in 2020 that I think Hillary was really backing to have the West Coast secede in the event of a Trump win.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't think it's the most likely probability, but I mean, especially if they are going to go with the narrative that we think they are, that you were laying out earlier, CJ, of, Trump stole the election. If they go with that narrative and basically flip everything that Trump's been saying for the last 4 years on its head, I could see, some of these governors, these blue governors that are clearly auditioning for 2028, like Shapiro, for example. Shapiro is very clearly gunning for 2028. Shapiro, Newsom, Whitmer, some of these individuals, I think that they very easily could do just that, just something dramatic to that effect, at least.
Yeah. No, I totally think it's on the whiteboard here. Like, this is something that they've talked about. They've obviously planned out. I mean, these guys, their entire livelihoods, their entire political, their power structure is at stake. Especially with someone like Elon and Donald Trump, at the helm of the federal government. So yes, they've played all those things out in their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, next super chat here from Ian Burke Perry. All he has to say is $1. So thank you, thank you for that.
Thank you, Ian.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, and another one for $1. So we're up to $2. Thank you, Ian. There was a question here.
Looks like you just got another super chat as well.
Okay, well, I want to get to this question here. I don't know if you saw Michael Foster's post earlier today. There's a lot going on today. I guess summarizing it, like Stephen replied to it, but he's kind of down on a Trump win in the sense that it would be this kind of Christless conservatism that takes hold, and it would be bad for Christian nationalism. Like, the conversation will kind of die off. And I mean, I mostly agree. I don't know if you guys have seen that. You can look at Stephen's reply, but the forces that brought Trump into the fold and that have contributed to his rise, which is the rise of the left, particularly the woke left, that's what is driving the rightward shift among especially young men. And some of them are Christians, some of them are definitely not. And I think he's seeing it through that lens. He's seeing, maybe because Trump has kind of pivoted away from the abortion issue and just completely aside from, he's like, we've overturned Roe versus Wade. It's a state issue now. That's not something the president is any longer responsible for. And so maybe it has to do, with that.
I was worried about this. I'm the farthest away from the camera. No, I'm the farthest away from the camera.
Giant, you got to comment this.
Scoot back, man. This is
scoot back. Okay, whatever. Then I can't talk on the mic.
CJ was telling me while we were prepping this, he was like, we need to make sure that the table is lowered so that Andrew and I look the same height. In fact, let's raise it. Give me a raised chair.
Yeah, let me sit up straight.
Get him a phone book to sit on.
Okay, so anyway, right here, he looks very swell. But back to my point. I think Stephen is right because, what Christian nationalism is just a recovery of old Christian ways of thinking about politics, particularly Protestant ways of engaging with the political, and that's not going away. Mm-hmm. That's only going to continue to increase. I mean, especially as we, as more and more people read, what did people think 200-300 years ago that were Christians? What did theologians think about politics then? Because that we've been forbidden from ever having access to those things for decades. So I agree with Stephen on that. But if Michael's watching, text me and we'll have you on to talk. That'd be fun.
The Associated Press. This kind of can tie into this to a degree.
Another from Ian.
It mentions that Florida voters rejected a ballot measure that would have legalized recreational marijuana.
Yes.
So I was expecting that one to pass, to be honest.
Yeah.
So in a way, that actually kind of gives some weight behind what you're saying. Like,
Florida's not going to stink. Thank you.
I mean, so much of the conservative movement has adopted libertarianism to where I really thought that was going to pass. Mm-hmm. So the fact that doesn't pass is actually a pretty big white pill to me, because that just says that there are people that are understanding, like, no, there are some vices that we need to have some boundaries around. And that's not something that you typically hear from people that are constantly criticizing Christless conservatism. When they're constantly throwing out that phrase, they're usually pointing to the more libertarian-minded conservative members that are just saying, we should have the freedom to smoke weed whenever we want, or legalize gay marriage. And it's like, well, there's proof tonight that the state that has a 500,000 plus R lead that used to be a swing state, they just rejected a measure that would legalize marijuana. Yeah. So
we need to. I hate all that. The pot, the marijuana, the weed. It's
disgusting.
It's disgusting. It's very much like the trash world. They want you addicted to this kind of stuff. Yeah. They want to legalize this, and they want everyone on it.
Destroy
very
it.
Brave new world.
Yeah. Oh yeah. To that end, Seth Wayne, Florida is still the Holy Land. Well, I mean, we maybe disagree. Tennessee is, right? But
I can't help but wonder also if some of those libertarian policies like legalizing weed and things like that, they've now been around in places where the experiment's been run and we've seen the results, and the people are not pleased.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard people in Colorado just repeatedly complaining about just the whole state just reeks all the time.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's ruined the state's finances in ways that they did not anticipate. There's been a lot of problems, and people may be paying enough attention outside of their own state's borders to say, I don't really want that for where I live.
Yeah.
I grew up in Washington. I remember the year that it was legalized. Us and Colorado were the first two that we did it the same year. And then both of our teams went to the Super Bowl. So the two states that legalized marijuana went and had a Super Bowl. So
that's right.
That was
Most calm riot ever after a Super Bowl, probably.
Oh, I'm sure. So, I mean, it's true though, because it was like overnight. It went from being something that you would hear about people doing on the fringes to weed shops were opened the same way that you'd see Starbucks, like every other corner weed shop.
Yeah, it's terrible. Absolutely. All right, so I'm looking at the map here, and I think Virginia, he's expanding his lead. Are you seeing that, Connor?
Yeah, I want to get on that.
Oh, actually, no. It's pretty neck and neck. This is
it was neck and neck
vote.
last I saw, but again,
0.1% right now.
but the fact that it's even neck and neck, that is
That's a
just
big deal.
an
That's a big
indicator.
deal.
What is it? 40%.
45
deal.
though.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of the vote. Usually at this point, you would start to see the lead open up quite a bit. I mean, obviously, a lot could still happen because it's early. But again, usually, unless they're doing funny business, the early returns usually favor Dems.
So this is good.
I think it's a good trend. I mean, that doesn't mean that he's going to win Virginia, but I don't think that the Trump camp is. I would rather be in the Trump camp than the Kamala camp when it comes to Virginia at this point.
Let's see how Georgia's. Well,
Let's check on Georgia.
Georgia's the key.
Georgia, we're looking at 64% of the vote.
Looking decent.
He's up 6 points.
52.
Yeah, he's looking decent.
Yeah. 52 to 46.
Georgia's a
favoring
key
Trump.
state, man. Like Georgia's huge. This would be a massive win for him. Early in the night. This is what they were saying. Georgia's gonna they're gonna call it tonight. Like they had no play in Georgia.
Well,
right?
that's actually the brilliance of the Trump camp in general, because the Trump camp really made a play for the East Coast, and I think that they did that in anticipation that some of the states like Nevada would have some funny business. But if you can have a resounding victory on the East Coast, I mean, you can call victory so much earlier in the night. It's going to be a lot harder for the exact same shenanigans that happened in 2020 to take place. Now, obviously, I'm going to hedge my bets because I think that we just live in unprecedented times. But I still think, again, at this point in the night, I would rather be in the Trump camp than Kamala Harris.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Like, she's probably yelling at everybody right now, and her husband's slapping the interns.
Well, there was rumors
Yes.
swirling about her firing staff today and the last couple of days, just kind of losing it because of poor early voting numbers and blaming people for everything. And I don't know if those are confirmed, but that's a couple of things that I've seen.
Did you see the report today from the Daily Mail that Biden spent the last few weeks, basically like streaming Netflix and just sitting on the couch, and they haven't been in contact with the Harrises at all?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, too. They've pretty much asked Biden to shut his mouth
Yeah.
entirely. And the fact
So
that they can't
I
use
heard-
the presidency
I saw-
with Air Force One and all the resources that come with that of being an
Yes.
incumbent party, the fact that they can't even use that because they don't trust that Biden's gaffes aren't going to make things worse. I mean, that's
He's
incredible.
He's apparently not invited to the watch party. He doesn't plan on attending her inauguration if she wins. And I guess Jill just wrote in Joe Biden. So
That's amazing.
yeah.
Oh, Abitoy's here.
Barack Obama.
Let's get Josh on.
Sure. We'll get Josh on first.
Oh, Virginia called for Harris? No way. I saw that.
The election wizard said that.
Josh, can you hear
Who said
everyone?
that?
Election
Yes,
wizard.
gentlemen. Hello.
Josh,
Yes,
what's
hello.
going on?
Yes. Well, calling back in from the convention center, continuing to have a great time here. I'd say the spirits are higher than they were last time I called in. So we're watching some of the results come in, and also, I mean, watching the betting market results. Right. I mean, as you know, in this room, we're primarily reliant on network TV data reporting, which tends to come in a way where it's hard to disentangle what the results mean. And so, a lot of people in the room are relying on betting markets or information they can find on Twitter to make sense of where the numbers are coming in and how they're coming in. But certainly seeing the betting markets and the smart prognosticators feeling really, really good about Georgia and North Carolina. And so people are very excited about that. Obviously, we had Florida called and called in a pretty exceptionally strong way for Trump. The room got pretty fired up about that. So, eager to hear what y'all are seeing on the data front in terms of states to watch right now.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing right now the Decision Desk is calling Virginia for Harris.
That feels
I don't
premature.
see that yet,
Yeah.
It does.
but
I'm not seeing other outlets calling that.
Trump's up ahead with with 50% reporting at 20,000. I don't see where Decision Desk is finding this. But anyways, they're calling it for Harris. So that's interesting. That's something to watch. I wonder if it'll flip back. That seems like a really early call.
That sounds like funny business in Fulton County, which is notorious for holding their votes in until
But
last minute.
still, Georgia looks solid. Like I'm pretty confident in Georgia. So I guess we'll just see what happens with Virginia here. If any other news outlets pick this up.
Yeah, I don't know.
What
Not
are we
black
seeing out of
pilling
guys?
anymore.
What are we seeing out of Pennsylvania right now? It's been a little hard to chop through the reporting I'm getting on network television, but how are the numbers looking? What are the prognosticators saying?
Let's throw this over to Connor.
So currently, Pennsylvania is reporting in 15% of the vote. Kamala Harris is ahead 66-33. So again, early votes usually favor the Democrats, and it's only 15% in. I've heard a lot of reports that Pennsylvania had a large, a lot of anecdotes at least, that there was a lot of men showing up for election day in Pennsylvania, which is exactly what Trump needs, because typically men vote overwhelmingly Republican. But at the end of the day, there's still so much of the vote left that anything can really happen, and we are hearing the most reports out of shenanigans. I keep hearing from Pennsylvania. Trump made a truth post about that. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of lawfare in Pennsylvania. We probably won't know about Pennsylvania tonight unless someone wins it overwhelmingly. Currently, Kamala, like I said, 66-33%. Usually the early votes favor her, so doesn't mean that Trump can't still pull out a win with a huge election day turnout. But currently, so many of these other states like Virginia and North Carolina and Georgia, we see Trump take an early lead when usually the initial drops are going to be favoring the Dems. And this is where a lot of people, when they're watching these election night streams, they'll see it trending blue for a short while in a state that they think is safe red, and they start to panic until the election day votes come in.
Right.
So the fact that Trump's been ahead in these early drops in some of these other states says to me that he's got a great shot at winning overall. But Pennsylvania, it's not quite as strong for him from what I'm seeing thus far. But again, this is the white whale for Republicans. Outside of 2016, Pennsylvania, it's a dream for the Republican ticket to flip Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Virginia call is making me a little nervous. Pennsylvania is making me nervous, but again, we're just seeing the early results, so I guess stay patient on Pennsylvania. Everything else, I guess we're just waiting to the top of the hour for the next pollings to close. The next round of pollings close at 9 Eastern. So, yeah, we should. So Josh, I think the next time you call in, we'll get a lot of updates here. This 9 o'clock hour is key.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm going to drop in just a second here. I just want to say before I do, you got to give it up to Ron DeSantis, showing the country that it is possible to run our elections as if we were a first world country. So kudos to Ron, to Big Ron. Really, really good to have the governor doing stuff like that, and frankly, embarrassing every other state that makes a mockery of our electoral process.
Totally.
But love the work he's doing down there. I think one of the interesting stories that will emerge from this whole election is what's the performance differentiator between states that cleaned up their balloting process versus those that didn't, and how is that reflected in the actual electoral performance? Something to keep an eye on. But gentlemen, I'm going to get back to the party here, and you guys have fun down there. Perhaps I can swing by and bring some coffee if this goes into the wee hours of the night.
Squirrely Joe's
Josh.
coffee.
Yes.
Squirrely Joe's.
Wonderful.
That's what we need.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right, Josh.
Take care, guys.
Alrighty, so we should have.
People are saying that I just got a text from a buddy saying that he flipped Virginia back. So I think that was an early call. I would love for that to be an early call.
Still in play.
Yeah, I'm seeing some outlets say similar. Currently, Trump is in the lead, according to a couple outlets that I'm following.
Who we got up next?
Which includes the AP. So we should have Dusty in just a moment. So if you guys want to bust out an ad read, we'll prep for Dusty to come on the moment he logs in.
Let me get new water.
Well, let's go through the super chats. They've been piling up. Thank you, everybody. This one from Tesseract. God bless, gents. We got to get Vance on the anti-19th movement. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the last live stream we did with Paul Gottfried. That would make him very happy. He was going to do something about these women voting.
Yeah. He's got a point.
But I don't think that, just like all the other things Charles was saying earlier, I don't think we'll probably be easier to get rid of democracy as a whole before getting rid of the 19th Amendment.
It's difficult to get people to disenfranchise themselves democratically, I think. So that's going to be tough.
Yes, exactly. And then Jack Aubrey for $10. 1 Minnesota can of Zin, 2 everywhere else. I bought these in Iowa where it's cheaper. So
Wait, is
thank you
it
for
cheaper?
that.
Is it cheaper here or in Iowa?
It's about the same price in Iowa. As
I don't
it
know.
is here.
I don't know what our taxes are like on that kind of thing. So.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Dusty is about to join us, and CJ's gone, but I'll have to introduce. Before I do, we should get started with our 8:00 ad read here, so for 8 p.m. the 8:00 hour is sponsored by Pax Mail. And this one is fellas, get off of gay email. Join paxmail.cc instead. PAXMAIL.cc. We all know that these companies support the exact opposite of our beliefs. Keep the money with the brothers. We've got email, check. We've got docs, drive, calendar appointments, project management, check. Help us in the end to fight, or help us to fight to end abortion. Right? There was a big win today. This is timing perfectly to talk
Amendment
to Dusty
4.
about this with Amendment 4. Huge win there. So join us today at paxmail.cc. And again, the Jettison Entertainment. Right? If you're just now joining the stream and missed the announcement, go to jettisonentertainment.com to sign up for a new media company where you'll find Contra Mundum, Stephen Wolfe's The Lone Bulwark, Backwoods Belief, Forge and Anvil, and Pop Culture Coram Deo. In addition to this, we'll be putting out exclusive members-only content, and we have several new shows coming that have yet to be announced. You could put in your email for free to be kept in the loop as we continue to upload our entire catalog of shows, or better yet, you can become a member to get exclusive content, support what we're doing, and help us create new content that promotes Christ to a dying culture.
Awesome.
With that, we can bring on Pastor and Senator Dusty Deevers.
Dusty,
Now
you're
we're
muted.
hot.
Okay. Welcome, Dusty.
Hey, I'm glad to be here with the hottest show that's live right now. Hotter than Tucker.
Yeah. All
Look,
right.
Look at the
Let's
people
go.
you've got there in that back room.
That's right. Yeah. It does kind of look like a back room, doesn't it?
Is that painted
We don't have any
paneling?
decorations.
Is that painted 1960s wood paneling?
Of course.
You know it.
Perfect.
The official interior decorating of Christian nationalism.
That's right.
Bringing it back.
Yes, sir.
All right, Dusty. What are you looking at? Things good?
There's some major wins so far. I was looking at, Florida. Amendment 3 and 4
Yes.
were killed, and there was over $250 million spent by the leftists to get them passed. And look, we're always glad for them to waste their money, and they did. And I don't know who all benefited from it, but I hope it was worth their effort. So that's huge. And really, what that tells you is Ron DeSantis was the #1 governor across the nation trying to defeat these rabid leftist amendments in his state, and we didn't see any governors step out nearly like what Ron DeSantis did. And so, man, that guy he worked his tail off, and he and his whole family was traveling around to defeat, especially Amendment 4, but he also rallied his team around him, and it just showed you how much the various agencies, the healthcare industry, well, at least the agency heads were, they were all in alignment with DeSantis. That's massive. And there was a great push from the pastors in Florida as well. And we've talked about this. You've got to have Christians going to the polls. If they don't, the pagans will certainly go. And there is no reason for Christians not to step up and fight. And even look, there's some people who go to church with me, who even voted for me as the president. I was telling my wife earlier, she was telling to me, and she was just laughing her brains out. Not literally, of course. She's not brainless at this point, laughing so hard. But she was laughing.
She's laughing now, but Dusty, you're going to go all the way.
I'm going. We're going all the way. I've got enough for the three or four of us. We're going to win the presidency this year. I'm surprised Polymarket doesn't have me on there, but she was just laughing so hard. She's like, "You can actually put this in your scrapbook that you've got votes for the presidency." That's wild. Maybe
you got more than all four of us combined.
I don't know. We could check the chat. Maybe somebody voted for you.
Yeah, we don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'd be upset.
I don't think that's going to be.
My wife would be laughing too.
Of any value, yeah. But it just goes to show you that when a good governor and pastors step up, they can really do some damage to the leftists. And so, looking at, I'll just give you some perspective on Oklahoma for now. There was an unprecedented push to defeat these Supreme Court justices who have been hard left, and they block really strong legislation, and they would have killed probably every bill that I would have brought through, because judicial supremacy. We don't, essentially, if you have a leftist court, they end up determining what laws are good and bad, kind of like insurance companies do with prescribing drugs. It's not the doctors who end up prescribing, it's the insurance companies that are just data pushers who read the data and say, we don't want you to do that. We want you to try these other drugs first. So with that said, there was an unprecedented push to get these Supreme Court judges unseated in their retention votes. And right now it is neck and neck. There's only about 16% or so that's reported in Oklahoma, but it's neck and neck. There was OCPA. They deserve a whole lot of credit for the effort that they have put in to see these retention votes go down. And that's never happened in Oklahoma. So yeah, we've got 44% reported, and the three of them that were the leftist judges that were up for retention, it's just neck and neck. It's 50 to 49, 50. Well, it's 52 to 48. 50, yeah, it's about that in every one of these retentions. So that would be massive for Oklahoma, and especially when you consider wanting good legislation to come through in our state. I'm looking, and it seems like I've got the Christ is King party, and I'm on the ballot for that, and it's got my white boy summer. I'm sure that's a meme. Actually, I'm sure that's real. That's probably real.
It's real. We're going to meme it into reality.
Memes are real.
Yes.
Hey, Martin Luther, if he was here, he could do it, I guarantee you.
Absolutely.
All right, so I want to get back to Connor. Can you put the updated map? Maybe refresh that page and put the updated map up. Is that CNN's? What is that?
This is our own that I've been filling in all night.
Okay, well, yeah. So
This is the official Contra Mundum map.
This is the official Contra Mundum map. Yeah.
Total.
So they called Texas for Trump, which is great. Yep. I don't think we were nervous about that, but Texas is always
Andrew was probably nervous about it.
Texas is always the one that they want to get.
Exactly.
That's the whole point of their changing the demographics.
Click on. Look at this. Look at this
10-point margin.
This is ridiculous. He's not even anywhere near where he needs to be. Like, let me just say this right here: hundreds of millions need to go back.
Yeah,
Texas is way too close.
You should win Texas by 60 points.
Yes, this is
honestly Texans. They say don't mess with Texas, but honestly, you guys are being messed with. You guys are being messed with, and we need you guys to do better. So
yes.
Well, Texas took up a new slogan. I don't know if you guys knew that Texas took up a new slogan.
What's the new slogan?
Mess with us a little.
Just a little.
Just enough.
Yeah, you're definitely an Oklahoman. That's
Just enough. Yeah. Come, don't lay that trash on Oklahoma. But the trash came out for Trump this time, and mess with Texas a little. Hey, do you guys have the Contra Mundum crystals results yet?
Yeah,
I'll start a crystal
CJ
map.
doesn't know what the meme is, but yeah, we've got yes, millions must go into the crystals. Absolutely, yeah.
Good. Have you guys used my song for your intro music yet?
Which one's that? Which song?
Christian Nation Gooder Than Transing Kids.
No, I'm not familiar with that one. This sounds awesome.
Oh, Andrew, what is wrong, man?
I'm barely on the internet. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about? All right, I'm going to send it to you so you guys can play it.
Okay.
You can sing it right now.
Yeah, just start singing.
Oh, well, okay. Here's the chorus. We love God and we love others. The golden rule will treat you like brothers. And when we say Christ is Lord, and when we say Christian nationalists, we mean it's gooder than trans and kids. There you go.
There we go.
That is so beautiful.
That's a live concert.
Yeah, we're
made
gonna
internet
need to make
gold.
some calls to Nashville real quick and get you signed. And
You know, you'd like the backstory. I'm sure Terry knows it, and Connor probably knows it. But it's the Phil Vischer. We released the statement on Christian nationalism, and Phil Vischer was reading it on his podcast, and he said, "Dusty Deevers, that should be a 1920s baseball player or a country music star." And I heard it, and I was like, "Well, I played baseball in college, and I lead music for our church. I can write a country music song." And so I wrote it, and then 2 hours, I put it on Twitter, it was Twitter, it was X, and that was the first take, and now it's a breakout Christian nationalist hit. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
I didn't. I mean, CJ's way more up on the country music than I am.
Everybody's talking about it.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Really? I didn't even know. Okay. All right. Well.
I'll send it to you. All
right, please do. I mean, we'll just play it all night.
The other Paul said in the chat, he said, Senator Deevers' singing was so righteous, it merits the redemption of 3 souls from the crystal.
Yeah.
Which 3?
I'm saving crystallized souls.
Dusty, you can pick the 3.
I can pick them. Let's go with, I'm going to go with Russ Moore. I'm going to go with David French and maybe a wild card. How about Kamala? I'd love to see her saved.
We want them saved, but they might need to go in the crystals, though. I don't know. I don't know if we can do that.
Man, we don't want to put too much in the way of coming to Christ.
They got 10,000 years to think about it. That's.
Oh, are we talking about purgatory now?
No, it's the crystals. We're overplaying the crystals
So
meme
true.
maybe a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Right? Do you feel
it's
pretty
looking
good?
Yeah, I'm still mad about Virginia.
Polymarket has never had a presidential candidate with that high a percentage chance to win, and they had him up over 72% earlier.
72? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it was 72.7. Hey, we're
should've
going to
put
try to get
$100 on
somebody to
Kamala
send.
at that point.
So, a buddy who's actually in Tom Askell's church did a few different types of recordings. He ran my song through AI, and I'm going to try to get him to send it to you guys so you can play it.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. You want to play the song?
Yeah, sure.
Dude, do you want to?
Whatever.
How is it an option?
Yeah. Well, we believe in Terry out here because he
I'm
doesn't
trying
have any
to-
I
headphones.
can hear a little bit, but
Yeah,
not
well, you should set the headphones down and turn them up.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Might get some feedback that way.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we don't. We're gonna try anyway. So, yeah. What do you are you familiar with the song, Terry?
No, give me elaborate.
He didn't get to
Oh,
hear
he
it.
didn't get to hear it.
Translate.
Oh, he didn't get to hear it. Oh. I'm sorry. Well,
So-
I'll sing it for you.
NBC exit polls have independents R+4 in Arizona, which would be huge if that's true.
Huge if true.
I hope so.
There's a large number of independents on there.
Yeah, there are. Man, he's got to win Arizona. He's got to win Nevada too.
He's got to win Virginia, man. He doesn't have to, but like,
but if he does, it's a huge.
Yeah.
it's a huge deal.
Hey guys, does
yeah, I can't
Terry
hear him.
is
No,
Terry
go ahead,
Gant
go ahead.
contributing there?
I'm staying in. I'm good.
Is Terry Gant contributing?
Oh, he's
Come on, man.
contributing.
Terry needs to be your
Moral
color
support.
guy.
Is he going to win Virginia, Terry? That's what we want to know.
Well, I keep refreshing to see where he stands, and he's still ahead.
Okay.
Not by much.
What percent are you in?
Well, I can't see it now because I refreshed.
Virginia, currently we're looking at 54% of the vote in. It's 49.7 Trump to 48.4 Kamala. So it's a nail biter. But, you know, it just, again, the early returns, I know I'm going to be a broken record, but they usually favor Democrats. So it really just depends on how many votes that they are holding back in Fulton County, because Fulton County, Loudoun County. Loudoun County is the Blues stronghold near D.C. that usually they hold everything back until the last minute. And that will ultimately probably be the determining factor if those results aren't out yet.
New York Times has shifted Michigan to a 50-50.
yes.
What was it before?
He was
It
going
was
to
Lean
lose.
Harris.
All
Yeah,
right.
Leading Harris. Yeah.
Andrew
I
Isker.
think he's going to flip Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Andrew, check your signal.
Okay.
Oh, secret messages.
Secret. Okay, hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. We could play the whole thing. Here we go. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Right now.
Why don't you tap it in there? Check your message on
I
there.
don't have signal on this computer. Let's play it. Whoa.
You're listening to 202.5 Gooder Nation FM. To all the friends in other places, this broadcast is for you. This is the tribute cover EP for the Gooder Nation Band's debut single, Gooder.
Oh. No.
Oh, man.
No, I lost it.
That's not it. I mean, that's part of it. You need to go back. Go back.
That's
to
not
the
it.
I'm
beginning.
going back. I'm losing it
He
all.
gave like 5 different versions, and that's like the barbershop culture.
Around, yeah, you can't miss it. They're grooming kids with drag queens. Dudes in skirts, women's restrooms. Dudes in women's sports and locker rooms. Dudes tucking in one-piece swimsuits. Dudes need Jesus, and we do too.
That's verse 2.
Grandpa said, son of man's faithfulness is proven on the front lines. My grandkids need you to engage today. Tomorrow's too late. Dad's gotta get the good news everywhere. Gotta lead, gotta care, gotta see.
I like this one.
We love God, we love others. The golden rule, we treat you like brothers. Christ is Lord, and when we say Christian nationalists, we mean it's gooder than trans and kids.
There you go.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so
It's,
good.
it's the,
You're not going to get this on Daily Wire.
No,
No.
you're not. No, you are not. Sorry.
See, you started playing it from verse 2, and then it caught the bridge, but
Okay.
you know,
Dusty,
it's
I think you're muted.
adequate.
No, he's not.
And we got him. You have him muted. Yeah. Technical difficulties here on the podcast. All right. What news do we have, CJ? What's going on?
I'm just watching. I don't think there's been any more drops here. Like
You're watching videos of a baby hippo.
I'm watching whatever Elon's social network gives me here.
Man,
Let's see.
you guys are at the front line. Baby hippo.
Yes, sir.
I'm so glad I joined you. Thank you, CJ.
So,
Is this like a different poly market?
Yeah.
Dusty, we had Charles Haywood on earlier, and we were asking him about the future of the conservative movement.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to take place, especially now that I think a big white pill was that Amendment 4 failed? I think we were really nervous about that because, of course, it's the most heavy Republican state that we have. And if that would have lost, I think that would have shredded the little bit of credibility that the pro-life movement still has. So what do you think is going to happen as far as the coalition between, faithful Christians who vote Republican versus what others are often calling Christless conservatism? I mean, I think either way, we're going to have that conversation, regardless of the outcome of tonight. But I'd love to hear your take on it.
Yeah, I don't know what Haywood had to say, and he's going to be far better at this than I am. I'm the new guy, and I didn't even get a fake headbutt. So I'll give you some perspective. Like leading up to this race. Barna was reporting that 63% of Christians voted in the 2020 election. They were projecting 50% of Christians for this election. I think you saw some demoralization of some of the Christian base, especially with the first night of the RNC. And then, nights 2 and 3 got a little bit better. But I don't know how much of that was some just Christians trying to push back and say, if things don't change, you're not going to mobilize us. But and it'll be interesting to see on the exit polls how many Christians actually did come out and voted, especially at the presidential level. I know a lot of those who said they weren't going to vote on the presidential level were voting on the down ballot issues. But the effect. It's still up in the air a little bit because we've got to see what Trump's going to do. I guess I don't know if you've talked to William Wolfe yet, but one of the things that William would talk about is that Trump's rhetoric versus his he's not a legislator in that sense, but the way he ran the office was different than his rhetoric, and I think some of that is we've got to see it proven out to see if he's really going to mobilize. But whenever you heard him come out for the homeschooling tax credits, I think that was him trying to recapture some of that the Christian conservative base. I think that proves he knew he had done something that was not mobilizing them, and he needed to act. I think whenever he heard that I was calling for the tax repeal, he changed his tune and started calling for tax repeal.
Yeah,
that had nothing to do with me, but at least we can say it did. And we do. Do what?
And we do.
Yeah. Why not? So we'll have to see. But what I think the real future is in the states. The states have to recognize that really the battle is there. And whether Trump said that the battle on abortion, for example, was a state's battle, but he did flex his bully pulpit against Arizona and against Alabama. I talked to legislators there. I was actually between committee meetings last session talking to Alabama legislators on how to argue on IVF, and Trump then came out and blew it up, and he did the same in Arizona. So, the states is where the fight is going to be. And when we look at the states and how things are going in this election, I was looking over the Oklahoma. You've got, at least leading up to the primaries, there was across, I think, 17 different states, there was a major shift into stronger conservatives. And a lot of those were strong Christian conservative candidates. And just take, for instance, the Freedom Caucus. They had over 100, it was around 106 candidates out of 117 or 122 that actually won. And that's massive. The Freedom Caucus is known to be the furthest to the right in all these states. And they had massive wins and unseated a whole lot of seats. I'm going to give a shout out to Jeff Wright since he's watching and messaging me at the same time. Jeff, you called it. So what we see in Oklahoma, for example, is we had the pro tem elect unseated by a nobody candidate who he's a strong candidate, but he was nobody on the political scene. And we saw several strong candidates get unseated by grassroots efforts, and the numbers are playing out right now as well. So it's I think what we're going to see is the states really stepping up and the grassroots finally recognizing we've got to do something. And I will say this, I know I've gone on a bit of a rant here, but I've had so many, I get calls all the time, Christian men who call and say, how do I run a campaign? I've been strongly encouraged by what I've seen from Christians who are in legislation, who become legislators, and I'm ready to step up in the fight. And they want to know what to do. And look, my recommendation is always start at the precinct or the county or the district level, get to know the people who are involved there, see how you can serve the people in your area. And really serving those people is serving your children in their future. And ultimately Christ deserves it. He deserves the honor. That's first. Second, it's we are commanded to lead for his glory and the joy of others. And that's really what it is to love your neighbor. It's not slap a mask on it and slap a jab through their veins, but to see Christ promoted in every sphere of influence, not just in the church and not just in the home, and not to be pietistic in that sense, or pietist in that sense. We want to be pietistic in our personal holiness, but you understand what I'm saying. And I'll just let it go from there. Yep.
Let me just throw a question in. So this represents like a major break from the last, I don't know, call it 40 years of Christian evangelical approach to politics, which is to basically say that let the world do what it is going to do, and Christians should stay out of it. So why are Christians getting involved again? Why is there so much interest? Why are people looking to you for guidance and how they can get involved?
Well, I think that, ultimately it's because of the grace of God that we're seeing application post-COVID. I think God was calling the church to repentance, that we were seeing that judgment comes to the house of the Lord first. And that judgment is not condemnatory for those who are in Christ. It's a discipline from a loving Heavenly Father. And that discipline called us to a new obedience. And that's what repentance is. If you look at I'm a Baptist, so I look at the Baptist Catechism from the 1690s. And the Baptist Catechism, says, what is repentance? And it says, repentance unto life is a saving grace, whereby a sinner, out of a true sense of his sin and apprehension of the mercies of God in Christ, does with grief and hatred for his sin turn from it and unto Christ with full purpose and new obedience. And that's exactly what I think we're seeing post-COVID. God woke up the church and he said, they are going to come in, they are going to attempt to shut your churches down, and they're going to close down all these all your businesses. You're not going to be safe. You guys are the ones that are on the chopping block, because the evil truly sees that the Christians are the bulwark against their tyranny. And so I think COVID really woke some people up, and you had some of the old writings. People started going back to their fathers and honoring them. That's from the Reformation history, and then from our Puritan and Pilgrim forefathers who came over. They were recognizing we had this knowledge, we lost it, and by God's grace, we're regaining it.
Great answer. I totally agree. I want to get back to the election map here. It looks like we got some breaking news that Decision Desk has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. Huge win. North Carolina is a very key state in all this. And he's also, like, despite Decision Desk's earlier call on Virginia, he's got a nice little, it's not solid, but it's a nice little lead in Virginia. And Georgia, I think they should call it Georgia. Like, Georgia's taken for Trump. Georgia, of course, is one of the states where how long did they take last year or last cycle, Andrew? Like 2 weeks?
They had a runoff.
Fog, man.
Remember, they had a runoff. Mm-hmm. So we actually did not know everything for Georgia as far as like the Senate and a lot of these other down ballot measures, especially until basically right before the inauguration.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they're going to call it for North Carolina here. That puts him close. He's above 160 now. Right?
Hey, Polymarket has Trump at 75.4%.
How many electoral votes is Virginia?
75%, Dusty?
75.4. That's the highest it's ever been. Trump's breaking his own records.
Man. Oh, I hope.
Andrew,
Andrew,
why are you blackpilling, dude? What's wrong with you?
I was just a little bit nervous.
A little bit nervous. I can see the sweat from here. Pull your tie.
CJ's sweating way more than I am.
Take your jacket off.
Yeah. No.
Start eating some ice.
I can't. I was. Maybe it's PTSD from 2020, right? Everyone's attacking me. Now I know how CJ feels all the time.
Always attacked. It's made me stronger.
I mean, we have some super chats here, Dusty, and some of the people want to hear from you. One of them, I mean, this is a tough one, right? They're going right at you, kind of talking about the elephant in the room and the controversial stuff. But from Grey Duck. I only had one bush light. It's not that. From Grey Duck. Hey, Reverend Deevers, love you, man. Can you disavow the abolitionists throwing away their votes to write you in?
I'm not going to disavow anybody, man. Come on, that's
of course. Yeah, it's. I asked it because it was a super chat, but
yeah, you gotta ask your super chats. Those guys are giving you money and they control you. So you gotta. I'm joking. Dude, I wish I had a super chat right now.
Yeah, but I guess more. The way I would phrase it more delicately, I mean, you kind of already did, where you're like, I think it's kind of silly to vote for me, write me in. But as far as like electoral strategy and things like that, it seems like there's been a lot of controversy over can Christians vote for Donald Trump? And I mean, good, decent Christian folks are going to disagree, right?
Yeah.
But I guess speak about that a little bit. I mean, how do you counsel people in your church? Like, you have a lot of abolitionists in your church.
Are you nervous, Andrew?
No, it's the feedback. I keep hearing myself.
I mute myself when I talk. Mute Dusty when you talk.
Yeah, I'll mute myself here. Okay, so anyway, I muted myself, so now I'm not going to stumble over my words and sound like a drunken fool, or sound like Kamala Harris.
Sure, it'll go perfect.
Right, but I guess just speak on that, because you have people in your church that are abolitionists, and they have very strong opinions about this. You probably have other people that are like, no, we should vote for Donald Trump. You need to tell these people they have to vote for him. I mean, how do you manage that? How do you deal with that as a pastor?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we've had several meetings with the guys in our church, with the men in our church, and talked about voting. We've met after church and we've brought them all together and we've said, guys, you have to take the Lord's Supper together. And the way you treat each other is a statement of what you believe about the supper, about our unity in Christ. And if you're going to, you can hold your position, but you need to hold it with your conscience clear before God. Whatever you pray would happen. Vote in accordance with what you pray and what Paul tells us to pray, that you would pray for peace and pray for the good of your neighbors. And some guys are going to answer on both sides of that. And we have really tried to draw in and say, we're not going to bind your conscience on some of these things. Look, there's going to be a lot of people who aren't content with my answer on that. And I understand that. I'm not gonna try to weigh down heavily on those guys, but we want to try. Look, the conscience is something that we must stand before God with. It's not good or right to go against your conscience, but at the same time, the conscience can be seared. The conscience needs to be trained because the conscience is not infallible. There are things positions that I hold now that I didn't hold 3 or 5 or years ago. So I want to be patient with our brothers and tell them to be patient as well, because it's extremely important to have a humility before others with the nature of our conscience. So, man, we've talked to them. Look, you've got guys who are in our church who are voting for Trump because they see the love of their neighbor is just as important for their born neighbors and for their own children, and they see an existential threat from what the left is attempting to do, and that they might not ever get to vote again. And there's a whole lot of people that are saying that and really believe that before God, they have a duty not just to their preborn neighbors, but to their born neighbors as well, and their children, their families. And there's guys on the other side who voted for me, probably were in those states that they could write in, who didn't vote in the presidential election, who will make the same argument and say, if I'm going to vote for a candidate that I think is pro-abortion, who has very, very clearly signaled that he's pro some child murder, and he's got a wife who has written a book that has trumpeted, no pun intended, has trumpeted, pro-choice talking points, then they're wondering how longhoused he might be. Even though he's a strong man, is he longhoused and he's going to listen to her more than the word of God? And they don't see any reason to see him really pushing a Christian standard on this and giving equal protection. So they have their biblical arguments too that say, look, we are going to fall headlong into judgment, and we need repentance. So, man, look, I'm not going to win friends and influence people with that argument, I don't think, because some people want me to come out on either side. And I just want to say I want to have humility towards my brothers. I want my brothers to have humility towards each other and be able to take the Lord's Supper with each other. And we've talked about this regularly. If you need to repent to somebody in the church or somebody outside our church, then what's extremely important that we often overlook is be eager to maintain the unity of the Spirit and the bond of peace. Let brotherly love continue. You're talking about the inner life of the Christian that you can really see in the one another's of Scripture. In Romans, Paul talks about outdo one another in showing honor. And I see one of the biggest problems that we have right now is that we take our biggest artillery that should be targeted downrange against these existential threats, and we turn our biggest guns into and shoot each other when we're there in the trenches with each other. And that's not to say that we can't take our, have guns in our trenches. And I said this at the Fight Left Peace conference, that we should be shooting each other with rubber band guns rather than our big artillery. And when we shoot each other with the rubber band guns, don't tell the world, we don't need a Hegelian dialectic to take us over. We have the word of God and the rule of Christ and the Spirit of God in us. So we should pursue unity with each other.
Amen. There's some big news now, CJ. Would you pulled up the poly market?
The poly markets are exploding for Trump now.
Yeah, 80% for Trump.
Yeah. And I think that's based on Virginia, Ohio. Ohio is about to be called. Kansas, obviously, but that was a win. But Georgia and Ohio, that's getting him close. Like, he's right on the edge. I think Virginia, and it'd be over. So it's I mean, the West is still an hour out, I think.
So a few things that are noteworthy. Decision Desk, you mentioned that they called North Carolina. They did call North Carolina, but they also called Virginia for Kamala. What's interesting is they are the only outlet that I've seen so far that have called either of those states.
Didn't Fox call North Carolina?
They called South Carolina earlier. But Kamala is currently behind in Virginia, yet they've called it. So they must know about some incoming ballot drops that we are not privy to. Because they're officially calling counties, both of those states, whereas most other outlets, currently looking at like CNN, for example, and the AP, both currently have Trump ahead in Virginia as we speak, with about 60% of the vote being counted. So, and neither of those have called North Carolina either. They show Trump is winning by almost 4, but none of them are counted. Minnesota actually, it looks like there's almost nothing. It's basically insignificant.
It's less than 1%.
But Trump is ahead in that less than 1%. So
he's going to win Minnesota by exactly 2 votes.
Yep.
So I can just tell you that right now. There's a few more super chats here from Brandon Raby. I hope I pronounced your name right, Brandon. Deevers 2028 confirmed. Right? Are you running, Dusty? Is that going to happen?
You know what? I'm going to run as hard as I did this year, at least.
All right, let's go. It's between you and JD Vance right now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, JD.
Okay, some more super chats here. Ian Burke Perry, millions must be deported. I would even say tens of millions. Peter B, $1.99 from you. Thank you, Peter. And a couple more. They want me to do some impressions. Maybe we'll do those. We'll save those for later. I need to work on my.
You show me yours. I'll show you mine.
Yeah, look at my Arnold impression. I can't do a Kamala impression. I'm sorry, guys. I can try, but it'll be terrible. I'll do it because you're paying me.
North Carolina for Trump.
What? Oh, sorry, I missed. What did Dusty say?
Barris just called North Carolina for Trump. That's good. I would trust Barris's judgment over most. So
excellent. Oh, I'm feeling good, guys.
I'm gonna mark it.
My God.
Yeah, now that the results are in.
Andrew, you are something else, man.
Well,
I'm marking it. North Carolina. There you go, Andrew.
Yeah, none of you guys.
For you, I'm marking it.
Yeah, none of you guys have watched me watch a Vikings game. And so you need this is just how it goes. My wife can tell you, like, this is how it happens. Like, it's like they could be up by 3 touchdowns, and I'm biting my nails with 2 minutes in the fourth quarter because you just never know. So this is how I'm sorry. This is the only time I get nervous about stuff. It's things like this.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, it's like we are gonna win always, no questions asked. So the real me will be back. Maybe Thursday if we record on Thursday. Are we recording Thursday?
Are we?
I don't know.
It needs that long to recover.
Yeah,
I mean, you're gonna be up all night. You might. We're not getting any younger.
Tomorrow.
I don't know if we're gonna need to be
Hey,
up
I
all
can
night.
give you guys an update on the.
I don't know.
hold
Like
on.
something crazy is gonna happen.
Yeah,
What's that?
yeah,
Oh,
go ahead,
yeah.
Dusty.
Yeah,
That's 178 on that.
Let me
What is that?
refresh it
Is that
real
a
quick on the
prediction, Matt?
judicial
we haven't
retention.
put
And like I
North
said, most of
Carolina
you guys, you know, I just want to use this as an example. There's 70% of the vote has come in for. There's 3 of those Supreme Court judges that we are voting to not retain, and this was an excuse me. This was an unprecedented get out the vote for judicial retention. And it just shows that if you've got your grassroots unified on an issue and you've got a lot of your, at least your real right conservatives on an issue, they can make an unprecedented move. So right now with 70% or so of the vote coming in, we are just above neck and neck on a no vote for the retention on all of them, and we're 14 votes difference in one of them, and the no is ahead. So it's very tight. When we talk about, does my vote even count? 14 people. That's shorter than the number of people that are in the building in these lines that have voted, and it's going to be neck and neck down to the wire. Over 1 million votes so far on that one race. That's huge.
They're saying we're seeing the real Andrew right now. He's nervous. He's worried.
No.
No.
We're just giving him a hard time.
We're gonna win.
We're gonna win.
Hey, are you popping blue and red and white and black pills all at the same time?
Yes,
Andrew?
yes, he is.
I'm mixing my meds right now. It's bad.
Oh,
It's a dangerous cocktail.
So here, like, another indication is that the left is starting to melt down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, they're starting to scream out that America is racist, and they can't believe that, the fascist is so popular. So this is like, 2016 vibes, and this is why we're doing this.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
This is what we're here for.
It's time
folks.
to dance.
Yeah.
The financial markets are also reacting as if
Yes.
Trump victory is coming.
Bitcoin is climbing.
Yes, the
That's always
dollar's
a
climbing.
sign.
Interest rates are climbing.
I'm not going into crystals, guys. I'm not going to. Just stop saying that. I predicted he'd win 538 electoral votes. So I don't know, man.
Oh man, so
This is a good super chat. from gotta take these off from some friends of mine. From Pete and Bjorn, if Trump wins Minnesota, do you think the Vikings will win the Super Bowl? And will Andrew stay in Minnesota? Well,
I think that ship may have sailed.
I mean, probably on both counts. I don't think. I think he could win Minnesota. I'm white pilling on that. So just everyone quiet. I'm white. He's gonna win Minnesota.
Hey, Connor.
The Vikings winning this. I mean, if Jared Goff blows his knee out this weekend, then maybe they win the Super Bowl. But I think it's. I mean, this is football talk now. This is what everyone's tuned in for.
Yeah.
Guys, I think Trump's probably going to be 312 plus.
312?
That's so awesome.
Is that what you said, Dusty? I'm sorry.
Yep, 312 plus.
Let's go. Yeah, so we. Let me turn this off quick. I can't do it.
I know
it's
it's
feedback.
hard.
It's tough.
That's why.
So when Dusty talks, I'm gonna throw these back on quick. We're working out the setup.
That's so weird. I don't have
all of it.
feedback.
You don't
on
have
that.
any feedback at all.
Try mine, CJ. See if you can hear Dusty without the delay.
Okay. Anyway,
Dusty, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Is this on?
It's much easier. I don't hear myself.
I don't
twice
know.
then.
I don't know why that is.
Interesting.
But
Here, let me have those ones.
yeah, luckily they're long.
Okay. Oh, this is so much better.
Just watch the cable.
So, I'll try not to knock all the
So
CJ
guys,
stuff
I think
over.
some of the question has got to move to at some point. It's got to move to what happens between 11:05 and 1:20.
11-5 and 1. 11-5. Oh, tonight you mean?
Between now and January 20th.
Oh, the dates. Oh, yeah.
You know, I think some of what you saw with the mainstream leftist propagandist media was them pulling back. CNN, MSNBC, the others were pulling back from Kamala these past few days because I think they saw that Trump winning was a foregone conclusion. And I talked to Steve Deace and Doug Wilson and a couple of others at the conference this weekend, and they're pretty concerned or confident even that the left is going to come after Trump after he's inaugurated with, and the new COVID will be the economic collapse and even calling in the debts from these other foreign countries.
Oh man, I mean that is an interesting point on the currency and financial implications. But I think on the question of will there be violence? Will there be shenanigans from the deep state? Those are things that are going to be unresolved. I mean, it's just hanging out there like that. I think maybe. I mean, you even see today, as far as foreign policy stuff, you see some of these reports of bomb threats being called into polling places, and they're blaming it on Russia. Like that might be the tactic that they use to cast aspersions on the election. Well, the Russians stole it because they called in a bunch of bomb threats, right? I mean, the calls were traced to the Kremlin when it's they just rerouted them from, the Langley building in Virginia or whatever, like that those kind of things. So I think it's possible that there will be if he wins and it's like a blowout, right? If he wins 300 plus electoral votes, could that be what happens? That they do the Russia thing again? Maybe. But what do you think about that, Dusty? We got Josh about to join us, I think, as well.
Yeah, and I can peel off. I know that there's a couple of other chats or live streams I'm supposed to jump on as well, but I do expect. Look, I think chaos is their game.
Yeah.
Between now and January 20th, and
yeah,
they've already tried to kill Trump a couple times. Why wouldn't they do it again? And if that happens, they're going for broke, and they don't care if there's a total collapse. They never really cared if there was total collapse. So with that said, I do think that we should expect that they are going to use not just lawfare, but economic warfare to come after Trump, to shut down his ability to redirect all of his attention and efforts. But it could be that when you've got RFK and Elon, and he's got a few other folks, we don't know who all is going to be involved, but when you've got those guys involved and they're spreading out the target, they're making them shoot at all these different directions. I think that's going to, it's going to neutralize some of their effort. If they go after Trump, well, they're also going to have these other fronts that they're going to have to do battle on. So, it could be that Elon ends up taking, getting a massive opportunity. They're using lawfare against him. It's unreal how many lawsuits he's in, but it could be that he shifts enough attention if they focus on Trump so much that he is able to get some things done, and then they'll have to refocus back on him. And I think we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not a prophet on those things.
No, me neither. I mean, maybe it'll be nothing, right? Maybe nothing ever happens will rule the day. But something's happening tonight, I think.
Yeah, let's get over to Josh again.
Yeah, you want to say hi to Josh with us, Justin, before you?
Yeah, sure.
Before you jump off.
Love Josh.
All right, let's bring him in. There he is.
Good evening, gentlemen. Calling you from the Jackson County GOP party official watch party here. So the event center started to thin out. Some of the people in the crowd had young kids, and they had to get them home for bed. But the feeling in the room is electric right now. People are feeling really good. In fact, just broke open the Weller 12 year here to celebrate Tennessee being called very quickly for Trump. There was a yell that went up in the room. It sounded a little bit like the rebel yell. I don't want to say it was the rebel yell because that may offend certain viewers, but it sounded somewhat like that. But very, very good energy in the room. I think that, as you know, when you're sitting watching cable news, sometimes it's hard to chop through the numbers. And so, people are waiting. People are really watching Pennsylvania and zeroed in on that, wanting to understand what the numbers mean as they come back. It appears that Trump is down, but climbing out of a hole right now. But of course, people with access to better numbers often understand where the remaining vote is out in those counties. And so I think people are very curious right now in this room where that stands. But obviously other states, Georgia and North Carolina, look to be in very good shape. And overall, the mood is pretty good here right now.
Yeah, I mean, most people are calling North Carolina. That looks to be in the bag. And then, he's had Ohio since last time we talked. That's done. Pennsylvania, of course, got off to an early blue start, but over the last half an hour, 45 minutes, they've really narrowed that lead, which is, of course, what we expect. Blue starts early. Red comes in at the end. So I think that Pennsylvania has a really good chance of flipping. In fact, I'm just looking at these numbers here, scrolling Twitter, and it looks like, Trump's favored to win by 1 point in Pennsylvania by the time the count is almost over. Although Pennsylvania is like the singular state where they've said they're going to have the biggest delays in the final count. So pretty optimistic about Pennsylvania. But again, this Pennsylvania could be a 3-day run. Georgia's still looking strong. Still very surprised they haven't called it yet. Virginia's, Trump's holding his lead in Virginia. No one else has called the Virginia for Harris decision desk. I think they'll regret that. So that's kind of where we're at, from my end. We're starting to see things trickle down from Wisconsin and Michigan. Harris went in early, predicted to lead in Michigan, but I think it's still 50-50 now, which is solid for Trump on Michigan.
Very good. Do we have anything back from Oklahoma yet, Senator Deevers?
Yeah, we've got a lot. We were talking about the retention votes on the judges, the 3 liberal judges on the bench, which would be huge if we got rid of all 3. But it looks like we're going to at least get rid of 2. It appears, which is unprecedented to go after these justices. And man, that'll be massive. We've got a lot of the good guys winning. Some races are very tight right now. Trump, he's at 67.3%, and Kamala's at 30%. So, I mean, that's not even close. And we knew that was going to be the case. But Oklahoma, it's strongly red.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. And I think the other thing, you guys have probably already talked about this, but this room was really heartened to see amendment initiative number 4 voted down in Florida. A lot of people in the party here are very actively watching the abortion fights, and I think that's a big thing nationally, because ever since Roe was struck down, the narrative has been pro-life initiatives can't win even in red states in electoral politics. And so I think the fact that Amendment 4 was struck down in Florida puts a lot of wind in the sails for abortion opponents, nationally right now. So really, people were fired up about that in this room, at least. So good to see.
Josh, you still watching the poly market?
I'm sorry?
Are you still watching the betting, the odds on the betting?
I haven't checked it recently.
Yeah, it's up over 80% now.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Yeah. I've been watching the New York Times needle, which I love watching that. Of course, 2016 we sort of all famously enjoyed that needle, but that's solidly in the lean Trump territory now. Continues to move further into lean Trump territory. So, for whatever stock you might put in that, that's a heartening sign.
Yeah, and it looks like, I'm seeing the clips are starting to trickle out of MSNBC melting down. So
we should try to play
I'm
some
sorry,
of this.
I'm actually being joined by the president right now. So,
Oh, there he is, Mr. Trump.
Any comments for the show, sir, Mr. President?
I appreciate everybody's doing. We're gonna make it great again. It's gonna be big league. It's the greatest thing. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever done it. We're gonna do it.
Amazing.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Are you going to win Tennessee, sir?
I'm going to win Tennessee. We're going to win about 35 states, at least.
Maybe 40.
All 50.
Yeah,
You're
that's
my
right.
number one podcaster there, Josh, and I'm proud of you. Everybody knows it. You're the best.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Anyways,
Isker needed that. He's been blackpilling all night. He needed that.
Maybe he can swing by the studio after the party here. So.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be wonderful.
Right.
Maybe he
Well,
could bring some snacks.
I might need some of that whiskey when you.
Maybe
when,
it may or may not be here, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll bring some snacks. We'll make sure you guys are provisioned.
Yeah,
and
we're
as you can
coordinating
see,
live before 5,000 people.
yes, as you can see, it's good spirits in the room. People are having a lot of fun, and I think feeling pretty good about the evening. So.
All right, look at
Wonderful.
wait, before you go, we just got Georgia called for Trump from New York Times.
Let's go.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
huge win.
All right. Well,
refresh.
guys, keep holding it down there. Keep a close eye on the polls.
go.
Don't let them get away with anything.
That's right. We
care.
will be here the whole time. No 2 a.m. water main breaks here.
Yes. All right. Very good. Take care, guys.
All right. All right, now's the part where we sit back and we just see what they had planned for us.
That's
William
right.
Wolfe will be on
That's right.
shortly.
Oh, we
Is
got
he our
William
last
next.
guest?
Well, Dusty, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate
guests
your
are
time. You're the best, man.
Guests are hard.
No,
It's like the audience.
you're the best.
Well, thank you.
Hey, I love Terry Gant's color commentary so far. It's been great. You've got one of the most based guys on the universe, and he's just sitting over there, just hanging out.
He's holding it down here. He's keeping.
He's
me
trying
from
to
getting-
keep.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep you under control, Andrew.
That's right. That's right. I need
Stay
it.
out of the cocktail the pill bottles. Just
That's
stay out of the cocktail.
No black pills.
One
No
pill
black
will do
billings
it all.
or crystals await you. That's right.
He's energy.
Your crystals and your white pills await.
Is he right?
That's right. That's right.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Dusty.
See you, Dusty.
Yep.
Hey, real
All right.
quick, I just wanted to say, if I may,
Yeah, of course.
may I interject something? One of the greatest joys of my life was watching the meltdowns of the Hillary campaign
Yes.
as Donald
Yes.
Trump pulled away.
Oh my goodness.
And I've been very worried that this next generation of people are not going to get to experience that. So I'd like to point out something it's been coming on the feed in a few
Okay.
different places.
What do we got?
This is Reddit Gold, although someone has retitled it Reddit Crystal. And this is just a few headings for some subreddits, I assume. And here's what we have, right? First one, I feel sick. Sad face, sad emoji. Terrified ATM, that is to say at the moment. Next one down. God help us all. Sad face. We're in for a long night.
Yes, you are.
And my favorite, we're all gonna die.
Well, we are. Memento mori.
Oh wait, there's one more. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm running out of alcohol. I can't do this sober.
No, you cannot.
Well, there's no telling which side that's
I
coming
could
from.
it could be anybody.
That might be Charles.
Well, we have a few more super chats before we move to the 9 o'clock hour. We missed this one for Dusty. Dusty, when my wife and I moved to Oklahoma from Texas, can we hang out with you guys? I think the answer there is yes. I'll speak for Dusty.
He may allow it.
We will give him. We will give out his address directly to you.
We'll just write it on the live
We'll
stream.
put it on the air.
So that was that one, Brandon. Raby, 320 watching and 147 likes. Like the stream, y'all. I can say y'all now because I'm in Tennessee.
This is.
Yeah,
I
go
have
ahead and
made
like,
the decision to
subscribe.
adopt y'all, by the way.
Smash that like button.
Smash that like button, everybody.
Ring the bell
Yes,
for notifications.
I mean, I do have to go back to the other super chats. They requested these things from Tesseract, $5. Can we get Andrew's best "Screw Your Freedom" Arnold voice to remind them of what we put up with? Yeah, screw your freedom. But yeah, I can't believe that.
Beautiful.
Part of Project 2025 is every Arnold movie that is awesome has to have a disclaimer, like they do on some of these movies now, where it's like
Maybe offensive to.
Yeah, this was made in a different time.
he died after Kindergarten Cop. None of his life story existed after that. Tragically passed away. The next one, I can't do a Kamala voice. I just physically can't do it. Brandon Raby, $5. Andrew, give us your best. I grew up in a middle class household. Kamala voice.
Please don't.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'll mail you $5. I'm sorry. I can't do it, man.
I'm seeing that PA flipped red.
And
I'm seeing it trending red. Yes.
Yeah.
and then
New
one
York
more.
Times has the odds in favor of Pennsylvania going red.
Yeah,
right
one
now.
more from Papa
total
Alpaca. I'm drinking Irish tonight. Was that like Irish whiskey or was that or just?
I don't know, dude.
Don't drink too much.
I would assume.
we want to stay.
I would assume that's a reference to whiskey. Yeah.
Okay, but is it too early to start the "I love you guys" blubbering? It's never too early. All right, you can do
You can do
that.
that sober.
Yeah,
if you want.
I often do. So here we go. We've got William Wolfe ready to join us in a moment, but before we do, let's see. It is 9:01. So we're going back to Pharaoh Skincare. They are sponsoring the 9 p.m. hour, making all this possible. Right? This is this is a different setup for us. A lot of cameras and equipment and so forth. So to Pharaoh Skin, from Pharaoh Skincare, right? The FDA doesn't care about your skin. This is an RFK Jr. Make America Again Healthy ad, and it's true. The FDA does not care about your skin. That's why they let big companies poison you with harmful chemicals, petroleum derivatives, and seed oils. This election cycle has been particularly stressful. It's bad.
Andrew can feel. Yep, he can.
That's
vouch
hard
for
on
that.
your skin, man. It 100%. It is. Reward your skin today by going to pharaoh.life/Contra Mundum to save. Oh no. I'm losing everything. I'm a rookie at reading this. To save 15% off these miraculous creams to moisturize and feed your skin. We especially love the skincare duo. A vote for Pharaoh is a vote for glowing skin. So please go there, check them out. Thank you so much to Pharaoh Skincare. And Connor, do you want to read the Jettison Entertainment? This is also a sponsor.
Sure. So for those of you who
Sponsor
missed the announcement, go to jettisonentertainment.com and you can go ahead and sign up for a new media company that we are launching where you'll find Contra Mundum, Stephen Wolfe's The Lone Bulwark, Backwoods Belief, Forge and Anvil, and Pop Culture Coram Deo making a comeback. In addition to this, we're going to be putting up exclusive members-only content, so be sure to check that out. And we're going to have several new shows coming that have yet to be announced. So you can put in your email for free to be kept in the loop as we continue to upload our entire catalog of shows, or better yet, you can become a member to get exclusive content, support what we're doing, and help us to create new content that promotes Christ to a dying culture. All right, with that, we can bring on the man of the hour, William Wolfe.
William, welcome.
Welcome, William.
Wake up, CJ. Let's go.
Wake up.
So me,
Yeah.
you're the one. How's your black pilling been?
It's gone. We're gonna win.
We're back.
No black. We're so back.
All right, William. North Carolina went for Trump. Is that what you expected?
That is what I expected. I think I don't know where we're at in the totals there, but I was thinking North Carolina was going to go for Trump by about 2%. I don't know if it's a little bit closer than that, but unfortunately, I'm now stuck with a Dem governor, so that's unfortunate. But glad Trump's carrying the state.
Is that surprising to you?
It's actually not too.
They went for Trump, but they lost the governorship.
Not too surprising, unfortunately. North Carolina and Kentucky are some of the few remaining states from the Southern realignment that still regularly elect Democrats at the statewide level, including governors, lieutenant governors, attorney generals. I need to check in on Dan Bishop's race, but he's running to be a Republican attorney general in North Carolina, and we haven't had one in 100 years. So it's just kind of this hangover from the realignment.
Yeah. Well, I'm just watching this live, and it looks like PA's flipped. Yep, I have it here on CNN too. PA's red. And he's looking solid for a 1.5 victory as long as there's nothing crazy that happens in the next few hours or next few days, I should say. But that, I mean, with a PA victory, with a North Carolina victory, and a Georgia victory, I mean, Trump's over at 90% odds now.
Yeah, things are looking good. How's the stream been going for you guys?
It's been fun, man.
We're having a blast.
Andrew's been a little down, but
come on. I mean, I was nervous early, right? You're nervous. You got some butterflies in your tummy, right? Did they say that?
So I don't know if they say it like that. But I think the energy's been good. I think that this is kind of how we felt in 2020. I'm really curious to see if they actually have anything up their sleeve, if they're going to do anything at all. Charles Haywood thinks it's going to kind of be like solid until like a stream of lawfare and an actual coup attempt comes down the pipeline, as opposed to 2020 where there was just a whole bunch of voting halts at the end of the day, at the end of the night. This is basically, although I think we're farther deeper into a Trump victory than we were in 2020 at this point. I think that things are more solid than they were. I can't recall exactly, but I'm seeing the numbers are much safer for Trump.
I'm not seeing the Georgia call that you mentioned from New York Times, so I haven't actually marked it on.
No, I didn't see the call. I saw the spread still there.
So Trump pulling ahead, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Well, increasing his margin for Georgia. PA is the one that's flipping.
Right.
From blue to red, yeah.
Right. I thought you said Georgia was called, so I don't see it called yet by any outlets.
Oh, here's some good news. The RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots through the night after they plan to stop counting. They will not be able to pull off the late night mail-in ballot dumps that they used in 2020. So
awesome.
I was thinking that Trump had the opportunity to do the funniest thing. He should have gone back and found his tweet when he said "stop the count," as soon as the polls opened, where we started getting results, he should have retweeted and said "start the count."
Mm-hmm.
Start the count. That's right. Let's go. Oh man, that would be funny. I'm feeling good.
Things are looking solid. I mean, that's not going to hold.
Is Donald Trump going to lose Iowa by 3%?
No, not even close. No,
that Seltzer poll, you have to remember, she's also polled gubernatorial races where she was like 19 points off when Bob Vanderplaats ran. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, she's well respected because she's had a couple of moments where she was the outlier and she called it correctly. But it's kind of just like Nate Silver. They call one race correctly and suddenly they're a polling guru for the rest of their lives. And that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nate Silver, I saw some tweets on there that were hilarious, where he was like, "I'll bet you $100,000 that Trump doesn't win Florida by over 8%," and he's $100,000 poorer now.
One of the interesting things that's coming out right now is that people. I mean, the betting odds have Trump winning, but one of the things that MSNBC is doing right now is they're complaining about the electoral vote, right? Because it's anti-democratic or whatever, but it looks like Trump's actually going to win the popular vote too.
That would be the funniest.
That's the stretch goal,
New York
right?
Times is saying that he's going to win both.
You're right.
I mean, the real stretch scenario here is Trump pulls out Virginia, keeps the Rust Belt, maybe picks up Nevada as well, and starts ticking up towards like the 320s in the Electoral College and wins the popular vote. I mean, if he does that, then, Red Caesar, mandate from heaven, rock and roll, let's go.
Yeah. Where are you watching from, William?
Twitter.
Where else?
Are you in North Carolina?
Oh yeah, I'm in North Carolina. Yes.
He's living inside of Twitter right now.
I instead of going into the crystals, I've gone into X. So
Yeah.
actually, that's what we're going to do for the right wingers, right? All the libtards can go into the crystals, and we're going to get our consciences uploaded into X.
Okay, that's good. Definitely, we got to clip that and use that against you in the future. Big Neuralink fan here, William Wolfe. Well, I think I'm not good at math, right? I'm not very good at math. But if he wins Georgia and North Carolina and Virginia, he doesn't even need to win Michigan and Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, he'll need to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or North Carolina or Nevada.
No, Trump can lose Michigan and Wisconsin as long as he wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is still and he doesn't even need to win Nevada in that scenario.
Yeah.
That's a very close one, but it still gets him across the finish line.
I just want him to win all of them, right? Not have to worry about it, not to sweat it out. And I mean, he's got a chance to do that, to actually win all of them. So, I hope he does. I want it to be a blowout in the Electoral College. I want him to get a very strong mandate from the popular vote as well, because I mean, it isn't just winning isn't just enough. You have to win and have a mandate. And you bring that mandate in, and you can throw your weight around from day one, and in order to accomplish his agenda, he needs that, right? So say he gets this mandate, realistically, right? What do you think happens, William?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things here that needs to be a key priority in the Trump administration, if he wins Trump round 2, is doing absolutely everything he can at the executive branch level with or without Congress. And when we think of one of the top issues that we hope to see Trump address, which is immigration, he actually can. And so whether or not he can get, immigration bills to the House and the Senate, which frankly, he doesn't need a lot of those, he just needs to turn loose the Border Patrol, turn loose ICE. He can start mass deportations. He can move federal money around. This is actually something that I hope to see Trump be very aggressive on, which is using money that maybe Congress has allocated for, different buckets at DHS or ICE, et cetera, and just using them for mass deportations, whatever he needs to do, and making Congress challenge his executive authority to do that. I mean, this is a big battle between Congress and the executive branch in terms of the appropriations, how that money's supposed to be spent and used. I'm sure there's important legality there that needs to be respected to a certain amount, but I want to see Trump be very aggressive on that front. So day one, I think he can go after immigration. Day one, without Congress, he can also begin pardoning all these political prisoners. I don't know if anybody on your stream has mentioned that yet, but that's something that I really hope to see him do, which is day one, just start pardoning the political prisoners of the Biden-Harris administration. And so then when it comes to other pieces of his agenda, whether it's, other tax cuts or economic reforms, he is going to have to work with Congress. Then the margin in the House is going to be fairly slim. I think they'll expand their seats a little bit. If we have a really, really good night, they'll get up towards the high 220s. If it's not such a great night, they'll be in the low 220s. So that's not a lot of margin of error. I think they'll maybe get to 54 in the Senate on a very good night. So, there's not going to be a lot that can get done through Congress. And so Trump's going to have to lead out from the executive branch.
Are you, what are your plans, William? Are you going to go work for the Trump administration?
Well, let's see what happens tonight. Look, it's funny, guys. I mean, I earlier tonight when I was just having the gut instinct that Trump's going to pull this out again. I mean, I got so emotional because this has been such a ride. Like Donald Trump came and fought for the forgotten man, and he loves this country in a way that no other major politician on the presidential level has in a long time. Maybe Reagan, right? I know we certainly have our critiques of Reagan's policies and his agenda, but I think Reagan loved this country. But Donald Trump is truly a force to be reckoned with, and I would be so thrilled to see him win again. I like what I'm doing with the Center for Baptist Leadership. We just bought a house, right? So, we'll see. I want to be helpful. if he wants to call me, I'll certainly take it. We'll see what he has to say.
I got breaking news from Twitter is that Decision Desk has retracted their Virginia call.
There it is. Yes, I've been saying that for 2 hours.
Totally.
They called it way too early.
So have I.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. We've got some super chats for you, William. From Ian Burke Perry, $2. Chance H-1B visas reduced or eliminated? Eliminated.
Ooh, man, that's a tough one. I think that Stephen Miller is in the right position on those issues. H-1B visas are very popular amongst a lot of the Republican establishment. So I would hope to see them reduced and or eliminated. That would be a huge win. But I think that'll probably be slow going. I think that's the kind of thing that you get to after you staunch the bleeding, right? When it comes to the immigration system, we need triage. We have limbs that need tourniquets and bones that need to be reset. And then we can get to things like H-1B visas.
Mm-hmm. Totally. What do you think? What do you think the issues are? Like, what's driving this Trump surge? Is it the economy, or is it culture wars? Is it immigration? Like, what's on people's minds?
Well, I mean, it looks like the polls are showing us that it's the economy and immigration, right? The exit polls are ranking both of those much higher than abortion. Kamala made this really just satanic, ghoulish, ghastly play on the right to kill your children in the womb in the final weeks of this. And actually, I saw a pretty shock exit poll that was saying that who do you trust more on abortion, which is a ridiculous way to phrase it, right? But Kamala or Trump, and Kamala was only beating Trump by 6 points, which maybe that's an indictment on Donald Trump. But, I think that really it comes down to the economy and immigration, the price of gas, groceries, and being able to afford a house. I mean, people know that we're going in the wrong direction. And quite frankly, as I've said previously and elsewhere, Kamala Harris is just a historically unlikable and unpopular candidate, and people don't want to vote for her.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the this is one of the major themes of 2024 is that Trump was able to pull out people who just had no interest in voting. For such a long time, these people just didn't care about what was going on in Washington. He got them off the couch and to the polls to make sure that they put in their voice. Kamala has had the opposite effect. Nobody cares about her. She couldn't get the people that she needed in urban areas. I was actually really impressed with the lack of turnout and enthusiasm over the last 72 hours. They just completely died off. No one showed up. She's just not worth it to anybody. I think that's a massive mandate for Trump, like to win the popular vote and the electoral vote on that. The media really just has no argument.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, she was put in, to this position, vice president and then the Democratic presidential candidate, despite having zero success whatsoever at national level politics. She was an absolute failure in the primaries, and they picked her as a diversity hire, as a non-threatening hire for Joe Biden. I mean, he was forced to essentially pick a black woman. He really was. And so they picked her. And, guys, I'm really glad the Dems are like this, that they got rid of Biden and replaced him with Kamala, because I actually think that if vegetable Biden was still on the ticket, that he would be performing better than she is right now.
I think you're probably right about that. She is such a terrible candidate. I mean, and the media is able to dress her up and make it seem like she's a formidable candidate or something like that. But at the end of the day, for her to win, she had to be a candidate that was more popular than, Barack Obama or JFK or the most popular presidential candidate of all time, Joe Biden. And so, it's not this historic campaign where people, I mean, even she had these big rallies, and it was always fascinating to see. I can't remember which guy it was on X who tracks the GPS signatures of phones, but over half the people at these big rallies were at multiple rallies already, and at 6 or more rallies, and involved in the Hamas protests and things like that. And so it's a pretty clear indicator these are just people paid to show up for these things. Whenever she held more organic rallies, right, that were kind of open to the public, nobody showed up at all. I mean, she struggled to get 6,000 people. So she was not popular at all. And like enthusiasm matters in these races. Like people are like, oh no, like, yeah, there's tons of enthusiasm for Trump, but you need to drive turnout. You need to appeal to the middle and all of that. But at the end of the day, it really does matter that people just don't really care for her very much.
Yeah. No, on the Venn diagram of Kamala Harris's unlikable traits, it's essentially a circle, an overlapping circle of unintelligent and unlikable, right?
Yeah.
She not only has zero grasp or ability to communicate anything meaningful about policy when she's talking about anything other than abortion. That's like the only time that she can speak cogently and clearly. And quite frankly, she just is off-putting to people, right? So sometimes you can get away with being dumb if you are a gifted and likable individual, and she is neither. And guys, the Obama magic is so gone, right? It's like they went back to that well to try to like turn that cup upside down and see if they can tap out a few more, pieces of the fairy dust of the Obama magic. And guys, the hope and change just is not there anymore.
No hope, no change. I mean, this is a funny comment from Truttle. You'll like this, William. Imagine the Amish vote clinching Pennsylvania for Trump. What an indictment that literal Anabaptists are better politically than regime evangelicals.
Oh, yeah.
It's true. It's totally true.
Well, because the Amish haven't been reading TGC for the last 10 years.
I know. They've overcome their Anabaptist theology unlike Big Eva, which has badly messed up the church. CJ was gone for the review we did of that Stephen and I did of Matt Chandler's sermon, and it was just abysmal. It was so bad. I mean, it's even worse than just mere Anabaptist theology. It is this kind of pietism on steroids where none of these things really matter. The gospel is the thing that matters, and I think we definitely have to get over that kind of thinking. And my hope is that as things progress politically in the United States, that will have an effect on the church. That the church will be engaged, and it will have an effect on leadership in the church. I mean, especially like the Big Eva leaders are so like they're just trend chasers, right? They're just late to the party on everything, and I think they probably will catch up to us maybe in 10 years. Right? What do you think?
Years.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I can remember 2016 very clearly, living and working in Washington, D.C., being one of the few pro-Trump people at my church. And I love the church I went to there in many ways, very thankful for it. But just the truth of the matter is that the Sunday after Trump won, it kind of felt like a morgue at church. And my wife and I were one of the very few couples there that were actually excited. And at that point in time, all of the propaganda and the commentary and the opinion pieces coming from the Big Eva establishment was 100% anti-Trump. And there were very few countering voices. So guys, I'm actually, as I've been reflecting on this, I'm so encouraged this time around. Here we are 8 years later. We have organizations like American Reformer and Truth Script. We have books like The Case for Christian Nationalism and The Boniface Option. We have podcasts like what you guys are doing with Contra Mundum. Joel Webbin, Josh Dawes is out there mixing it up. We have Center for Baptist Leadership, and while we're not, while our groups aren't necessarily going out there and like making the case for Trump the way that maybe like Charlie Kirk and TPUSA are, which is great, love what they're doing. We're giving an intellectual biblical reasoning for getting engaged in politics, for voting to save our country, and to, quite frankly, for Christians to vote for Donald Trump. It's interesting. I have seen some numbers that look like Trump's vote count with evangelicals might even be a little bit lower this time around than it was the last two times. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I think that we can bring that back. He's certainly making it up with the blue collar workers in particular, who are not necessarily the most evangelical people in the world. That's just the case of the fact.
Okay, so the New York Times needle, right? The almighty New York Times needle is currently predicting both an electoral college victory and a popular vote win for Donald J. Trump. Right now,
there it is, guys.
He's at a 79% chance of victory with 295 electoral votes and a 0.4 lead in the popular vote. I mean, obviously, California is a huge, huge state that's going to probably determine the popular vote outcome.
Sure.
But, you know, we'll see. Oh, we've got
Iowa results in 2. Can we have a good laugh at this and talk about the nonsense of the mainstream, the propaganda media, and all of their just ridiculous clown puppets who jump at this. So a couple days ago, this lady, Ann Seltzer, released this poll that was saying that she thinks Kamala's going to win Iowa, and people were salivating over it. What's his name? What is the guy? His name starts with an A. He has Ukraine flag and Adam Kinzinger. Adam Kinzinger was just
all you had to do was say a guy that shoots a steel targets 10 feet away.
And, I mean, that was a total psyop, right? It was complete nonsense. And now Trump's taken Iowa, as we all reasonable people expected him to. It just goes to show you, like, we really need people to get mentally fortified about political discourse in our country, because like 90% of what you're going to encounter out there in the wild, unless you're following these good 3 people on the stream, is going to be total nonsense.
Yeah, it is. Like even that, like everyone's like, Andrew was blackpilling earlier. He was getting all over. Like when I saw that poll, I'm like, this is nonsense. And then you saw the crosstabs on it, which were absurd. And did you see the video of her? Like, she didn't even look at her own crosstabs and look at the sampling and how it was done. So it's like she didn't even do the poll. She just pushed out a made-up poll that the campaign probably did. Right? Actually, somebody should look into that. Right? Somebody should. Election interference. Maybe there should be an investigation. I don't know. Maybe Ann Seltzer isn't just going in the crystal; she's going to jail, right? For fraud.
Well, nobody said that we can't put the crystals in jail.
That's
right?
true.
Like that's certainly an option.
That's
but
possible.
Andrew, this gets at something you and I were talking about a couple days ago, which is, I'd say in the final weeks of this campaign, it became a very obvious shift from Trump running against Kamala Harris to Trump running against the media, to which you said, he's always been running against the media, to which I said, well, yes, of course that's true, but there's been an obvious shift. Like, Trump beat her, and now the media is stepping in like a backup quarterback to try to win this game in the, as Tim Walz says it, the final quarter of the game. And they went all out for her, like 100%. Yeah. And that's where I think a major Trump victory is not just a mandate for, conservative populist reform in the United States of America at the policy level. It's another like damning referendum on the propaganda media in this state, in this country, who really are the enemy of the American people.
Absolutely. 100%. All right. This is good. We got another super chat here from Timothy J. Martin for $10. Glad to be at a church where I know there will be a positive buzz. Speaking of which, boys, getting some pretty good vibes from these polls right now. Yeah. How are your vibes, CJ?
Vibes have never been higher. I've had high vibes all night.
He's been vibing out, man, the whole night.
I'm known for my vibes.
Well-known white pillar CJ Engel here. Absolutely.
He's my favorite progressive friend.
Progressive.
Sorry,
I think you mean
liberal.
Moderate
centrist.
Moderate. That's right. My favorite moderate centrist.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. No, I think we're doing. I mean, let's check in on Virginia. How's it going there? 0.4% lead for Trump. It's still tight.
It's tight.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know Virginia well enough to really have a good idea of.
Well, it's a big lift. I mean, from living in the DC area, right? Like the the Northern Virginia area is just completely saturated with Democrats. And to be clear, when I say Democrats, I mean all the people who work in the federal government. And so it's a huge lift. You need major turnout in the more rural areas, which I think we're seeing a good uptick in that. I'm not sure what the outstanding counties are. It's actually, sometimes it's the bluer counties in Virginia that get counted a little bit later in it. So it kind of, Virginia tends to actually go more towards the Democrat the longer the night gets. So, you know, if he loses it, it's going to be close.
Still surprised they haven't called Georgia.
It should have been called an hour ago.
It's sitting there at 90%
Decision Desk has called it for.
Oh, they did?
For
Okay.
Georgia for Trump.
Good.
It has him currently at 242 electoral votes, 28 votes away.
Yeah.
So Arizona is now trending Trump, which is great because currently for Arizona, we're looking at 51% of the vote in. So Maricopa is currently reporting 50 to 48 in favor of Kamala. Maricopa is really the big thing. So really the main thing that needs to happen for Trump's path in Arizona is high rural turnout in Mojave, Yavapai, and some of these other Gila County, some of these rural counties. And then we need to, I mean, he doesn't need to win Maricopa. He can lose it barely if turnout's good enough in the rurals. But really, ideally, it would be to flip Maricopa red and then lose by less in Pima County. Because Pima County is where Tucson is. It's a very liberal county. Currently, it's 62% coming in for Kamala to Trump's 36 at 50% of the vote coming in. But I mean, ideally, he's going to need Arizona unless, you know, he takes off Virginia from the board. But it's really possible right now because that 51% of the votes in, again, most likely it's election day voting that we still need to count. And election day voting, as I've said all night, usually favors Republicans. So the main thing, though, Stephen Richer is still head of Maricopa County for the election supervisor, and he is pretty much the single-handedly responsible for the shenanigans that happened in 2020. He's a total rhino. Luckily, he's been primaried. He's lost the primary, but of course, he's still in office until that takes place.
So guys, can we talk about Florida for a second and the difference in how these states are counting their votes? And here is, you know, you guys know I was not on the DeSantis train in the primary. I was Trump all the way. But here's some free advice to DeSantis and all the DeSantis fans out there, and to Donald Trump, quite frankly. If Trump wins this, he needs to make DeSantis the election reform czar of the United States of America. And we need to essentially pass a law that mandates every state in our country counts votes like Florida. Because if you look at what he's done with cleaning up the voter rolls, how efficiently they're handling it, I mean, the swing in Florida from where DeSantis just won on a razor-thin margin in his first race to, I think, winning by like 18 points in the second, to Florida going as big as it has for Trump now, that, yes, there's been increased population coming to Florida, increased conservative presence there, no doubt, increased conservative voters. But fundamentally, what they've done is they've cleaned up their voting rolls and their voting processes. And there is no reason that what was going on in Florida, we can't have in every state around this country. And so we need to make Ron DeSantis the election czar of the United States of America and make every state Florida when it comes to how we do voting.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, you could do that. I mean, if they can force every state in the country to make the age to buy tobacco 21 by using highway money, right, and just get around the Commerce Clause that way, then why can't they just say, all right, no federal highway money unless you have voter ID, unless you have same-day voting, unless you count. Run the same processes that they do in Florida to get the entire, tens of millions of people counted. How many votes is it in Florida? It was like 10 million, right? In like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Right. 2.5 hours it took them to count that many votes. And, Pennsylvania still is at 57. I mean, Maine is at 12%. Pennsylvania is at 57%. Yeah, 11 million votes in Florida, and 2.5 hours. That's all it took. That should be like, we're the United States of America. This is not a third world country. You should be able to count votes like that, right?
I think if you follow CJ's tweets from airports, he might think it's a third world country.
My what now?
You're tweeting from airports.
Yes. Billions.
That's true. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I tweeted this earlier and it didn't get near as much traction as I thought it deserved. So I'll say it here, which is that when I worked at the State Department, I was in tons of briefings with members of Congress and from our State Department, civil career bureaucrats, foreign service officers, etc., talking about election integrity in all sorts of countries around the world. Ecuador's having an election. Dude, Ukraine. I remember I was working at the State Department when Zelensky was getting elected. And I can remember us doing briefings and then, them talking about Zelensky and the security of elections in Ukraine. And whether it's the U.S. State Department or these other international bodies that do election monitoring and security, they would not look at what's happening in the United States of America and say, oh, yeah, that looks good. That looks like free and fair elections. Essentially, we're going around the world and holding these countries to other standards for performing their elections than what we are doing here on our own home soil. It's just totally ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This is a good tweet from Sean Davis, a good post, a good X-post. I need NFL Red Zone, but for garbage lib journos crying on live cable television. Yeah, we all need this. We'll watch the super cuts of it hopefully tomorrow, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be so good. But I think it's happening. Like I want to relive 2016, man. Watching Chuck Todd and Rachel Maddow crying on live TV. There's nothing like that I've experienced in my entire life. The sheer euphoria of seeing that on the that is wonderful. I want it to happen again so badly.
Man, I haven't had that feeling, I think, in 8 years, dude.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
We were denied it in 2020 and we're getting it back.
We're getting it back. I have to say though, like I think a lot of the members of the propaganda media, like secretly they do want Trump. Like it's such a facade. It's such a charade. Like, Trump is literally Hitler, blah, blah, blah. Trump is a threat to our democracy. Look, the guys who are in charge of these major media companies that run off of ratings and advertising dollars, dude, they want Trump to win. And all these people, they have 401ks. And they know their 401ks did better under Trump than they do under. Look, these people aren't such committed ideologues. They're not the real social justice warriors who are going to tie themselves to a tree or glue themselves to a street somewhere in a climate change protest. Like these people want to make money and they want high ratings. And Donald Trump is absolute gold for them on that front. So I think we'll see some performative meltdowns. The real meltdowns will probably happen on Reddit, and places like that.
Terry read us a couple. Yeah, they were great.
I think that, frankly, these people, they want Trump, man. Everybody wants Trump. Not everybody can admit it.
Listen to this. This is great. One Dearborn, Michigan precinct. The results are 332 for Trump, 293 for Jill Stein, 81 for Kamala Harris. Right. So the Muslims in Dearborn.
That's incredible.
They voted for Trump. This is amazing.
Thank you for your service, but you're going back.
Dude, sorry. You could be deported last.
You know what's hilarious is Trump is somehow the most pro-Israeli and pro-Arab candidate of all time. He's managed to walk this line of getting the entire pro-Israel lobbying complex to back him. And then also all these Arab voters are so mad at the Biden administration's handling of the Gaza war that they're voting for Trump. It's unity like we've never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And the flip side of that too is Kamala on her side, major segments are not happy with her on both ends of that spectrum, right? They don't like her and Biden's administration because of the war. And both sides think you're not doing enough for my side. And meanwhile, both of them are like, it would be better if Trump were president. It's amazing. It's great.
It's kind of like the Russia and the Ukraine war, right? It's like Trump approaches these international conflicts, these deep, long-running tensions, these territorial disputes and things like that. And I'm not trying to downplay anything, but he says, I want peace. He doesn't come out there and say, I want this side to win. I want that side to win. Or I'm on this side and let's go turn the other side to glass. He says, I want people to stop killing each other. I want people to live at peace. And so when both sides hear that, they hear somebody they can work with to get something that they want out of the peace and the negotiation and the settlement. And frankly, actually, there's been a lot of reporting lately that's been very buried on how Ukraine just continues to lose the war and Russia is winning. Like Ukraine is ready for peace. Like the Ukrainians are ready to negotiate peace with Russia. And, somehow that manages to appeal to both sides of the conflict.
Oh, wow. These are exit polls from CNN for Michigan. Among the Latinos, the Latinx, Donald Trump, 60%, Kamala Harris, 35%. That's unbelievable. I guess the Puerto Rico joke, right? They could take a joke, right? Joking is back. It's back. It's allowed. We can make offensive jokes again.
We're making humor great again.
That's right. Oh, this is good. I feel good.
What I would say is where we're headed right now. If it is so obvious that Trump is really winning in these substantial ways, and in all these various demographics, that there's no way that they're going to be able to pull off some sort of midnight ballot dump that would have any validity to it whatsoever. I think we're getting close to the too big to rig or the too obvious to steal. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Too obvious to steal election.
I don't know, man.
Trump.
Like
Pennsylvania, you're worried about Pennsylvania?
Well, they only need a few, like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada. Like they could still do this. I mean, these states have not. I mean, Wisconsin's fixed its problems. Pennsylvania has the most problems. Arizona and Nevada both have a lot of problems. And if and like Virginia is still just too close. So I don't know. Like
they haven't counted Lynchburg, Virginia yet.
Yeah, my boy Jesse Hughes. Oh, are you seeing Jesse's tweet?
I think Harris
Liberty
is going to take Virginia.
It.
So then
that would be amazing. That would be great.
The ghost of Jerry Falwell Jr. stalks the house.
Oh, this is amazing. This is great. Let's go.
In Arizona, Carrie Lake for the senatorial, she is currently running. Ruben Gallego has 52% to her 45%. So the real question becomes, if Trump carries the state, will he get a large enough margin to drag her all the way across the finish line? Because right now,
how much is in?
Is pretty big.
Yeah, what's the percent in?
So currently in Arizona, 51% of the vote is in. So there's definitely enough margin to still have it happen, but it's 52 to 45. So that's a 7-point margin. It's definitely possible, but usually that would require Trump to basically win the state by close to 7 points, because that's typical for Arizona. Usually the Senate drags behind Trump significantly.
Mm-hmm.
And now the New York Times election presidential forecast has hit likely Trump. We're in likely Trump area now.
Okay,
this is good news, guys. This is good. All of our hopes and dreams are coming true.
This is a great tweet. I have to. We're just reading tweets now. Here. I'm going through our timeline from the Middle Earth Mixer. The mouth of Sauron presenting Frodo's mithril shirt is the equivalent of the seltzer pole. That's too good. I had to read that. That's good. CJ's never seen Lord of the Rings, so he doesn't get it. Yeah, he's never read it. He's so anti-Catholic that he won't read Tolkien.
Gotta read it, man.
I've seen. Have you read the books though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Andrew. I know how to read.
Well, I know you've got a lot of books, but I just buy them. I don't read them.
Same.
Oh man, this is too much fun. I'm getting.
Liberty could flip it. Liberty could flip it. That would be amazing.
I think it's gonna happen. I think we got it.
Dude, I gotta say this, Eric. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Daughtry guy, Eric Daughtry on X with Florida Voice News. Man, he has been crushing it. Yeah, also, I mean, he looks like he's like all of like 22 years old. but his coverage, his stats, it's been very helpful, and he seems like he's been decently accurate in everything that he's been tracking.
Where's he work? Who's he
Florida,
with?
Florida Voice News.
Okay.
So shout out to Eric. If you're not following him, give him a follow for some good coverage.
Yeah, he's been great.
Yeah, we have a super chat here. We need this is from Sam P for $5. Love the stream. Get 80 Robles on and his reasonable Latino perspective. Yeah, I mean 80. If you're watching, text me and I'll send you the link. Yeah, come on. We'd love to hear. I mean, here's the thing. Like I've known and met a few Puerto Rican guys, and all of them would think that Tony Hinchcliffe's joke was funny. They'd actually probably think it's funnier than I do because I don't know that much about Puerto Rico. So, you know, people can joke. They can laugh about things. Yeah, let's get 80. Let's go. Let's get him on here.
It's okay to laugh.
Yeah.
When Trump is back in office, it's going to be okay to laugh again.
We're going to laugh again. We're
going to live, laugh, love, and make America great again.
Okay, the New York Times Needle. Here we go. New York Times Needle has Trump 67 to 56 in Wisconsin, or 60. Or this is percentages chance of winning. I think of likely. Yeah, so 67% chance for Trump in Wisconsin, 63 in Pennsylvania, 67 in Michigan, 61 in Nevada. 95 in Georgia, that's been called by most people. 95 in North Carolina, that's been called by most outlets, and 77 in Arizona. So, let's go. My biggest word. I'm not going to black pill. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to black pill.
I'm going to start black pilling now.
Yeah, now we're reverting to our natural form.
9:45.
This is the point.
This is the
in 2020 we're like, stop the count.
Yes.
Water main breaks. We can't do this, and then you have the vertical line show up for
this
for
is
Joe
exactly
Biden.
where it is.
It's just not replicable. I just don't think you can. I don't think you can do the same thing twice like that.
They can do whatever they want. There were precincts in 2020 where 150% of the registered voters showed up and got Biden into office. They can do whatever they want.
Well, look, I mean, I don't know what you guys think about Laura Trump's management of the RNC, but if we just take her tweet at its face value, when she says, that they have tens of thousands of people around the country, I think it was actually 230,000 people, engaged on this issue. And that's not all lawyers, right? But, poll watchers, they have obviously a massive legal team. They've been winning cases even up into the closing hours before the election on how ballots will be adjudicated. And so the RNC, I think, is certainly more on top of it this year than they were last time.
Yeah, so they're addressing the mechanisms that they took advantage of in 2020. So if I were to black pill, it'd be on the fact that they have new ones.
Yeah.
What new ones?
I don't know.
They'll make them up.
It's my job to be just my job to counter signal.
I think. I'm feeling good, man.
It's getting late. People are going to start nodding off. They're going to bed with optimism and starry eyes.
If anything changes, we'll wake you up, William.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on, boys. You got anybody else on tonight? Anybody coming on next?
We got. Oh, let me check the schedule. Yes, we have Jeremy Carl reporting from Montana.
Oh yeah.
But he won't be on for another hour.
So yeah, we get to
William, unless AD jumps on or something.
No, this is the
you
part,
can hang.
This is the part where we get to start reading the fun tweets.
Here's.
I think we should start going through the.
Well, let's do Timothy. This is a good one. Timothy J. Martin. If only the 2014 CJ at the Reformed Libertarian admin threatened to ban me for
can you
my
block that guy?
For my Pat Buchanan love. I can see the present here.
Just boot him. Just boot him.
No, Timothy, that's great. Thank you.
that's a deep cut. That's really funny.
That is where we were 10 years ago. Where will we be? Where will we be in 2034? Right, just how right
in the JD Vance administration.
When
right,
JD is the president.
Let's check in on Rick Wilson.
Yeah. How's Rick Wilson doing?
Yes. Dude,
He's
that
just
guy
retweeting a bunch of doomer accounts. He's got no original thoughts.
How about David French? Has David French tweeted?
No, I don't think he's tweeted.
Dude.
We should go over to his house. Let's go knock on his door. David, are you home?
No, you can't. That dude, I can't. If when this is done, I mean, when this is over and if Trump has won, I mean, just the victory laps that need to be taken all over Big Eva and the neocons, which are essentially two sides of the same coin, right? In the political discourse, you have Big Eva doing, absolute nonsense and damage to Christianity, advancing their progressive policies. And then you have the neocons doing it from the political angle. And it's just, we need to all just take victory laps. We should take turns like tweeting at a list of people like every day just to check in on them.
Yeah. Not too soon, but yes.
Okay. GOP chances of winning the Senate, 98.4%. So I think we got the Senate. I think we got it. It's in the bag. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I mean, that's good.
What's this comment?
See a Chuck Schumer, you're fired. He's going to be very glum. Chuck Schumer's going to be very glum.
I'll put this one up. Ian Lamb says 63% of Philly is in, 87% of Allegheny is in, 62% of Pennsylvania as a whole is in. Trump is still leading by 3% statewide. He is going to win the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, totally.
Let's go. Yes. Let's go.
All right, Andrew's here.
I'm back. We are back.
Oh, let's check in on Heath Mayo.
Heath Mayo. Yeah, how's he doing?
He's just retweeting doomer.
Josh
Abatoy
says, Jace Davis says, someone check in on David French. Josh Abatoy says, just checked. He's going into his crystal.
He's voluntarily entering the crystal. Like, we don't even have to do it.
He's got Heath Mayo. They're all taking victory laps on like New Hampshire, and they're trying to like meme Nevada into victory. They've given up on the East Coast.
They're huffing copium bad.
Yes.
Let's go. Yes. This is great. This is so much fun.
Who else do we got?
Guys, we needed this win. We needed this win. Like everybody in our movement needed this win. I mean, it's been a hard 4 years in many ways. There's been a lot of infighting in our little niche, ridiculous world of Christians on social media. And I do hope that a Trump win has some sort of like unifying bomb factor, that kind of helps us all to get together and like row in the same direction for a little bit.
Let's see. It looks like, we'll have to ask Jeremy about this. There's an abortion ballot amendment in Montana. We'll have to remember to ask him about that as well. Hopefully the, fat, dumb dork John Tester gets kicked out of the Senate and that amendment fails. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Election
Mike
Wizard
Pence's fly
says,
has showed up.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, William.
Flip alert. Trump leads with an estimated 20% reporting in Muskegon County, Michigan, 58.4% to 40.2%. A county Biden won by 0.06%. Governor Whitmer won county in 2022 by 8%. So it looks like Trump might be flipping this. I don't know if it's Muskegon, if that's how you say it, county in Michigan.
Muskegon.
Hey, what do you think about Minnesota, man? Any chance at all there? I've not even looked into it.
Let me look at the New York Times.
No,
yeah, Hennepin County hasn't reported yet.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He might not pull it off. I don't know. Here we go. Oh, we have Abatoy in the house. MAGA hat on. Let's go.
MAGA hat stays on.
We've got what is this, the bourbon? I'm not gonna drink it. Don't worry. Weller 12, the original wheated bourbon. Right. It's from Kentucky. It's not Tennessee bourbon though, so I don't think we can drink this. Right? Is that allowed?
Kentucky was the first state called for Trump tonight.
So okay. It's allowed. Okay.
Interesting from Deese here. Apparently on the Blaze live feed, Deese has been going in on the squishy evangelicals trying to get Christians to sit things out. He just tweeted out only 22% of electorate was white evangelical. I mean, is he saying total so far? The smallest turnout of evangelicals Trump has ever had, 26% turnout in 2016 and 28% turnout in 2020, and matches the lowest evangelical turnout since Romney in 2012. He did win 81% of them, But Trump paid no penalty whatsoever for watering down his pro-life messaging, even if it hurt his evangelical turnout. Well, so I mean, I guess like I would say potentially he did pay a penalty in the fact that maybe less people came to vote.
Is that nationwide or is that state specific?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't
there.
know
Only
either.
22%.
That seems really low.
20 seems really low.
Well, like it seems really low because like the total momentum in the early hours was all.
Well,
like,
is it turnout in general? Like
I think that's total. Like everybody who's going and voting.
Yeah.
You know,
So among evangelicals, the pie 100%, 20% of them actually voted, but the ones that did vote, 80% of them voted for Trump. Probably.
Right.
Is that,
he's saying 81%.
That sounds way too low, man.
No,
well,
I mean,
I heard there was polling. Like didn't Barna say it was like 30%?
Yeah.
That
It
were
was like
likely going to
30,
vote.
39, I think.
Yeah.
That
seems
better.
way lower even. That doesn't bode well for the lone bulwark.
that must be white evangelicals, I would think.
Yes.
I think. Yeah. I'll have to.
We'll
have to look at the
Barna
numbers
or
later.
From what Dace was saying, because Dace was saying white evangelical.
Okay.
Yeah. Trump is up 6 million in the almost 6 million in the national popular vote right now. He's at
California
50,
be able to do it then? I don't know.
I think so.
He's at 52%.
I got Will Stancil doom spiraling over here.
Yes, let's check in on Minnesota.
He's just lecturing the establishment Democrats.
Okay, good.
Always a good move when your team loses.
Yeah, I mean, Will Stancil's just he's going full Spengler.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, Bernie Moreno wins in Ohio. That is very good.
Bernie won in Ohio?
Yes.
That's
excellent news.
That's big.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
How many is that? Is that 53? What are we at? 51, 52?
Let's see.
It's at least 52 because Jim Justice won.
Right, that was a
with
flip.
Bernie, we're at 49, but that's yet to include like Idaho, for example.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's not a flip.
I mean, and of course not Montana, and I think Montana is very likely to flip.
Mm-hmm.
So we basically got the Senate at this point.
Mm-hmm. They do.
Good deal. Hey Josh, how's it going, man?
Hey William, good evening. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I knew it was gonna be a good night. I just could sense it. And it's turning out.
I can hear William. Just
He's
very soft.
He can hear him from my computer.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, we're working out those kinks here.
William, just as I was walking in, I was hearing you breaking down some of the evangelical turnout numbers. I mean, stepping back, so what were you saying? Were you saying 20% of evangelicals turned out? Is that what's being reported right now?
Well, no, it's not 20. I think if I'm reading this Deese tweet correctly, and I think I understand it, so let me try to break it down. Steve Deese is saying that 22% of the total electorate were identifying as white evangelicals. So when we've used this phrase repeatedly over the years, Trump won 81% of white evangelicals. They're not saying that 81% of the electorate was white evangelicals. They're saying of all the white evangelicals who voted, Trump won 81% of them. And Deese is saying that in 2016, of the total electorate pie, 26% identified as white evangelicals and 28% in 2020. And so this is the lowest evangelical overall turnout since Romney in 2012, but he kept his share of that turnout at 81%. So it seems like if evangelicals were punishing Trump, they were doing so by not voting, or everything we've been talking about for many months now, this massive, op being run on evangelicals to get them to sit out the election, perhaps has borne fruit.
Man,
that's unfortunate because
I don't see it though. Like nobody's buying it. Like I think that like the Gospel Coalition, the Matt Chandlers, the Russell Moores, they have less of a grasp on the American mind than they did in 2020. Well, I think there's got to be another interpretation.
Yes and no. I mean, I think among evangelicals, like they can suppress turnout, right? Like by a large margin, because there's still a lot of people that listen to what these people say. So I mean, I'm curious. We won't be able to do it tonight.
I mean,
to break these numbers down.
I buy that there's lower enthusiasm amongst evangelicals this cycle.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
Interesting. So Dace also put out a tweet about the Catholic vote. He said Trump won the Catholic vote by 15 points. Since Roe v. Wade, every presidential candidate that won Catholics, except for one, George W. Bush in 2000, has won the presidency. That kind of number would equate to Trump winning the popular vote as well.
Or yeah, they've won the. I mean, he won two. He probably means winning the popular vote.
No, he means
Yeah.
every
because Bush won in 2000.
every president with the exception of,
okay,
with the
'cause he didn't-
exception
he
of
didn't-
Bush.
he didn't
Bush
win the
lost the
Catholic-
Catholic vote in
okay, got it,
2000,
yeah,
but still won. But he's the only exception to that rule. Every other
Okay.
president who won the Catholic vote has won the presidency.
Well, like back to the evangelical vote, I think one of the things that's going on here is that the American Solidarity Party presented a more viable alternative to the liberal evangelicals, particularly those in urban areas who are at gospel coalition style churches. And CJ, I'm more black pilled on this than you. I think that, Russell French and David Moore, and I did that intentionally, have as much influence on this section of evangelicals as they've really ever had. They've lost influence with the conservatives. And so I think probably, what's happened is white evangelicals have, gone for the American Solidarity Party, or they just haven't voted.
Yeah, I also wonder, like, to what extent are the new up and coming like young white male vote, like Christian voters, not being counted as evangelicals?
Oh, I bet that's a big piece of this too, man.
Yeah.
I doubt Gen Z guys who are breaking for Trump, like white Gen Z voters,
Right.
particularly the males, are identifying as a white evangelical and exit
Yeah, I
polls.
think that's part of the equation for sure. And it's precisely because the Moors and TGCs have lost their mind, right? So like that's all. It's part of that same trend.
Election results: Trump is up 50.3% to 48.3% on Harris in Wisconsin, with 58% reporting.
Okay, all right. What do we got here?
Let's go, cheeseheads.
You said who had that, William? What was that?
Election
Wisconsin?
wizard. Yeah, Wisconsin.
What are
It's got a
your
2%
key? What are
lead,
your
yeah.
key states to watch right now?
Well, I think the key states to keep watching are Virginia. I don't think Virginia is completely out of play for Trump yet, unless things have changed in the last 5 to 10 minutes since I've looked at it. Pennsylvania as well, which looks to be trending Trump. And so, I mean, if Trump is able to, of course, if he's able to get Pennsylvania, he doesn't need. If he's able to get Pennsylvania, he's already got North Carolina. I think he has Georgia as well. I mean, it's the same six always, but right now I think it's Pennsylvania and Arizona in particular. Those are the really key states to focus on for cementing the Trump victory.
Okay, yeah, 3% lead right now with, 68% in? So that's a pretty good margin.
Really good.
Yeah. That looks good. Let's check on my state.
New York Times
old
has
state,
Pennsylvania as a lean R right now.
Yeah,
And they have Minnesota
huge.
as a toss-up.
Yeah.
what do they have Wisconsin as?
Lean R. He's got a 2% lead there with 60% in.
How's Michigan doing?
Lean R, he's got a 4% lead right now, and they only have 29% of their votes.
Oh, guys, I've really breaking bad news. We lost California.
Oh, CJ.
Oh, dang it.
Shocking.
Let me check.
It's because you left, CJ.
I voted in California.
They have 0% of votes in, and the New York Times has called California. Oh, man, his lead in the Electoral College is slipping.
Really, do you think that is just adding to the cope? Do you think that they're just trying to keep people's hopes up so that they can keep maybe keep viewers awake watching the live stream? Because to the
For California?
to the uninitiated, they're just seeing Harris with these insignificant amount of electoral votes. But then you throw California up there, and you immediately start to think, oh, maybe.
Well, they did the same with New York, though,
Let's go.
at the very beginning.
Right.
So
You know what's
they
fascinating
did this
on the
in
ele-
2022, though.
Oh, go ahead, William.
No, it's just one of the fascinating things that in terms of the great sort that we're going through and the migration of the American population is that Florida now has more electoral college votes, even though I believe they were undercounted in the census
they
and
should have
should
two
have even
more.
more.
Yeah.
They should have two more, but Florida has more electoral college votes than New York, which that's sort of a shift. And obviously, so it goes California, Texas, Florida, New York, and between California and New York, they still have more total than Texas and Florida, but it's getting close.
So when do the polls close in Arizona and Nevada?
I think they're closed
They're closed
now.
in Arizona. They haven't in Nevada just yet.
What are we seeing out of Arizona?
No, they closed
it's
in
razor
Nevada.
thin right now in Arizona, Josh. The last thing I saw, 0.2% with 50% in. Trump's up by 0.2% with 50% reporting.
Okay. What about Nevada?
Polls already closed in Nevada, actually. They closed an hour ago. So that just unfortunately goes to show that Nevada, like CJ said earlier in the night, they are one of the states that has done the least amount of improvements as far as their election integrity goes.
Yeah.
So I would not be shocked to see Nevada be blue.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, it shouldn't raise concern as long as Trump can keep the lead everywhere else. He's already opening it up.
It's all about Pennsylvania. This is what I've been saying for weeks.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, that's
down to PA.
I don't like that.
I don't either. Especially with Josh Shapiro at the helm.
Right.
Like this is, it's not comfortable.
I mean, he's got a 3% lead with 70% in.
Look, dude, first of all, CJ, Josh Shapiro doesn't want to do any favors for Kamala Harris. There's no question about that. I mean,
True.
Josh and Gavin Newsom are squaring up to face off in the 2028 primary. And these guys, honestly, I bet that they are going to laugh themselves to sleep tonight if Trump wins. They don't want Kamala Harris to be the standard bearer for the Democrat Party for the next 4 years. They don't want to have to compete with her in a primary. They want an open primary, and those two guys are going to battle it out. So,
Totally.
I mean, I just when you think about when you think about personalities and politics is the interaction of people. Are you going to do something to help somebody out or not? I mean, look at Jill Biden voting today in a red dress.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that sends a signal, right? That's a portent.
She wrote in Joe Biden.
I'm sure she did. Yeah.
Yeah,
and Joe
I believe
Biden
it.
wrote in Donald Trump.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's great.
Absolutely. Yes, Dark Brandon.
These guys hate her. I mean, I said this on Cross Politic. I was like, it's a popularity contest. She's highly unlikable. And Rod Martin was kind of pushing back on that a little bit. But there's nobody in the Democratic establishment that thinks that she deserves it. They're not going to risk major, federal election crimes in order to get her in office. They're just not going to do it. And nobody likes Tim Walz either. The guy's a prancing idiot.
You kept that very Baptist. That was good. Oh man, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I
good.
feel fine. I
feel fine.
I feel fine. I've been pretty level-headed all night. I'm watching Wisconsin. That's gonna be so. I was actually most impressed with the GOP in Wisconsin in 2020. So I knew that they would do a lot of work in the last 4 years. I forget the guy's name, but I was really impressed with the GOP. They were very much intentionally mobilizing to fix up a lot of the problems. So I've been pretty solid on Georgia and Wisconsin after the last cycle.
Let's give an update on Missouri Amendment 3 election results. So this is another major abortion initiative that we hope will be defeated. Missouri Mapper says with a little more than half of the vote in, I think Amendment 3 is slightly favored at the moment. That's not good. Maybe +5. The national networks have results in Pettis and Benton flipped. No should be ahead. That's interesting. But even with that yes is generally beating benchmarks more than no is. That's not good. Gonna have to keep an eye on that.
Mm-hmm.
William, what did you make of Amendment 4 in Florida failing? What do you attribute that? I mean, in Florida, as recently as 8 years ago, it was a knife's edge battleground state, and all of a sudden, Republicans are running up massive leads down there, and then pro-life initiatives, which haven't really worked all that well across the country, they got it across the finish line in Florida when they can't even do so in deep red states. What's going on there?
Well, yeah, let me weigh in on this, and then I think this will be kind of the end of my time on the stream with you guys. But honestly, as much as beating Amendment 4 is something worth celebrating, I actually think that it's really bad news overall. That I think, what do you have the numbers of what it lost by? I mean, it was like 58
Close, close. Yeah.
5%. So in a state that had as many votes as Florida, 10, 11 million, that Trump carried by as wide of a margin as he did. What did Trump win Florida by 10 points?
Yeah, I think at least. Yeah, maybe 11.
That tells us, and then this, so that means that there were a lot of Trump and Amendment 4 voters. That there were many people who voted for Trump and voted for Amendment 4, which I think it should be a major wake-up call. And Josh, it's not actually a proactive win in any way for the pro-life movement. There is a law that's been on the books in Florida that I think is a 6-week abortion ban law, if I'm remembering correctly. So that law stands. So they already got that. By stopping this, they prevented essentially an abortion holocaust of a constitutional amendment. And I think it just shows that we really are fighting an uphill battle on this. I mean, the fact that it was as close as it was should give the pro-life movement some serious pause. That said, it's a win in the fact that we beat a terrible thing, but I'm not sure that there's a state we have seen yet in the post-Roe, post-Dobbs world proactively pass some sort of constitutional state-level ballot initiative by the popular vote of the people versus, securing pro-life wins through the House and the Senate at the state level.
You see this map, Andrew? This is where it looked. This is where it looked like at 11:30 on election night 2020.
Stop saying that. Yeah, get out of here.
No black color.
You see this map? This is what it looked like in 2020.
Right before they stole it from us.
We are going to win. We are going to win. It's not going to happen again.
Any surprises in the House or Senate so far, William?
I've not been tracking them that closely. I'm not surprised that Bernie Moreno was able to hold on to the Ohio seat. I'm not that surprised that Jim Justice flipped the seat in West Virginia. A big surprise would be if Kari Lake manages to pull it out in Arizona. I'm not particularly confident or hopeful about that, but that would be a big win. And at the House level, I actually have really not gotten into any of the House race tracking, and I'd love to go do that. I'd love to see where Vindeman is running in Virginia.
Yeah, he won. He
did? Oh,
yeah.
no. Okay.
Yeah, he won.
That's unfortunate. And then also I'd love to hear how Joe Kent is doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
definitely.
won?
No, I don't know yet.
Well, it's still early over there.
Yeah, we can look at the House.
With 4% of the vote, Trump is currently leading in Washington State. Could you imagine?
Let's go. Well, we have.
I know that's not going to happen. But.
Yeah, I don't think so. We have another super chat from Timothy J. Martin. CJ's put this on this. This is for CJ. CJ's hairline and skin tone makes him look like Ben Shapiro with testosterone and salvation. So that's a compliment. That's
all right.
That's a compliment.
I read salivation, and I'm really glad that I was wrong.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do like a triple dollar amount. What
yeah, CJ says it needs to be a $50 super chat to say that. Okay. Well, at any rate, we are in the 10 o'clock hour. What time is it? It's past the 10 o'clock hour.
It was great to join you.
Yes, thank you, William, for all your time and expertise. This is great. Thank you so much.
No black pills, man. No brakes. All gas, no brakes.
That's
no
right.
black pills. Get in. We're making America great again. We're going to build a golden age in America. That was such a great line from the rally last night.
Yes.
I loved it. Golden age of America. Donald Trump is going to get this thing across the finish line.
Let's
and
go.
we're going to make people's lives better whether they want us to or not. And it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, by force, your life is going to be better. That's right. Perfect line to end on. Thank you, William.
Thanks,
All
William.
right, see you guys. God bless.
William. All right, so for the 10 o'clock hour, our sponsor is Alpine Gold. Election night is here, folks. It's here. We've been here for a while. It is definitely here. We're in the thick of it right now. And whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris in the White House, one thing's for sure, chaos is coming and you need to be ready. That's where Alpine Gold Exchange, one of our favorite sponsors, comes in. Alpine's team stands ready to help you convert your hard-earned savings into gold and silver, God's money. Visit alpinegoldogden.com to talk with Stuart or Jace about moving your IRA into inflation-proof metals with 0% buy-sell spread and ounce-for-ounce accountability. Alpine secures your wealth like a king. While politicians play games with our economy, protect what matters. Don't miss the sound money train. Start today and sleep like a stable genius tonight.
Nice.
We love our Alpine Gold folks.
Connor,
don't we?
are they writing their own, or did you write that?
That was written by Alpine.
Yeah,
but
was that by Jace?
nice.
Yeah, that's good. I love these.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
No, our sponsors have been absolutely amazing, and shout out to all of them because we could not have done this stream without you guys.
Literally.
Yeah, quite literally. So we really appreciate every last one of you.
Absolutely. It has been such a fun night.
CJ, you want to read the Jettison plug?
I need to grab something to drink quick. Hold on.
Jettison Entertainment. Are you on? So
I'm jettisoning my.
Let's do this. All right.
My water bottle.
If you're just now joining the stream and missed the announcement, go to jettisonentertainment.com. I said that, jettison. Go away. Go get your water. Go to jettisonentertainment.com to sign up for a new media company where you'll find Contra Mundum, Stephen Wolfe's The Lone Bulwark, Backwoods Belief, Forge and Anvil, and Pop Culture Coram Deo. In addition to this, we will be putting out exclusive members-only content, and we will have several new shows coming that have yet to be announced. Please put your email in for free to be kept in the loop as we continue to upload our entire catalog of shows, or better yet, become a member to get exclusive content, support what we are doing, and help us create new content that promotes Christ to a dying culture. jettisonentertainment.com.
Awesome. Hey, we got a surprise guest. I didn't think that he'd make it, but Clint Russell has signed in on the stream. So, Clint, we're going to bring you on, and Andrew, you might want to throw on those headphones, or CJ, whichever one of you wants to do the bulk of the talking.
You can listen to this. Clint, what's going on?
Nothing much, man. Just saw the Democrats catch an L, and I'm feeling good about life right now.
Yeah, things are looking solid. Any surprises? Is this about what you thought? What's going to happen what's going to happen tonight?
Well, I mean, until it's done, I'm not gonna count my chickens or whatever the saying is. But I think it's all but done. Like, unless there is just catastrophic fraud in the last 5 seconds, and I think that would be so obvious that I don't know if they would possibly risk that. I guess you can't ever say for sure, but I think that it is a surprising outcome for me, particularly. Like, I really thought that even though Trump was leading in all of the swing states, so to speak, I thought for sure it would still come down to, just one or two, and it appears that Trump may sweep or only lose one of them. So just basically a trouncing at this point, and I didn't see that coming, but I am thrilled. It tells me that the American people are actually not as dumb as I thought they were. Not to say that Donald Trump is like awesome or anything, but Kamala Harris is just such a disastrous, vapid, empty vessel of a candidate, and so obviously out of her depth. Had they elected her, I would have completely given up hope on this country. That's the truth.
Yeah, so
we would be blackpilling if that were.
Yeah, I don't know if any of us were actually scared that the majority of the people would vote for Kamala Harris. I think the bigger worry was that it would be so close that they could get away with things that they've gotten away with before. That's sort of the bigger fear. I mean, Kamala was obviously a throwaway candidate that nobody liked, even the Democratic establishment. So that's, but things are in a good position. I mean, all these states that Nevada's. Interestingly, there's been no one reporting, right? Connor, no one's reported from Nevada yet, I don't think.
No, there's nothing from Nevada.
No, there's nothing, but the polls have closed, so
yeah, it's
ridiculous.
fascinating, but the entire West Coast is reporting, and Oregon's been called, California's been called, Nevada's just a blank slate on the map. So that's fascinating to me, and it tells me that it could be, I don't think this thing's going to be over by midnight.
Yeah, well, right now it's what to me is most impressive at this junction, and this will change for sure. But right now it's 52-47 Trump on the national That is a popular vote beat down if that happens. If he actually can hold that or do better, if he does more than 5 points on the popular vote, that is unfathomable. Like, Republicans have relied entirely on the Electoral College. He could obviously have a landslide in Electoral College as well as the popular vote. That's just such a tremendous repudiation of the current regime, which, given the economic straits that we're existing under, like, that's what it ought to be. But given the media's incredible propagandistic capacity, I still thought that it would be, the Electoral College that gets Trump in there, and that the popular vote would go to the Democrats as it has as of late. It looks like that may not be the case, and that offers Trump a mandate and the GOP a mandate to actually get some stuff done, which would be great.
Yeah. To that end, not to count chickens before they've hatched and so forth. I know, Clint, that one of the things I think all of us here, but you especially care about a lot is foreign policy, and
that is the number one reason I voted for Trump. Sorry,
yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is. And that's the way it was for me in 2016. I mean, I actually got asked this at my ordination examination in January of 2017. They're like, why were you a big Trump supporter? Why did you support him? And I'm like, besides the risk of nuclear war with Russia, like what else why are you even asking me? Right. I mean, it's so huge that, and it's shocking to me that, like, the one debate that he and Kamala had, they had no questions at that about Ukraine and Russia. They didn't talk about foreign policy at all, because it was, I think, a huge loser for her. But how do you think things will go with a Trump White House second time around? Will the Ukraine war end quickly, like he says it will? Will the war in Gaza come to a close? Is he going to accomplish those things? What do you think?
I mean, it's very hard to say when it comes to Gaza. There have been reports of back channels between the Trump campaign and the Israeli higher ups that he has told them, basically, you need to have this war wrapped up by the time I step foot back in the White House. So that would mean that they have approximately 3 months to get it done. So I think that's less likely, or less certain, I should say. I do think that it's highly probable that he can negotiate peace in the war in Ukraine. I think it's very obvious, if you've looked at the battle lines, that in fact Russia has not wanted to take all of Ukraine. They want a buffer zone. That's the whole reason for this war in the first place. So I think that they are very content to take the eastern portions that they've already controlled for better part of 2 years and negotiate a peace. So I think he will do that. My biggest concern with Donald Trump is that he is still so obviously bought by the Adelsons and therefore the Israeli government that it concerns me that he will be overly bombastic towards Iran, particularly if he proceeds to put Mike Pompeo back in there. Well, I'm gonna maintain my optimism tonight because I think he will avoid World War III. However, I do think we need to be on guard for the donor class that has surrounded Donald Trump, and that would very much like to see a hot war between the United States and Iran. And I hope that he will stand strong. And he kind of did. He blew up Soleimani, but he did not go to war with them last time. So I hope he'll do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of his foreign policy strategies to maintain stability in the region, was to push back again. Agree or disagree with it, but that was his goal is kind of sideline Iran or isolate Iran. And not for the sake of necessarily going to war with them, but to keep them kind of bottled up, right? Seems like a kind of containment that he wants to pursue. Which, I mean, I don't like.
That's
I'd like
strategy.
I'd like to not be involved in any of that at all. Period. Right.
That's my preferable outcome. But
me too. But I mean, if I have to take a second choice, like if I have to deal with what is the most realistic outcome, there could be way worse ones than that.
I totally agree with you, but I will say this, Tim Pool, who's a buddy of mine, he constantly praises Donald Trump for the Abraham Accords, and I understand why. You know, from an armchair geopolitical analyst, like it just screams good. Like you're negotiating peace between Israel and Muslim nations around them. Like that's obviously good, but people need to understand like what happened there is that essentially America bought peace.
Yeah.
we bought.
Oh,
are we off?
We lost Clint.
It's Clint though, not us.
And as you guys.
Oh yeah, can you hear us? We lost you for a second. I don't know
Am
if
I back or no?
Yeah, you're here. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're all good. It went black for a second.
But yeah, the last thing you said
the reality
was
is that America. Yeah, so America buys peace between these nations that aren't very fond of Israel. But as a consequence, what they did was they signaled to Hamas and the Palestinians and to Iran that in fact they were abandoning the Palestinians, that there was going to be no neighboring nations that continue to apply pressure to Israel to try and seek a two-state solution. As a consequence, in my opinion, you saw the attack from Hamas against Israel. So there are consequences when you intervene, even when it's in pursuit of peace. Basically, they took the lifeline away from the Palestinians, and they, in my opinion, they created the circumstances by which Hamas decided to do what they did. Now, let me be very clear, not justifying what Hamas did. I'm just explaining it. Like, when you intervene in an area that isn't yours, there is blowback, and that was blowback. So,
I think that's with all foreign policy stuff. That is the case. That there are consequences for every action that you take. Some foreseen, some unforeseen.
Exactly. And like we couldn't have known that they were going to do that, but they did.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think he clearly is not. I mean, aside from the Israelis are their own issue, and their stranglehold they have on both parties is an obvious issue for foreign policy in general. But like I think that's largely separate from the regime, right? In terms of them wishing to have total hegemony over the planet, right? Like the regime war definitely is Ukraine. Like they want to take Russia down. They want to they want to put Russia under the thumb of the United States, like the rest of Western Europe is. And
that is the primary concern. Like that war is truly existential for the planet, and people don't even talk about it. I mean, it is insane. We have given them like missiles that have the capacity to strike Moscow. It's total madness. Like this is stuff that, had Russia ever done that to us, and they came close, obviously with the Bay of Pigs, like we would have gone to nuclear war. Like we were very close to going to nuclear war before I was alive. And I think right now we are actually as close or closer to nuclear war today than we were at the height of the Cold War. And the corporate news does not say a word about it. I mean, it is one of the craziest things I've ever witnessed in my entire life. To have this dangerous and provocative of a situation and to have no one care about it whatsoever. I mean, this is the other reason, as I said, this is the primary reason I voted for Donald Trump. He's the one guy who actually wants to have positive relationships with these people. He wants to speak to them. He wants to negotiate. He wants to find peace. Like that is, it has to be a prerequisite to be the president of the United States, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And the current president, I mean, assuming he's the president, which he really isn't, but the current regime has basically just given Putin the cold shoulder while they shovel $200 billion worth of our money via munitions into their neighboring country. Like, are you out of your effing mind after overthrowing their government a decade ago? I mean, it's crazy, dude.
Well, and on top of it, like to bring in a country within like decapitation range into NATO, like that would have been a cause for nuclear war with the Soviets as well. Like, you simply cannot do that. And I think if they were talking about this, I mean, and not even honestly, just talking about the situation in general and talking about the threat of nuclear war, I mean, Donald Trump would win 400 electoral votes. with this.
He should. If people actually understood it, he would. Yeah.
Yeah.
But most people don't even know it. Like, if they know it's happening, it's just this distant thing that has no bearing on their lives. Like, no, it's actually a really important. It's like it ought to be one of the most important topics. And if you actually look at it, like Gaza has more play in the American mind than Ukraine does. Like, most people are not even aware that this war is still going on, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that have died. Like, it is a huge. It's probably the biggest, modern war or biggest war in the past decade for sure. So
yeah, well, and that point too, that this conflict directly affects our lives, whereas for most Americans, the war in Gaza has no effect on us whatsoever. Right? There is no there's no interest for farmers in Iowa, right? What's going on in Gaza, but the United States subsidizing a conflict with Russia could kill all of us, and no one has any idea. They don't know. It's shocking.
That's why I accepted the trade. I was like, all right, we can get rid of the existential nuclear Holocaust threat, and we can trade it for a potential maybe war with Iran down the road. I'm like, all right, I'll make that trade.
Yeah, and even then, like war with Iran, like I don't think they are insane. They do stupid, insane things, but I don't think it's even possible or feasible for like boots on the ground invasion of Iran to ever take place. I mean, it would be. I mean, you're talking something like it's like Afghanistan in terms of terrain and so forth, but against modern, well-organized, well-funded military. And also like Russia is a huge ally of theirs, and so is Syria, and Syria is now a hardened military, and Russia would undoubtedly, especially if we don't de-escalate in Ukraine, they would they would be arming the hell out of Iran. Like, oh, you want to arm our opposition in a proxy war? Well, we're going to do the same thing to you. So like we need to find peace on all fronts. I think Trump gives us the best hope. I got a tangent off the foreign policy because I'm going to put your audience to sleep. Let me just say real quick. Dude, it is so gratifying after 8 years of them calling Trump Mussolini and a fascist and Hitler and everything else, that the American people took all of that propaganda, that just constant inundation of you are not, this guy is Hitler and you're a fascist if you support him. And the American people said, F you. Give him back to us. We want
Do you know how powerless these people are at this point? I mean, the corporate news, setting aside their preference in terms of policy, they are toast. I mean, crispy fried toast. Like, they are done for. The American people have completely lost faith in them, and I think that is second to avoiding World War III. That is the biggest positive that comes from Trump's victory in light of all this propaganda.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, that's a thing that CJ here said for a while, and we've talked about several times tonight, that the campaign has always been Donald Trump versus the media. Like Hillary, Kamala is a total non-entity. Right, there's just nothing there one way or the other. Like, she is just a placeholder. That the campaign has been them, right? Them saying we need a regime apparatchik. Donald Trump is Hitler, so on and so forth, just constantly for months, and that's all their campaign was. Right? They could lie about Donald Trump is going to go chain every woman to a radiator and impregnate her. Like, that's what's going to happen if he wins. And like just the most absurd stuff that they will say, and people for the most part have not bought it at all. I mean, and so like he has to destroy the media, right? That's what this means. Like he is destroying them. Like, their credibility is completely in the tank. And
I would encourage him. I would encourage him not to take any of those bombastic actions that he was talking about over the past couple of weeks, where he's talking about getting rid of their over-the-air licenses and stuff like that. Like, I do think it's unfair that they're so obviously propaganda outlets, and that they basically get free broadcast to the entire country. Like, that is absurd. But it would be viewed as such a fascistic maneuver if he were to do so. That I would encourage him not to do so. They've lost their credibility anyways. Just continue. Like, his very existence is destroying them. So he doesn't need to do anything on an executive level. He can just continue to be him, and they'll continue to lie because they can't stop themselves. I think they are literally devouring themselves, and it is glorious to behold.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Do you have any questions, CJ, that you want to ask?
Not really. I'm really
You want to
fascinated.
give us an update on things going on? What's happening?
Well, the fact of the matter is that nothing's going on. That's like the things are paused. They're pausing the vote. They're pausing the counts, right?
Yeah, Pennsylvania's at 78% counted.
Yep, but nothing's been updated for an hour. So
yeah, Michigan's only at 38%.
Nevada
doesn't have a single ballot in yet.
Send the counters home. We'll pick it up tomorrow.
Pennsylvania, he has a 3% lead.
Okay.
Virginia, she has
news.
a 2% lead. I mean, nothing has changed in Virginia at all. Michigan, he's got a 4% lead.
Yeah, with only 30%.
With like 38% in. Wisconsin, he's got a 3% lead.
Okay, let me point out something real quick because I think it's hysterical. The Democrats with their open border policies and their refugee policies, they brought in so many Muslims into Michigan and Minnesota, and then they screwed up so bad handling the Israel-Palestine war that like the Muslims that they imported are now voting against them. I just think that is so beautiful.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous though. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Well, they got to do the math and print all the ballots to help Kamala, obviously.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it just completely stopped.
Maricopa has Maricopa had an update?
No.
So it's the same counties. Everything's frozen. Go to sleep. We'll pick it up tomorrow.
No, we can't let that happen.
What's weird though is a couple of red counties in Arizona have also not been reporting.
Well, because they're waiting until the other ones.
Ooh, nice.
That is probably exactly what's happening.
Strategy.
If I was to guess, because that's just Maricopa. I know with Stephen Richer at the helm, it's going to be a really. I mean, that guy's probably going to be vengeful. He already lost his primary, but he's still in office. So what a nice parting gift to give to repeat his 2020 and 2022 mishaps.
Yeah,
this is gonna.
Oh,
be,
go ahead, Clint.
I was just saying, did all three of you vote for Trump?
I did.
What do you say?
Did all three of us vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, CJ did.
I got to tell you guys because this is fascinating. I was just on a stream earlier today with some lifetime like higher up in the Green Party. She also didn't vote for Jill Stein. Voted for Donald Trump. I ran for the vice presidency under the Libertarian Party. I voted for Donald Trump. Neither of us have ever voted for Donald Trump in the three opportunities we've had to. Neither of us have ever voted GOP aside from me when Ron Paul was running. I think like what they did in terms of just becoming such obvious, overt existential threats that you pulled third party people off the sideline to vote for a guy that I don't even like that much. Like that is profound. Like they screwed up big time. So that's
right.
I just wanted you guys to know like that's a huge part of the reason that this is going so heavily towards Trump, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so.
We agree.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, the RFK Jr. Endorsement,
Massive.
I think, helps to that end. I mean, Joe Rogan endorsing him the night before, I think, it
big.
seems like that doesn't seem that big because it was just the night before. There wasn't enough time to, really draw that out. But even then, like that, he's bigger than any other media entity out there. And so that's huge. And especially his audience is not just your typical Trump voter either.
I'll be back in 10 seconds. I got to mute my TV. It just started playing.
He's got the corporate media going back there.
Might be a good time for you to read out those 2 super chats that you got.
Oh yeah, we do have some super chats here. Yeah, we got to keep doing these. Where are we at? For Nicholas Biddle, $10 of Canadian money. We have a Canadian super chat here. How big of a super chat do I need to send for CJ to grow a big push broom mustache to match me? How big?
You can't afford it.
I can't afford it. That's a question for Mrs. Engel. Second super chat, brothers, winning the election will be good and Trump will do great things, but keep fighting in your own spheres, have families, own property, plan for generations, fight. From Josh Pulver for $9.99. Absolutely. Like this is just one thing. It's good, a good thing, but we have so much work to do. And
this is triage. Like we had to stop the bleed. Okay, we stopped the bleed. Now what? Like there's a lot to fix afterwards. So, but I'm just telling you, man. Had Kamala Harris won, had they been able to just basically take this like whole cloth fiction of a human being and just been like, and also this complete caricature of who Donald Trump actually is, and defeat him with their puppet, it would have been devastating.
Speaking, somebody brought up Minnesota. Right now, with like 46% of the vote in, Royce White is beating Amy Klobuchar 52-44.
That's amazing.
Wait, Royce White, the former NBA player?
Yes, played for the Timberwolves. Yeah,
dude, that guy is a
Senate,
savage.
I think.
Yeah,
in Minnesota.
He's wild.
I think in the midterms he ran for Senate.
Everywhere I went driving around, I would see more Royce White signs up. I mean, maybe it's just my town because there's some people there that are big Royce White fans, but there were more signs for him than there were for Trump.
Dude, I had Royce White booked on Liberty Lockdown like a year ago, and homeboy just ghosted me. So if he's gonna be a sitting senator, I'll forgive him, I guess.
That's right. That's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, who knows what will happen?
Nevada's starting to report finally.
Finally, Nevada's reporting.
2% in. Heavy Trump. I mean, it's only 2% of the vote in, but 73.
Rural.
That's very early.
That's very
26.
rural too. That's how it was last time.
Yeah, the rural counties, they go early, especially smaller states like Nevada.
Dude, you guys really been going 5.5 hours?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go 5.5 more if we have to. We're not stopping.
You're not going to stop until it's called?
I mean,
yes.
Dude, you may be here for a month.
Yeah, we might be. We're gonna have to buy more storage on StreamYard. But this is. I don't know. I mean, things are slowly starting to move. Like Pennsylvania's at 81% now. He's still got a 3% lead.
Harris took New Mexico. I think that's a surprise, right?
No, she was supposed to win.
I mean,
New
she was
Mexico.
supposed to win it.
Yeah.
It was safe blue, but I'm not seeing anyone else call it yet. But
I mean, it's likely Democrat. He's got 46%.
looks like just decision just has New Mexico. But
yeah.
I'm curious, Clint, do you know, I mean, with your connections, I know that Trump's talked about having some libertarian individuals in his administration. Have you heard many rumblings on that front beyond, of course, the Ron Paul thing?
No, I have a really good relationship with Angela McArdle, the chair of the Libertarian Party. I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about, so I'll be as vague as possible. Okay. I know that she has very good relations with some very high level people that are around Trump. And obviously she had dinner with him too. That's public knowledge. So I tend to believe.
Oh no! We're getting the juiciest stuff now, and it freezes. No. I tend to believe that's where Clint left off.
They got him.
The CIA attacks. Oh man. No.
All right. So.
No, we lost Clint. No, Clint, come back.
Let me try.
Oh, we lost him. Okay, he's black screen of death right there.
So Trump just announced.
All right, the moment I see him, I'll bring him back.
Trump just announced that he's going to speak from Mar-a-Lago. So this is where it gets heated. Like he's going to start declaring some states. I think he's going to declare Georgia. He's going to just assert a victory there.
Yeah, I won Georgia. I'm winning Pennsylvania.
He's not going to say he won Pennsylvania. He wants to wait till closer on Pennsylvania, but he's ready to declare on Georgia.
Minnesota is halfway done. Let me check my county. Okay, Donald Trump is winning 68-31 in Waseca County.
Nice.
Let's go.
All right, California. Trump won my county in California.
Yeah, there's
solid
87% of the votes in. There are almost 2,800 libs we got to deal with in Waseca County. Not good. But yeah, we are staying up. Ian Lamb says here, we're staying up for Peanut. We could read the Papa Alpaca. Oh, Clint's back.
Awesome. We'll
Clint wait for again. Papa Alpaca later, but welcome back. You mid-sentence where you dropped off there, Clint, was...
I tend to believe.
I tend to believe. Yes.
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 All right. I said I tend to believe that Trump will follow through with his promise of appointing or putting a libertarian in his cabinet in some regard. Who that will be, I'm not at all certain. I would be willing, but I don't want to. So I hope it's not me.
Well, that's exactly why it needs to be you, Clint.
Yeah, it has to be you.
Well, exactly. But the rumor, or like what I've been told, is that he was interested in having a libertarian put on a panel of people to review the J6 cases for clemency or pardons. That would be huge. He also was talking about putting a libertarian as the head of the Department of Education, or abolishing the Department of Education entirely. So if he follows through with that, as well as freeing Ross Ulbricht on day one, which he's been very, very loud and continuously said, that would be, it would be the most political power that the Libertarian Party has ever wielded in our existence, our entire 50 years combined. It would
absolutely.
be huge. Yeah. So I think it's going to happen. I really do.
If Trump follows through with even like 10% of the things that he's promised on the campaign trail this time around, it will be such a significant improvement.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I think that's the thing that the old guard libertarians are not giving enough credence to. Like, yeah, sure, politicians lie, but they've never lied to us. They've never cared enough about libertarians to think that they need to say anything to appeal to us, ever. It's unbelievably profound to have them pandering to libertarians to come to our national convention. Vivek Ramaswamy, who's one of the most brilliant people in modern American politics, took his time out to debate me. Hysterical. And he did it in enemy territory. He did it with an audience of 500 people that were just going to lose their mind with everything I said. And they did, and it was awesome. But I'm just saying, they didn't have to do any of that, and they did.
Yeah.
And it means a lot to me. It means a lot to the libertarian movement. Those that are not ideologues and party people, there are some libertarians that are just all about the party. I don't understand those people at all. I'm clearly not one of them. I am interested in actually seeing more freedom in my lifetime. And I think that Angela McArdle has done a magnificent job of materializing that.
So apparently the Royce White dream is dead. The Associated Press is calling that race.
Dude, it was 5 minutes ago he was up.
I know. I guess I got older information. 58 to 38.
Holy crap, what a swing.
Yeah, that she's... Because, now she's almost got 1 million votes. He's got 640,000.
Oh, yeah, that's over.
But it's... 50% of the votes are in. But, Trump is...
Harris got Virginia.
In Minnesota, he's down 9 points right now with half of the votes in, but a lot of the rural counties have not reported yet, and Hennepin County has.
I have a bad feeling.
Maybe. So they gave Harris Virginia. Oh,
yep.
Man. Yeah,
there's only
86%
showing for Fairfax County, so they've got votes to pull out there still.
Yeah.
But Loudoun is 95%.
No,
so.
Virginia's for
Virginia's gone.
I think
Virginia's gone.
think it's out of reach.
Stephen Miller's freaking out, dude.
What do you mean? What's he?
He's this is go time.
Yeah, it is go time. He's saying, call the races, call them. The numbers are in.
He's freaking out.
No, it's over for Virginia, guys. I'm not saying it's over totally. No.
Decision Desk just called it for Georgia for Trump.
Okay, they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
About time.
That's a pretty big upset.
Like 2 hours ago at least.
Yeah. That's big.
For him to take North Carolina and Georgia is big.
Yeah.
But Pennsylvania, it's still 82%. He's still got a 3-point lead. A lot of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia have been counted already.
If he takes PA, can he lose? Or is it basically done?
Yeah, he can lose.
He
loses the Rust Belt and Nevada and Arizona, yeah.
Okay.
Because, what's Georgia? He got Georgia, so what's that, 246?
Pennsylvania's still, huge. Got to win Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's got to win PA. And Arizona's still only at 53% with a 0.4% lead for him. That's tight. Now, Wisconsin, he's at at 3 points up, with 71% of the vote in. That looks pretty good. Michigan, he's 4 points up with 42% in. That looks pretty good. New Hampshire, he's down by 5.
I'm bummed because LP NH came out and endorsed him. I thought if he takes New Hampshire, one, it'd be a huge upset, and two, the Libertarians could take credit for it. So I was really hoping.
Yeah, I
was
said
hoping
that
for that as
earlier in
well.
the night. I was hoping for it.
Yeah.
Not like it's a lot of what's it called, electoral. But what are these called? The 270.
Oh yeah, electoral votes.
Votes. It's not a lot for New Hampshire, but still, I was like, it'd be I don't know, symbolic.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And I mean, even like the Virginia race, Kamala ran behind Biden by 2%, which I mean, especially in that state. I mean, it was always just assumed that she was going to win by a lot, and the fact that it was even close is a big deal.
Right.
So that's really, really good. And yeah, I mean, nothing for Nevada yet.
It's gonna be a long night.
We're gonna be here for a long time until it's done.
Mm-hmm.
I might see if I can get someone to come and break some of this down for us.
But no, I'm pumped still.
I want to sit back. And
I'm not gonna black pill here, CJ.
It's my turn.
It's your turn to black pill.
Yeah.
Can you guys tell me
I'm falling in that camp.
Is the 56-44 split in New York a marked improvement versus 2020? I'd have to imagine it. That seems.
I can't remember what the margin was. I thought it was like 20%. That
Yeah,
Biden won
56-44 is like close. I mean,
comparatively. Yeah. I mean, a 10-point gain there. That's huge. Let me see what it was. I'll check and see. New York 2020 election results. Let's check and see.
Just looking at this map is so crazy because it's like electoral votes are basically dead even, but then if you actually just look at the landmass and it's like,
I know
80% of the country is red actually.
Oh, wow. It was 60% Biden, 37.74 for Trump in 2020.
Okay, so he made up about
13
5
points. No, 13 points. Well, I mean,
no, it's
it
50.
was,
It's 55.8, and you said it was 60 for Biden.
Yes, yeah. So 5 points on either end. Yeah. So that's a market improvement.
It is.
The thing though is that if Trump officially has Georgia and if he can pick off Pennsylvania, he only needs either Wisconsin or Arizona. And that's very doable. The question just becomes, are we gonna like know that anytime soon? Because I don't know why we're not getting more results than we are at this point.
Dude, 41% in Michigan. 41% in Michigan is crazy. Like they're just like going as slow as humanly possible.
Yeah, scanning them one at a time. Yeah. Man, I mean, the New York Times needle still has them at 91% chance of winning. 301 to 237. So.
Yeah.
And with a 1 point margin in the popular vote.
I mean, he's up like 140,000 votes in Georgia, and they still haven't called it with 91% reporting. That's stupid. He's clearly got it.
Let me read some of these super chats here while we're waiting for more results to come in. Papa Alpaca, I'm coming down. The counting stall feels familiar. Am I going to have to delete my Twitter? Gloating. What am I going to do with all these crystals, CJ? He's not here for that, but no, hold on to the crystals. We need them. And then hug for $1.99. I'm calling the election for Jeb.
Jeb!
Yeah, Jeb. So yeah, I think I'm still feeling good. Right, I'm not gonna let the shenanigans where they slow down the count mess me up here. The good vibes are gonna keep on rolling.
Well, the thing too is like, I mean, Clint, you mentioned this earlier, but like between between the libertarians coming home and the RFK endorsement, I mean, I just don't foresee. I think you can make it believable with Joe Biden in 2020, despite it being, such a fiasco.
Most popular presidential candidate
81
of all
million
time. Yeah.
trillion votes.
Joe Biden.
But I don't think that they can pull off that same, the level of believability is just so much lower. I don't think that there's anyone that thinks Kamala Harris is popular, and I don't think that you could say with all these recent endorsements coming towards Trump that the anti-Trump vote, people voting Kamala just to spite Trump, I don't think you can argue that it's that big.
I agree with you. I think what's really amazing is that even with Trump putting together the most profound, impressive coalition of disparate political entities I've ever seen in my lifetime, and it's not even close, to still have a close election is pretty horrifying, if I'm being honest.
It shouldn't be this close.
You have disaffected liberals, you have people leaving the Green Party, people leaving the Libertarian Party to come vote for you. You have RFK Jr., who was once polling at double digits, who's thrown all of his voters to you, and it's still just barely enough to get you over the finish line. That is amazing. The power. I already said that the media has lost all their power, but the power of the media is still profound. Half of this country is just straight up NPC drones. They don't think for themselves whatsoever. They went from obviously recognizing the reality that Kamala Harris is an empty vessel to 5 minutes later, they oust Biden, they slap her in there, and they're like, she's the greatest thing ever. And then these idiots on their couches were just like, she's the greatest thing ever. These people are scary mindless.
Kamala's brat. What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, it's so bad. And I mean, that's why he has to win is just to diminish the power of the media, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That him winning means so much just for that issue alone.
He's still got to stay alive, dude. We got 90 days until election, or until
inauguration. Yeah. Right now, 74% of Pennsylvania reporting. It's leaning towards Trump. Arizona is leaning towards Trump at 80%. Wisconsin at 70% counted, leaning towards Trump. Michigan 66% counted, leaning towards Trump.
I've seen enough. I'm calling Pennsylvania for Trump.
You're calling Pennsylvania for Trump?
I've seen enough. Yep.
I don't know, man.
Trump needs to get up there and call it for himself.
Yeah, we're getting close to that point.
Yeah, he's up by 115,000 votes with 82% reporting, and a total of 5.7 million. So. It would take a lot for them to make up that gap. That's a big gap. But you never know. It could come from one of their cities, and that could do it.
And then boom, yeah.
Where are you watching the results come in? DEHQ or New York Times?
I'm just literally on the Google homepage right now because I was watching it on TV before this.
Yeah, I'm bouncing between New York Times and Election Desk.
So if
CJ's on CNN because he's a communist.
Yeah, Andrew. if you unplugged your earphones from here, then Josh could.
Oh yeah. But the thing is, if you listen to yourself,
I was doing the same thing, and it's better.
It's better now. Yeah. Okay. All right, here you go. You can hear.
No, Andrew.
No, unplug.
Unplug it and then turn your volume up.
Wait, I can do that? I don't have to wear headphones anymore?
No. I've solved
my ears.
That. Bitcoin solved that.
Bitcoin solves it. Okay. Let's try now. I hear myself
Just
still a
keep it
little
low.
bit.
Yeah, but when he talks, right? So.
All right, I'll be able to hear Clint now. Okay, good. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Everybody feeling good?
So what's going on in Nevada? There's nothing coming out. Nevada is very quiet.
It's just the most corrupt state in the country.
Why have we not heard it?
2%. 2% for Nevada currently.
Got it.
That's
and
crazy.
if I recall correctly, the GOP banked a pretty big lead in early voting in Nevada, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. But Nevada has some of the worst election integrity still.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia fixed a lot. I mean, Georgia, it could be better. There are things there's more that they could have done, but Georgia fixed the majority of the
in Wisconsin
issues
too.
that we had in 2020. And yeah, Wisconsin. Yep.
Okay, come on, Donald Trump. Let's go.
How's your homestead looking, Andrew?
It's where is it? It's over here. 53-45 right now for Kamala in Minnesota.
I just want to say to all the people that constantly are critical of California and New York refugees, all the people that moved to Florida like me, yeah, Florida's more red than it's ever been. You're welcome.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing.
That's a product of the refugees, like, because everyone just assumes that, oh, you're coming from California, you must be some commie. It's like, dude, you don't even understand. Like, California has right now, with 40% reporting, there are 2.7 million people that have voted for Donald Trump in California. That means that probably almost 6 million people in California are going to vote for Donald Trump. So when you see someone that fled from California, it does not mean at all that it's a given that they're a Democrat. We are just, unfortunately, an enormous swath of people that are the minority in this godforsaken state.
Yeah. I mean, even now with all of the internal remigration, I believe that California still has the most Republicans of any state in the union.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
But
a lot of good
everyone
people
just
in
assumes that you're like some Hollywood liberal. It's like, dude, no.
That's what everybody thinks about CJ over here.
Yeah. So that's why I watch CNN.
Just playing into the stereotype. I like it.
So the decision desk has said that we're at confirmed 51 seats in the Senate. So the Republicans take the Senate according to decision desk. That's them pulling the trigger and calling Montana early, and they officially called Nebraska. And all the other Senate races, according to them, are leaning, with the exception of Arizona. Kerry Lake is still down.
I'm amazed by that, by the way. Kerry Lake's a very impressive political figure, and I can't believe that she just keeps getting beat. It's crazy.
I mean, they've devoted a lot of resources to preventing her from winning. Like, I was getting ads for Ruben Gallego. How are you pronounce his name?
Gallego.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Gallegos.
In Minnesota.
Gotta go back.
On Twitter. It's like, they're just blowing money, right? Why am I getting this ad?
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, where are we at with Pennsylvania?
We're just at the point where we're gonna keep scrolling Twitter.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah, this is where we just sit back, drink some coffee.
Yep. Oh man.
Well, I'm gonna go watch Rachel Maddow have a aneurysm if you guys don't mind. So
do it.
Yeah. Before you hop, I just got done watching CNN's coverage, including Chris Wallace, Dana Bash, of course Jake Tapper, our favorite, and they're having a meltdown. I mean, they were all saying this feels like 2016.
Good.
Yeah, so
Yes,
Jake
it
Tapper
does.
looked terrible. He looked like he was about to burst into tears on the show. And
we get to throw them all into prison tomorrow. Are you guys not pumped? I'm so pumped.
Yes.
What did you say?
They're going to prison tomorrow.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, so if their body language is any indication, we're in good shape here.
Oh yeah, that's what I've been tweeting about all night.
Yeah.
or the past couple hours. I'm like, if you want to just enjoy me in pure bliss, turn on some hard leftist corporate news outlet right now, because they are absolutely dying inside, and it is glorious to watch. Like, it is genuinely, it fills my soul with glee.
Yeah, it's great. We need to maybe put on MSNBC later on just to check in on them.
Dude, as soon as they call it, you gotta flash over to it. I'm telling you, it is going to be the best thing you see all day.
I just remember them like freaking out, like trying to devise different ways that Hillary could still win. You know, like, oh, here's how if she gets this state, if she gets Pennsylvania, then she could still win. And well, Trump just won Pennsylvania. No, it's just beautiful. I miss those days. I hope we can see him again tonight.
And then tomorrow we get to see all of the protesters crying on the streets. I mean, it's like we stepped into a time machine 8 years back. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the girl in the neon green jacket on her knees screaming.
So Trump Trump's up 120,000 votes in Georgia with 94% counted.
Yeah, I just said that a minute ago.
That's
it's
over.
ridiculous.
Like,
why are they not calling?
Trump should be asserting his victory.
The New York Times called Georgia 2 hours ago.
Decision Desk has called Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take this to the finish line.
So
Let's go.
what are you guys seeing? Is Trump at 246 on your end?
247.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the
because
New York Times
if
behind.
I'm understanding, he actually won all three of the Nebraska. We didn't have a split in Nebraska.
Oh, he did. Okay.
That's good because that was actually the doom scenario of the 269, 269.
Yeah.
So if he gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, he just needs one more state. Any
He
state
just
will
needs
do.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, one of those. I mean, if he gets
Nevada,
Nevada only, you know, he's still short, but
New York Times doesn't have Georgia.
No, they don't.
no, it was Decision Desk that called.
yeah, but-
Andrew said New York Times earlier.
I was incorrect.
Yeah. I'm not thrilled about the fact that no one's calling Georgia except for Decision Desk.
Yeah, because Decision Desk called Virginia really early, although it seems they've been right.
End up being right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't always like what they say, but DDHQ, I think, is by far the most accurate of any of these prognosticators.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be frozen for a week, man.
Connor, that's not true. Actually, if he gets, they already since you on the thing you're looking at, he already has Georgia. If he gets Pennsylvania, all he would need is Nevada because that puts him at 272.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So you're right. Any state.
Literally any state, as long as he gets Pennsylvania, he just needs one other state.
And Pennsylvania is the one that they said it's going to take a week.
God, I hope not. Just for the sake of my podcast, Jesus Christ, I can't.
Oh,
what am I supposed to talk about?
Yeah. Oh man, don't let this happen. No. No, is that Alex Jones live right now without a shirt on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's good.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'll keep mine on for now.
It's only 11, man.
We got several hours to go.
I got to
Clint,
watch.
We're both wrong because Alaska is going to go to Trump.
So what's that?
So if Alaska goes to Trump, and he gets Pennsylvania, that's it.
Oh, really? How
That's
many
it.
is Alaska? Is it 8 or
Alaska
something?
is three.
Okay, that would be enough.
And so that puts him at 281 if they call Pennsylvania for Trump.
Wow.
I think that's exactly what's happening right now. I think they just don't want to call Pennsylvania for Trump because the math already checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because they know it's like the night's over if Pennsylvania goes to him.
Yeah, it's done at that point.
By the way, I got to just tell you guys a quick story because it's not really a story; it's just a brag. I got to do the presidential debate as well as the VP debates live on stream with Alex Jones for 3.5 hours or whatever it was.
Oh, nice.
It was. I mean, you want to talk about a bucket list item for a guy like me? That was absolutely phenomenal. To be able to do that with him was so cool.
That's awesome. I would love. Yeah, I would love to do that. You know, I do. I tried out my Alex Jones impression for him. Maybe. Anyway.
The globalists are coming in. They're gonna turn the freaking frogs gay, and we're not gonna do the spawn of Satan.
I love him.
We were watching the debates together, and he's like, this lady has nothing to say. She's got nothing, absolutely nothing. Just totally empty. There's nothing of value from this woman. Nothing. That's a bad impersonation, but you get the idea.
Yeah, oh man, that would be great to be there. Awesome.
Anyways, I got to run, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you for your time, Clint. We really appreciate it.
No worries. Liberty Lockdown. I'm out of here.
Yeah, thank you, Clint. All right, I need some coffee.
This is the fun part. This is where we just get to hang out. We need some more food, though.
We do
Like,
have
need a
one
pizza.
last ad read, though, if you guys want to do it. And then Jeremy, I don't know if he's going to make it.
Should I
He's
throw on a
currently
t-shirt,
detained.
Andrew, or are
He's
we
currently
gonna-
detained?
He's currently detained at a GOP watch party right now. So he's going to keep me posted, I think.
Okay, well, we can do the 11 o'clock ad read here for all of our friends, and then we'll do some. We're lagging behind in the super chats, so 11 p.m. is brought to you by Pax Mail. Fellas, get off of gay email join paxmail.cc instead. We all know that these companies support the exact opposite of our beliefs. Keep the money with the brothers. We've got email, check. We've got docs, drive, calendar, appointments, project management, check. Help us in the fight to end abortion. Join today at paxmail.cc. So thank you, Paxmail, for sponsoring the 11 o'clock hour.
Connor, how did you get in touch with them?
Paxmail, they are great. They sponsor several of our friends.
Yes.
Right Response Ministries, I think, is the first one that I noticed them on with Joel Webbin. So, yeah, and honestly, what I really appreciate about Paxmail is that we need Gmail alternatives, and there's not actually that many that are truly based.
Is Proton Mail based?
Proton Mail is secure, is what I've understood, but I don't know too much about their politics beyond they just are good with your private information. Whereas Paxmail is actually openly, actually trying to end abortion and other amazing things like that. So it's awesome to have them as a sponsor.
Right.
I have an update. I have an update from Twitter.
Okay.
The Harris campaign has just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said that tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned here, and the mood feels seriously downcast.
Oh no. Anyway.
Okay, where are we at here on Super Chats? Sam P for $5. They're all going back in the crystals. That's the crystal alarm going off right now. They're all going back in the crystals, every single one of them.
All right, so I've been pretending that I know what.
That's the point of memes. You just keep pretending.
I've been pretending that I know what it means to be put
We're
in
not
the
going
crystals.
to. If you explain the meme,
just Google it.
It's not
Okay,
fun
all right.
anymore. So I'm not going to do it. Jeremy Kearns, $4.99. Just got back from work. Do you guys think Trump is doing as well as you expected?
I think he's doing better than I expected.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything.
Better than we
This is the time.
expected
Here we
while
go.
we watch all the counts stop in every important swing state.
There
All right,
we go.
Trump needs to call it. I've seen enough.
Here we go. This one is from Hug for $1.99.
What a great name.
As a moderate, and he's got a peppy avatar. As a moderate, I like when Trump wins and libs cry. Me too. As a moderate,
Yes,
I say the same. It's wonderful. And Papa Alpaca for $5 just checked in on lefties and BreadTube. They're coping and seething so hard. We're so back. Yeah, we haven't been able to watch like Hassan and people like that. That would be that would be
People are
fun to
really
check in on
quiet.
them.
The Lincoln Project didn't tweet for 3 hours, and then they just tweeted 10 minutes ago that said "Stay in line."
Where? Alaska. The Bishop of the Railway, $5 Canadian. What will Big Lib Eva do? I think if Trump wins, who will pay for David French's medical bills after his stroke?
Have you guys talked about New Jersey yet?
What do we know about?
New Jersey?
Is that
New
still a
Jersey.
state?
Yeah,
89%. He's only down by 4.
Yeah, New Jersey is 51-47. Kamala Trump.
That
Fascinating
is-
result.
how
I mean,
much-
very interesting and indicative for Pennsylvania, of course.
yeah.
But also,
It's
I'm sorry?
It's called on both New York Times and
Yeah.
Decision
They've
Desk.
ca- they've
though.
called
yeah,
it
no,
for
no.
Kamala,
New
but-
Jersey is called, but over 90% of the vote is in New Jersey, and it's a 4-point race.
Yeah, sorry, it's Pepe,
Yeah.
Pepe the
That's
Frog,
true.
not Pepe. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone. It's late.
Yeah, I almost said something, but you know.
Pepe the Frog. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. I don't know if that merits me going into the crystals.
The
or
Bishop of Railway, his super chat, Big Eva, if Trump wins, who will pay for David French's med bill? Honestly, in a way, I think similar to the liberal media, I think that Big Eva wants Trump to win too for the exact same reason.
yeah.
They could just monetize on the
it's
outrage.
huge for
You know,
them.
can you
Yeah.
believe that Donald Trump said? You know, and that's just gonna be
That's it.
every single article ever
for 4 years. Yeah.
Also, our buddy Jeff Wright messaged me and he said that Proton Mail is lib and Pax is based.
That's all we need to know.
So
Do
there we
Pax
go.
Mail. Proton Mail is lib. Goodbye, Proton Mail. Hello, Pax Mail. Okay. We need to do X shout outs and answer questions in the live chat on X in honor of Elon. I mean, I'll try to pay attention to X here with questions that people have. Clayton C asks Josh Abatoy, Josh, how much was that Weller? How much does that bottle of that go for? I don't even know. I'm not a connoisseur of.
I'm a little bit proud of this. So I don't want to brag, but I actually secured this for $199.
That's it. Okay, well, let's have a sip of that then. Not yet.
I came from an election watch party, and people were feeling great there after Tennessee was called. You know, the mood in the room was really good, and so a county commissioner actually insisted on having a celebratory toast out of this bottle, but I think it's still a little bit early to really make too much progress.
Speaking of Hassan Piker, communist streamer Hassan Piker announces he's moving to Japan. All right, well.
Should we throw the other Paul in here to liven things up?
To give his perspective from Australia?
Just from a couple of minutes.
I don't know. He's an Australian. I mean, I love Paul, but he's an Australian. This is an American.
Pure heritage American.
Yeah, this is an American. I'm sorry, Paul. This is an American thing only.
Okay, that's fair.
We'll talk again soon. I'm at work. Add me. I'm at work. Well, in that case, this is.
I mean, do we have comps from where we were relative to 2020? I mean, even at this point, he's far ahead of.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, he's got much more of a lead banked. The 3M trick would really have to be something exceptional here. Yeah.
Scott Pressler said President Trump gained more votes in Luzerne County, and Kamala could not reach Joe Biden's numbers. That's Luzerne County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What would be interesting is if they never announced the counts.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean?
You got a super chat that says, Andrew, explain the crystal
now
meme.
I have to.
Now you have to explain it.
Now I have to. Okay, well, in that case.
Explain it for $4.99.
For $4.99, I'll explain the meme.
4 easy payments of $4.99.
Man, it's just like the Superman movie where they put them in the Phantom Zone.
No. I don't watch movies. Look at Josh.
All right, so the Superman movie where they put them in the Phantom Zone and they're trapped there forever, just in this stasis.
I don't watch Cape movies.
Okay, yeah, this is from like 40 years ago, right? Not like Marvel stuff today.
I can nod along and pretend that I know that one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, anyway,
Nancy Pelosi won.
She did. Oh,
She's still alive.
Right?
Yeah, they're keeping her alive. She's more machine now than man. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, the crystals, man, it's like, I mean, some of it is this like medieval superstition about trapping demons inside of crystals. But then it's also kind of like the Phantom Zone thing where you trap them in there, and it's a thing on Twitter that just kind of took off and has a life of its own, right? Because like the helicopter meme, that's like very 2016. People talking about Pinochet and helicopters and everything. This is more playful and fun, but still a little bit scary. Like, we're trapping you in the crystals, right? Like people are begging us for Paul here.
The short answer is that Andrew doesn't know.
This guy's got a story. He says, last voter at my precinct where I was an officer at 7 p.m. was a SoCal Mexican who didn't want to vote for any person but Trump. I don't know anything about Congress, just Trump, okay?
That's amazing. That's wonderful.
So Andrew and I met this Mexican guy here in Tennessee at the Mexican restaurant, and he was like super into the Civil War, and he was like bragging about how Tennessee participated for the Confederates, and
everybody wants Paul.
How they defeated the Yankees. It was pretty funny. Remember that, Andrew?
I do. Sorry. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, I do. See, I don't even know the. Okay, I mean, I'll try it for Rusty Shackelford for 583. Arkansas voted for Trump, of course. So can I finally get a woo pig suey hog call from Andrew? I mean, I'm in Tennessee now. I don't think that's. We allowed to do that here?
No,
we can't. I mean, how does it even go? I don't even know. Like, can you do it for me first?
No.
And then I'll do one more enthusiastic.
I'm not the one who got the super chat,
Yeah,
so
like,
I am not going to do that.
Oh no.
Swoop! Right? Like that's I mean, I've seen it on TV, right? I think that's how they do woo! Right? Josh can do the rebel yell for us though.
I enjoy watching the sound wave really
People that they're listening to this later in their car and they're into hour 6, they're gonna go off the road.
They're gonna wake up.
Yeah, that's right.
If it's not called by midnight, I'm gonna speak in my Hank Hill impression for the rest of the evening.
That was awful. I'm sorry. I did my best. I'm not an Arkansan. I don't really.
Yeah, this is.
I don't really know how it goes. 87. We're just stuck at 87% in Pennsylvania. Man, how's Wisconsin doing though? How are those Scotties? 51-47.
I'm interested in like literally. What if they just never announce?
Yeah,
that would be a funny strategy. I didn't even think of that. It's brilliant. Like, yeah, actually, we're not gonna announce.
We're just not gonna tell you who the president's gonna be.
Yeah,
Sorry.
seriously. Like, what's the constitutional prerequisite for that?
This is an interesting point. Trump won Florida by a wider margin than Kamala Harris won New York. That's pretty wild.
Josh, did you hear William Wolfe say that DeSantis just needs to be the electoral reform czar?
Yeah, it's true.
It's
I mean,
brilliant.
it's absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the less prominent stories of this cycle is the performance of the states that have electoral reform.
Mm-hmm.
You know, taking weeks to count votes is a choice. You know, and it's good on Big Ron for demonstrating that to the nation, and you know, a handful of other states too. But Florida has certainly led in that respect.
So I got something. So George B. Hizzy tweets. He posted out that CNN says Detroit, Michigan officials are counting all their outstanding votes and will release the results at the same time. It'll happen any moment now.
1 billion votes for Kamala.
1 billion for Kamala. Yeah.
Watch Michigan.
All right, I'm watching it.
I'm not gonna read that one, but it was funny.
Yes.
I'm hearing that. Has Trump addressed the press yet?
He said he was about to.
Said he was
but
gonna.
I think he's waiting for.
yet.
He wanted
I've
to
been
wait for
refreshing.
PA
Yeah.
because he was gonna declare Georgia, but he wanted to wait for one more.
Let's go. Man,
Honestly, looking at the returns in Michigan, though, 51% came in,
Want some coffee?
yes, I need coffee.
which actually that's a recent change. So Michigan's moving.
Michigan's
It's
moving.
51.8 Trump, 46.3 to Kamala. So 51 Trump, 46 Kamala. Barely budged, but some movement is, I guess.
It's like
like
nobody wants to move first, right? They're all waiting for.
What does that remind you of?
Like,
PA's moving a little bit now too.
yeah, slowly.
Yeah.
CNN still hasn't called Georgia, though. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they're the
When did
worst.
Neither does New York Times.
Fox called Nevada super early last year, right?
Yeah, they did.
Like what time was that?
Probably earlier than now, I think.
They called Nevada early?
Oh, thank you.
Fox
Coffee.
notoriously called Arizona like immediately in 2020.
Everybody's calling for Paul. We're getting a revolt. We're having a mutiny.
Who is
in
Paul?
in the group chat? Paul, the other Paul from Australia.
He's very late.
Ooh, you got another
We-
good super chat there, Andrew.
Okay, so another from Hug. Another $4.99. Explain the different pill colors, including Andrew Escobar.
Say if we raise another $100 requesting Paul, then we'll put him on.
We're not gonna extort the people to get Paul on here. Yeah. we're not extorting them for Paul.
We're gonna make America great again.
So the pill colors, like red pill is like red pill, man. That's like your mind is expanded to understand realities that you were unaware of, right? And blue pill is you are happily going back to the false. Right? I mean, it's just it's the Matrix.
Blue
right?
pill
That's
is
where it comes
cope.
from. Yeah, well, blue pill is cope, but it's also just going back into believing all the things that normie, NPCs believe. White pilled is you are optimistic about everything, like nothing can rattle you, no matter what, you're gonna win. Black pilled is just total doom and despair. Clear pill. Have you
Black
read
pill.
Yarvin? What's clear pill? How does that work?
Clear pill, like it's like
It's being totally detached. You see the playing field as it is. You're just a realist. You don't care.
You don't care. That's a good. Yeah.
All right, we got $5 for Paul from Gideon Young, $4.99 from Jeremy Kearns. Give me Paul or give me death.
Is Paul even available to join?
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right.
He will quit his job. He will quit his job.
Yeah,
to be
Paul
on
right
here.
here. Polishes crystals. He's ready. He's ready. He wants to put us in there.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. How do you have a Pepe and you don't? You're just trolling me, Hug. You knew what they are. You're just trying to get me
He
going.
wanted you to explain the Isker pill. So really, the Isker pill is just take all those pills, mash them up into a fine paste, and just slowly apply directly down your throat.
Just taking all the pills all at once. That's what I was.
Michael Hale's in for
Michael
Paul.
Hale, $9.99.
So we made $20 so far on that. So yeah, $80 more. No, I'm serious.
This is terrible. This stream is going downhill.
This is serious.
I was ready to put him on before anybody.
$2.50.
All our leverage is going down the tube. Andrew, you don't know how to negotiate. Oh, you're up to $2.50 now. That's what you want. You want it not just 100.
No, 100. Yes.
Yeah. Who was it that compared you to Ben Shapiro?
Many people actually.
Oh, it's a poo.
More testosterone and
it's
salvation.
a poo, not Pepe. I'm sorry. I can't. I can keep up with the pills, but not the green frogs. I'm sorry.
Shake on it.
Ignorant
100.
normie.
Yes. Wait. Yes. 100.
Okay, Pepe looks funny to me. Makes libs mad. Yes, 100. Come on.
All right.
Man.
No. I'm a man of my word, especially if money's involved.
Man of my word.
All right. Where's
They won't call the election until you put Paul on. Now we're getting calls for Ron Dotson too. Ron, is Ron asleep? Ron, are you watching? Let me check. See, maybe he's texting me. I don't know.
Let's just start harassing some politicians. See who else we can get on here. What do you think? Do you think Ron DeSantis is down to come on and talk to us about how he loves Florida? And
all right. So we're at 25. We're at 25 for Paul.
All right, we're getting
25.
there.
25 for Paul.
Well, we've been chatting, guys. Arizona's making progress on reporting out.
Yeah, good for Trump.
1%.
Yeah, he's up by 1% in Arizona.
So
now.
that's
Okay.
those are all
1%
rural.
was added to the reporting.
Okay.
La Paz
Michigan's at 55
finished counting
with a 6-point lead for Trump.
Or no, they didn't finish. 61%.
Wisconsin is at 80 with a 4-point lead. 59% for
Bucks
Minnesota.
County just flipped red.
Still 4%.
Bucks County flip red?
In Pennsylvania.
That's big.
Okay.
That was one that Preston worked really hard on to flip.
Yep.
He's just extorting everyone.
Is that, what chat is that in?
For which one? Which one?
Protestant for Franco.
I don't know. We don't talk about the chat. Oh,
we're at
10 for
35.
Paul. 35 for Paul. Oh man,
We're gonna do it.
This is great. Paul's gonna declare victory. 538 electoral votes for Paul. Oh man, that's great. I love Paul. I love him so much that we're extorting the chat.
It's not extortion, dude. It's like it's.
Well, what happens if it gets to $90 and then it just nothing ever happens?
Then we have a good morning.
Have you guys been paying?
Then we could buy half a bottle
Yes.
of whiskey. Yeah.
Have you guys been paying attention to the House races very much?
Yeah. Where is
We're at 50 for Paul.
Oh, another one for Paul.
Halfway there.
Total Paul victory. I'm not gonna read all the chats. Yeah, let's. How's Joe Kent doing?
Oh yeah.
That's
we
one
got a couple
I
of
care
house
about a
races
lot.
that we should.
Where is it? District.
He's in the bottom left-hand corner of the state.
District 3 right
it's
there.
not looking good.
52-48 with 71
70.
in. Oh man,
Yeah.
come on, Joe.
How is he not? He's in a conservative county too.
Yeah, he is.
That's where the ballots were burned, though, right?
Yeah,
I believe
this,
so.
This Marie Glusenkamp Perez, just awful.
It's a battleground. I mean, it's a
$20.
Yeah, or 70 for Paul.
Oh, there we go. Ron is here. He says this sounds like Midwest bookie talk. No, it's not me. I'm not doing. I'm not. I let the record show. I oppose extorting the chat.
Yeah,
to
he's
get
a
Paul
Minnesotan.
on.
He's
Yeah.
too nice to fight for anything.
Oh, okay.
Like free money.
Yeah, free money. Oh, good grief. Oh man. Yeah, $20 Canadian. That's
Ooh, that's a good question. What's the exchange rate?
yeah, because that's really like $17, right?
20
now I'm talking like CJ here.
That's
a good point.
Dollars. That's $15. Okay, so
That's like $2 American.
65 for Paul.
Guys, Donald Trump also flipped Erie County in Pennsylvania, which
Yeah,
Biden won in 2020.
Things are looking excellent.
We're
in
gonna.
Pennsylvania.
I think
88%
PA. I'm calling.
Pennsylvania.
I've seen enough. I'm
I
calling
think that
Pennsylvania.
they're going to call Pennsylvania tonight.
Yeah, they're going to call it,
which is amazing because
great.
that's it.
They
That's
call
it.
PA.
It's game over.
That's all she wrote for old Camelblah.
So McCormick's still up in
What do we
PA
got?
fairly
We're
strongly
at
as
65
well.
for Paul, I think.
65
McCormick's
for
still
Paul.
up?
We'll count
Yeah.
Canadian dollars as American.
No,
That's great.
no, it was $15 American.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
McCormick's up a little over 1%.
Hovde's up in Wisconsin as well.
Oh, really?
Yep,
Okay.
it's up by about
What is
2% right now.
The total house prediction
For the Senate?
for the house.
The House? On New York Times?
Yeah. So, I mean, we're still way behind. Like, it's weird that they don't have these house races called as many as this.
70 for
total
Paul.
states. We're at 70 for Paul. Here we go. Okay. Most competitive districts. Oh, I see a lot of blue there. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, my congressman in Minnesota, he won by 23%. That's good. Spencer Cox reelected as governor of Utah. That's got to be the worst GOP governor in the whole country.
Worse
right?
than Bill Lee.
Oh, definitely worse than Bill Lee. I mean, maybe Mike DeWine is worse, right? That's some. We could, the chat can help us out with that. Like, who is the worst GOP governor in the United States of America?
Yeah, you're
today?
right. I mean, it could be
I think it's
Utah.
probably Spencer Cox. Like, he is atrocious. He is really bad. Someone needs to donate pesos. I have no idea what the exchange rate is for that.
Libertarian Party of Tennessee says, Ross, you might be home soon.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I hope that's the case. DeWine is really bad. But I think Spencer Cox beats him. I think so.
Yeah, he's probably the worst. Who's the Iowa?
A gal. What's her name? I can't believe I can't think of it right now. Kim Reynolds.
Brandon says
She's
Eric
all right.
Holcomb of Indiana is really bad.
Eric Holcomb. Yeah, I mean, Indiana, like the Indiana Republican Party is weird because it's such a secure red state that you tend to get really bad Republican representation, especially statewide. I mean, Mike Pence was the governor there, right? Just terrible. It wasn't. I'm thinking of Ohio. Who's the guy that ate there are always pictures of him just eating food that ran for president. Trump made fun of him a lot. I need to be more specific.
Chris Christie?
No. Like that guy, yeah, big slop. He was the governor of Ohio.
DeWine.
No, before DeWine. Kasich.
Yeah,
John Kasich. Oh my
Got it
goodness.
at the same time.
Yeah, but I mean that part of the country, Indiana, Ohio, they just have these terrible governors. What's your sign?
80 for Paul.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're? What are you sighing about?
80 for
Connor?
Paul.
What do we have here? 88% for Pennsylvania.
88%.
Honestly, right now, if these Senate
Ron's
trends,
going to bed.
if these Senate trends continue,
Are we at 85?
we could
Oh,
be
yeah.
at like 54 seats
I think we're 85 for
in the
Paul.
Senate.
Yeah, that would be good. Keep the House, get the Senate. Yeah, best House rep. Jim Jordan's up there. Although
Massey.
I think Thomas Massey beats him.
Massey by far.
Plus Jordan's like investigations. They just it's almost it's like who's the guy with the weird hair that was always like on about Benghazi and stuff like that. Trey Gowdy, right?
Yeah.
Like it almost smacks of Trey Gowdy. Like a lot of Jordan. I mean, I think Jordan's way better than him. But
Jordan's better, but at the same time, like we have so many of these investigations. I mean, did the House really accomplish anything outside of a speaker fight significant ever since we won it back in 2022?
No.
Right.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they could, but
What can you accomplish really if you have the House?
Budget fights. I wanted to see some hard lines for those budget fights. We caved every single budget fight.
Yeah.
Honestly, the House was so ineffective that it was. I'm surprised to see that we are even doing as well as we are in the House. I think it's just Trump's coattails because honestly, like outside of I mean, luckily we have a growing like insurgent of freedom-minded individuals, but as a whole, leadership in the House under Speaker Johnson, it's been terrible. And that's another thing, Josh, that I actually attempted to put out a whole episode on this, and then I had some computer issues that night, ended up scrapping the whole thing. But Lankford and his border bill.
Oh, don't get me started on that.
Oh man,
Don't get me started.
To me, the ERLC basically handed talking points over to Kamala this entire election
it made it
cycle,
straight.
and they
It made
brought
it straight into the
everywhere.
presidential debate. It was catastrophic from the start. Mitch McConnell sent James Lankford out to negotiate a border bill, which was a losing gambit from the very beginning. The package that he put together was essentially going to bless a very large number of illegal crossings every single day.
Yeah,
but it was called reform.
It's 4,000 a day, I think.
It was called reform,
and they were going to
because
legalize like millions of people, right?
Yes.
Administratively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was giving credence to this idea that like, Democrats like to talk about how our immigration system is broken, right? They like to make it very complicated when in fact it's actually very simple. It's just political will and allocation of resources. That's all it takes to secure the border. We have all the laws on the books that we need already today. And we have federal negligence. And so James Lankford goes out there. He negotiates a catastrophic bill that, it was hilarious. You couldn't have written it up any better. Support is cratering. The grassroots hates it. Everybody's running away from that bill at 100 miles an hour.
Including
Mitch
McConnell.
McConnell knifes
love
Lankford
that.
in the back and withdraws support. And like a day later, here comes the ERLC with a thought piece about how it's like a really wonderful, constructive step forward. Hilarious episode. It's a bad example. Look, I hate to say it, but Lankford's an outspoken evangelical in the Senate. And Mike Johnson's an outspoken evangelical in the House.
And they're awful.
And both of these guys have been just very feckless, weak leaders. Very embarrassing representatives for evangelicals in national politics. But I think tonight. Look, I'm just gonna start saying what I think tonight means. Like, let's pull the camera back a little bit. Trump's won here. Let's be real. Trump has won,
so.
And we've won the Senate. This is a repudiation of everything the left's been doing for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
It did not, 2 years ago, I'm not sure any of us would have predicted that Trump would have come back from everything that's been thrown at him we didn't know that there were going to be assassination attempts, but we were thinking about all the J6ers who were locked up in solitary confinement. We were already seeing the politicized prosecutions that are occurring against Donald Trump, and for him to come back from all of that and win, he's gonna win the popular vote here, guys, by a fair margin, which is
let me jump into some news.
Okay.
NBC called GA for Trump.
About time.
And Kamala Harris has canceled her speech at Howard University tonight.
Oh no.
So I think things are gonna shake out here.
Yeah.
I think the writing's on the walls because you can't hold off.
The writing's on the walls.
I mean, I think one of you needs to stay awake and watch. One of you,
the writing's on the walls.
One of you needs to stay awake and watch
that like a
DDHQ very closely overnight.
Phrase, right?
No, like Tim Walz.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, never mind. I'm getting tired.
I'm probably gonna go to sleep. Actually,
right now
I'm feeling good enough. I'm feeling a lot better than I was in 2020.
You can just lay your head down on the desk, man.
Yeah.
I'm watching so that you can sleep.
Yeah.
So in 2020, the thing is,
$90 for Paul.
We all knew there were a bunch of mail-in ballots that were hanging out there that they were going to inject into the system at the last minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was really sketchy the way it happened. It was sketchy the way that it happened, apparently all at the same time, in roughly the amounts needed to get to the right margins in the battleground states. That was weird. But we all knew, and we had been talking about it for months going into it, that there's this massive batch of mail-in ballots that are hanging out there. And the prognosticators said that as well, DDHQ and others. This cycle is very different. I mean, the margins are larger than they were in 2020, and there's no war chest of secret ballots out there.
Yeah.
If I wake up in the morning and the press tells me that Kamala won, I'm not going to be...
Turn your phone on sound. It's bugging everybody.
I'm not going to believe it. That's my phone, guys. That's my phone.
It's Josh.
Stop it. Let's go.
Listen, we're $10 away from the other Paul. $10 for the other Paul. There's 6,500 people viewing this right now. If everybody puts in $20,
so ridiculous.
If everybody puts in $10,
hey, that's a pretty good stream. 6,500, huh?
So yeah, $95 for Paul. I need everyone listening to put in $10.
Put in 10 cents each.
I'm hearing
Trump's
that
about to come out.
Yep.
You better have Paul on, or I'm gonna.
Paul,
I just
Paul
started
might
live
be on after Trump.
Just now, I heard on CNN a guest pointed out that there were still 100,000 ballots outstanding, and maybe Kamala has a chance. And then another guest pointed out that there were 120K margin that Trump had banked already.
Oh wow!
And yet CNN refuses to call Georgia.
Can we patch in Trump's speech?
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
We won't get a copyright strike or anything like that if we do that.
I don't think so.
We already got one when we did the Putin interview.
Do you want to just play it on a separate device and watch it, kind of?
I think they would still nuke us for that.
I gotta watch it, man.
Well, play it on your iPad there, and
I don't want you to yell at me for using my devices inappropriately.
Just play the Trump speech if it comes on, man.
Well, just
to there he is. There he is.
He's live.
There's Paul. Oh, somebody keeps a cell phone bribery. Oh, it's Contra Mundum smoke detector.
Paul's
shirt.
on. Paul's on the
For
screen.
Paul. Paul's here. All right. You can stop.
Sending money. CNN called Georgia.
CNN called Georgia. Okay.
Yep.
Let me turn off my earphones.
Hello, Paul.
All right. Boot him.
There we go.
Hello, Paul.
We can't hear you.
Hello, Paul.
This is good television.
This is great. This is amazing.
All right.
Did you see?
So turn that down. If Trump comes on though, we're focusing on that.
Feedback. I'm sorry.
Someone watching? Is Trump?
I don't know.
I've been refreshing. Nothing yet.
$10 in.
Unless someone else is carrying him and he's not on his own profile.
Trump. Oh, okay.
We gotta get Paul set up going.
It's over.
He'll be back. It's gonna happen. We did it. Total Paul victory. He can't hear us though. I don't know.
So Georgia's called. What does he need now?
He needs Pennsylvania is what he needs. There he is. Can you
Yeah,
hear
I don't
me,
know
Paul?
what's going on. I can talk, but
I can hear you.
guys.
Oh, well.
What the heck is going on?
We can hear you.
Hang on.
We can hear you.
Oh, I hear you.
Hello?
Can you see?
$100 and we'll turn on his volume.
Naughty boys. I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How good?
All right. So Paul, did you get in a vote for Trump?
As a matter of fact, yes. Nobody. I don't think anyone saw obviously the post on Twitter or social media or whatever. I was able to take a little sneaky flight down to Hawaii.
Oh.
It's kind of a long return trip from New Zealand just the other day. Went to Hawaii, then came back to Sydney, and cast my vote like a good American citizen.
Yeah, I should do that too.
Okay. Hello, Paul.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I can now.
How good. I was saying I flew back from New Zealand the other day, but before that I took a little roundabout trip to Hawaii and cast my vote there like a good non-American citizen.
Well, thank you for that.
Of course.
All right. So, Paul, have you been watching the elections?
I have the whole time at work. I've got whatchamacallit, the decision desk up. I've got the Guardian up, their live maps, and I'm sharing your frustration with Pennsylvania. What's going on there, eh?
Yeah, I mean they're just doing Josh Shapiro things.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro's going to jail. I'm calling it.
No, he's going in the crystal.
That's right.
Hey, guys, the Kamala campaign just announced that Kamala will not be speaking tonight. Apparently, her campaign event is thinning. What?
Yeah, she's.
She's like, I said that 10 minutes ago.
I want to make sure people were aware. All right.
No, this is good. Yeah, I mean they're gonna walk home. They're depressed. They've lost everything. They went there with joy and hope in their hearts, and they're leaving in despair, and they probably won't even make it home.
Yeah. So Lewis 94 says he gives us Australian $14.99. I have no idea how that translates. I'm sending money because you invited a fellow Australian on. So yes, welcome, Paul. Welcome, Paul.
Legend. I think I've got you guys to take money tonight. So I mean, you're welcome.
We can barely hear you. I don't know if the stream can hear you.
I think they can hear him. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just saying like when Trump takes office in January, we're probably going to invade Australia. So this works out.
Paul will greet us as a liberator.
Mm-hmm.
I was never mind. I completely lost my thought. Continue.
Is this a real tweet?
He's working. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you
Real.
this. Wait, I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Did
you see that?
No.
Yeah, there's a report that trucks of ballots are coming into Philadelphia.
Trucks of ballots.
Who put that out?
Jack Unheard. Is he legit?
But I saw a video of it too.
I don't know.
But when was the video from?
Oh, this is a good point by Nicholas Biddell. It's well into Wednesday in Australia. Paul could tell us who won.
That's right. I can. You guys want spoilers?
Yes.
Yeah, spoilers, please.
All right, Jeb.
I'm so excited.
Yes.
That's amazing. Paul's audio is somewhat tinny. That's just because it's Australian.
Oh, look, we got pictures from the Harris campaign.
Oh, yes.
Here we
Yeah, put
go.
that up there.
Where am I putting it up? I don't know how to do that.
On the stream.
How do I do that? I'll send you the.
Send it to Connor and he'll do it.
Absolutely.
Put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Where was that
90%
at?
in Pennsylvania.
I just sent you a link in the chat.
Oh, perfect. That's all I needed.
51-48. He's up by 170,000. Okay. New York Times finally called Georgia.
About time.
Is there a lot of echo over there, Connor? Are you good?
There's some
slight.
All right, let's go. Let's get this going.
Oh yeah, what do you? I don't know if any of you saw my strategy map for what the Trump campaign should have been. I don't think anyone really took any focus of it. My strategy for the Trump campaign.
What's your strategy?
What's your strategy,
got it
Paul?
on screen.
Let me send you the link. I'll send you the link, and whoever is in the private chat, whoever controls it can.
Yeah. Just send us the link. So
yep, send
us the link, and then Connor's got the.
I've got the art that is from the Harris campaign. Kamala Harris supporters are crying.
It's only the beginning.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's
and
it.
then he will be going back. This is actually a picture of them going back.
POV of flight boarding.
Did you
Who
send it,
remembers
Paul?
I did. It's in the private chat.
Oh, okay. He got
Who,
it. All right.
who remembers the Dame Pesos TYT meltdown?
The what?
Dame Pesos, the TYT meltdown video.
Mm-hmm.
That's
All
it.
right, here it is. I'm throwing it up on screen for you, Andrew. You can read that out if you want.
All right.
I can't. That's too.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it. I'll explain it to you guys.
Okay.
So hear me out. A typical strategy of warfare, or military strategy, is that you want to aim to encircle the enemy in order to best defeat them. Like you don't want to fully encircle, because if they're fully encircled, they'll fly like a dog cornet and they'll fight viciously to the death. So you've got to leave a little gap for them to escape. That's Minnesota, Tim Walz's state, and you'll find that very appealing, and he'll take himself and a good chunk of the Democrat base to escape into Canada, otherwise achieving a full encirclement. So, look, I don't know why no one else has seen this. I think it's pretty obvious. I think this could have guaranteed us a victory, but what do you guys think? Thoughts?
Well, I think this is probably what Australians have been up to for the last 50 years.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's great. Amazing. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. The Harris campaign chair just dismissed the crowd at the Harris HQ.
Oh, it's over.
Just like
go home.
John Podesta in 2016.
Yeah. So does the violence come next or what?
I don't know.
So Tyler Boyer said every citizen in Maricopa County should be morally offended that we were patronized by Bill Gates and Stephen Richer and they couldn't count past last Tuesday. Insane. These people shouldn't run the French fry station at McDonald's, much less your elections. And 2 hours earlier, he had posted, why didn't Maricopa report all the early ballots that were reported before Election Day? Missing close to 200,000, and word is that Maricopa is behind quite a few 100,000 votes to be scanned.
Oh,
wow.
This is amazing. Donald Trump
He can't be replaced soon enough.
Donald Trump has won Blue Earth County, Minnesota, which is where Tim Walz is from. Oh, yeah. Look at this. This is my county, Waseca County. 65 Trump, 33 Kamala. Oh, it's a great place. I'm going to miss it. Oh, all right. Where are we at in Michigan? 6% lead for Trump with 61% in. 4% lead for Donald Trump with, what is it? What percent of the margin is in? 85% in.
They should probably call Wisconsin fairly
It's
soon.
getting
I think
close,
that's about locked down. That's excellent.
Trump is up 3% in Pennsylvania with 92% in. So she needs to make up a 3% gap with 8% of the vote left to be counted. I mean,
I might have missed it in the stream, but what's up with Nevada reporting nothing?
it's just super corrupt.
Yeah, Nevada's the worst.
It is one of the worst states. Yeah.
Yes. It is the worst state in America.
Michigan's tightening up. They just had a big ballot drop.
Tightening up toward who?
Between the two of them.
Yeah, between the two of them.
You say Michigan?
Yep.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. That's
No, I just mean, in which direction is it going? Was it?
Yeah, she made a
Donald's
game.
in the lead. Is
What
tightening.
percentage do you see on your end, Josh?
I see Donald at 49.8%, Kamala at 48.3%. So he's got a
what
1.5
percentage of the
points.
votes are in?
64% on
Okay.
DDHQ.
We're being told to tune into the Young Turks.
Young Turks.
You guys can do that if you want. This one, $2 from Ian Burke Perry. Win the popular vote and Antifa doesn't riot. I think that would make them riot even more.
You think
don't
we're
you
gonna
think?
see some riots tomorrow?
I don't know. I think there will at least be low level violence in places like Portland and Seattle and things like that. But the longer they drag this out, the less likely it'll be, I think.
The thing with Antifa is they don't need a reason for a riot. Is it that way around? No, they don't riot for a reason. They don't riot for a reason. They need a reason for a riot.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Yeah,
Harry Sisson. It's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon, rapist, fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight.
Bro, I could use Harry as a single dumbbell.
Oh, here we go. This is the New York Times forecast. Now has Trump at a 95% chance of victory.
Jeez.
And projected to win 306 electoral votes. Our friend Bendel Wary, watching from Italy or something. Van Jones is sobbing right now. This is great. This is great.
I've got another one from Harry Sisson. America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women all across the country. And instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, brothers, and sisters.
Hunter.
Okay.
Man. Hold on. Sorry. You sold out for the bit a little bit too much.
I made the observation earlier tonight that Trump he is single-handedly, now with this tonight presumably, beaten back two of the only potential women presidential candidates. Mate, Trump is single-handedly carrying the glass ceiling for us.
Yes. He is the Atlas holding up the world of the patriarchy right now. Yes. Oh, that's amazing.
Curiosity, how long are you guys planning on going for the stream tonight?
I mean, until they call it.
January 6th.
I was joking 3 a.m., but I mean that might be the case tonight.
No, Trump's about to come out, man.
I think they're going to call it.
I think they're gonna
because I don't think that they're going to be able to avoid not calling it at this point with how much is reporting from Pennsylvania. Like I know that they stopped the vote last time, but I don't remember them stopping the vote.
All right, here's a good question.
Such large percentages.
This is a question for each of us. So give this some thought.
I already have my answer.
From Jack Aubrey, $10. You could serve in the Donald J. Trump administration, part 2. Mm-hmm. What position do you choose?
Transportation of humans.
What do you choose, Josh?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a tough question, actually.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I want like a super petty role, like Department of Education.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I have a library and I have some ideas. I'm good with kids.
Better than Tim Walz. I don't know what I would pick. If I got any pick of what I mean, obviously Secretary of State has the most power and influence and foreign policy matters by far the most. I don't know. I mean, maybe Secretary of Agriculture.
That's a good one.
Maybe Secretary of Agriculture.
Just total war on soybeans.
Yeah. I mean, if Josh is already the Secretary of State, I would be the Ag Secretary. I'd go for that. Like total Monsanto destruction.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my goal. How about you, Connor?
I would honestly just want to fetch coffee.
Just for you'd be fetching Diet Coke for Donald Trump.
Yeah. Just Diet Coke.
He's got the button,
and Mountain Dew for JD Vance.
Yeah,
that's all I want.
I'm a big Mountain Dew Zero guy. I mean, people give me a hard time when I drink it on the stream. You're gonna die, get cancer, and everything. But I like it. It tastes just like real Mountain Dew, And
on this subject,
we're not being sponsored by Mountain Dew Zero, unfortunately.
But we should be.
Maybe one day.
On this subject, who do we think would be a great press secretary for Donald Trump?
Alex Jones?
Well,
it's obvious.
He would be hilarious.
It would be really funny.
Yeah. I think someone like who's the guy from Louisiana? The old guy from Louisiana.
The senator?
Yeah.
Kennedy?
Yeah.
I heard Megyn Kelly floated as a serious
that's
proposal
possible.
for
I don't
press
think
secretary,
Tucker
actually.
would do it. I mean, what he's doing now.
That'd be
is-
so hilarious if it
way
was
too-
Tucker, though. Could you imagine?
Great.
Just the
Just laugh.
You know, my
This is a total hack. What are you doing
serious
here?
question. My serious question is, who takes Secretary of Defense?
Like Eric Prince or something?
He would not
Maybe.
pass confirmation.
I will.
I don't think.
We own the Senate though.
Maybe. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, maybe that would be unbelievable if he was. I mean, yeah. Make him the Secretary of Defense tomorrow.
I mean, he might be better at like no, yeah.
This is a good practical one from I'm losing the chat here. From Jeremy Kearns. Oh, I didn't. You know what? Before I didn't ask Paul. Like Paul's an Australian, but you don't have to be a citizen, I don't think, to be in the administration.
Real.
What do you think, Paul? What role? Do you even know what departments we have?
Well, I do know you have a Department of Defense, and I would love that role because I'd be able to play Hoi 4 in real life and APAC would pay me to do it.
Just Hearts of Iron 4 all day long, Paul.
Real.
Yeah. All right. If you became that, we would change it to the Minister of Defense, just in your honor.
No, it's gonna go back to the Secretary of War.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there we go. So this one from Jeremy
Right.
Kearns, $1.99. Any good ways to positively impact local politics? Oh, lots of good ways. Right. What do you think?
I mean,
starting off the bat?
just showing up, like
That's what I was gonna
people
say.
who have just been just seeing fresh blood. I think is a
Yeah.
really big invigorating force. I think people love that. Just showing up, just be there, express interest, bring your friends. I think that in itself sets the mode.
Be involved in the county GOP. That is huge, especially if you can bring people to events. You know, in
See you
my
in an
home
hour.
county, they had they would put on things, every couple months. And
Paul's out.
If you bring, we lost Paul.
Did you boot him?
No, he said see you in an hour, and none of you heard, but he's out.
Oh,
His manager was probably walking by. We'll get him back.
His
Paul's
lady
a lot of fun.
manager.
His Kamala manager. But yeah, being involved local politics, I think like an underrated thing to be in is the school board. And I actually ran for school board in Waseca County, and I only lost. I didn't campaign at all. I only lost by 150 votes. And I'm actually glad I didn't have time for it and all these things. You know, it would be you got to serve on committees. Like you have to be able to have the time to do these things. But if you have the time and are skilled and sharp, like you can affect things positively. One of the reasons I didn't win is because all the public school employees in the county were telling everybody, he doesn't even have kids in the school here. They're all homeschooled. It's I pay taxes. I should be able to have a say. I care about my neighbor's kids and the things they're being taught. Everybody else there was retirees, right? They didn't have any kids in the school either. So anyway, school board matters. If you're in a small town, being part of the city council, that really matters. County commissioners, all of these things. And they could be a stepping stone to running for state representative, to running for state senate, being integrated in a lot of the organizations in a town, like the Rotary Club and the Chamber of Commerce, being involved in all of those things does actually move the needle. And you need to be connected to those networks if you do want to run for things. And the hard thing there is because that's where all the sausage gets made in the local chambers of commerce.
Look at these numbers: 90% reporting, 220,000 lead.
Is that
PA?
PA?
In PA, 220.
Call it.
220.
220.
That's a big
Call
lead.
it. Shut it down.
Yes, it's over.
We're done.
It's over.
They're not gonna be
Yeah,
able to
we won,
manufacture.
guys. Yeah, I was Isker, to the point you were just making. I was thinking, do you recall something like 10 years ago? I mean, really, even running into the election that Trump won in his first primary in 2016, we had a very stale bench on the GOP side. You looked around at, like 2016 had a lot of candidates in it, but really, frankly, none of them were all that inspiring. And I think that one of the great reasons for hope on the GOP side is there's been this massive wave of new political talent entering the arena.
Yeah.
Like some of the first examples would be a JD Vance or, a Blake Masters, even though he didn't win, but very, very interesting intellectual characters, young talent. Joe Kent, hopefully he can get across the finish line out in Oregon. But people really have crawled out of the woodwork and brought a lot of new energy and intellectual foment to the Republican Party as a result of this. Let's check over on
He's
how's
down
Joe
by
Kent
4
doing?
points with 60% in.
Okay.
So
How's Blake doing? He's running for Congress down in Arizona. Do we have anything on his race?
Let me pull that up.
Where is Arizona? There, it's up there. Okay. Paul Gosar wins. Which one? Andy Biggs looks like.
Did you say Blake? Because Blake lost the primary.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah, he did.
All right, he's gone. Okay.
All
All right.
Is
that's right.
Is he winning at
Good.
52%
Good.
reporting? He's got 53% of
Wasn't
the
he
vote.
kind of lame though?
To 46.
Yeah, I think, but yeah, I think to your point though on local politics and the bench, like, I mean, we've got 6,600 people watching this stream right now. 90% of them are guys. The majority of them are 18 to 35. And if you're watching us, I can assume, your IQ is at least one standard deviation to the right of the median. Like you're at least 115, if not 130.
New York Times announcement: Donald Trump is projected to win the popular vote for the Republican Party for the first time in 20 years.
Okay,
That's amazing.
You stepped on my IQ
Mandate.
touchdown call, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. That was
no, that's big news. That's
big.
good. That's good. That's
No.
good. But for real though, like the people watching, I was bragging about our stream and how smart everybody is.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. And so I think about that. Like you look at just the average politician, GOP, Democrat, they are not good at speaking, at public speaking at all. Like if you go to Toastmasters for 1 year and just sit there and learn to not say and all the time when you're talking, which I mean I struggle with sometimes, but be that as it may, right? If you learn how to speak in front of a crowd, you get over that, and you get, even just to be halfway decent at public speaking, you're better than 90% of politicians in state houses and in Congress. And so if you can speak well, that matters a lot. So you get that. You could, if you speak well and integrate yourself into local politics, like you can rise through the ranks, especially if you don't, if you have to be in those networks, and plugged into these things, but not just be a total pushover for what people want. To be able to play those games in a very shrewd way, so to have principles, but to be able to negotiate certain things as well, like to be able to play that game well, is really difficult, because you can go in and be a gadfly and say I'm going to vote no on everything all the time, and then your district gets no grants and everybody gets mad at you and you're done.
Yep.
But if you can be selective in the things, the hills that you're going to die on, you can do really, really well. So that would be my exhortation to everyone. Yes. What do we have?
Nevada's going to go for Trump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Just 75% in and 51%
these
Trump.
guys, they didn't report all day, and did they just do like a massive drop?
Yeah, because they're like, it's over.
Yeah, exactly.
They're hoisting the white flag, and now they're just going to start reporting.
They just dumped a bunch of results.
70% in for Nevada.
75% at the same time.
We've had like nothing from Nevada. Now we have 70% in.
Yeah.
What were the now? If I recall, the GOP had banked something like about a $40,000. I do business all day, guys. All right, 40,000 vote lead in Nevada coming into today. And so, what were the results of the drop that just came through?
I don't. Did you get a breakdown on
Where
that?
did you see that?
Yeah, so we got 50% of the vote is now, or excuse me, 70% reporting, and Trump is up 50 to 47. So he's got a 3-point lead.
At
with
75%.
30% of the vote still outstanding.
Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, that's good for Nevada.
Yeah, that's great.
DDHQ doesn't have that yet.
To go
Interesting.
back to what you were saying about local politics, Andrew, I think the other thing too, and this is just such a simple thing, but this is just a simple thing that everyone can do. Find a good state paper that actually just reports honestly about what's happening in your state. And that's all you have to do is just pay attention to that more
That's all
than
we
you pay
gotta do
attention
is find
to
us- find an
national
honest
politics.
paper.
Yeah, all we
That
have to
easy.
do. Yeah.
But honestly though, like just find a couple of good ones
Yeah.
and actually consume statewide media more than you consume national, because the thing is, like, national is the sexy stuff, national is the fun stuff. We have a lot of fun with these election night streams, but the reality is, like, we don't have that much say in what goes on in Washington DC, but you have a ton of say in what goes on in your state,
Absolutely.
especially in your county. So honestly, just if we're gonna throw up a pie chart of the amount of time that you spend on politics, the vast majority should all be state and local. You should have a
Minnesota.
tiny sliver for everything else.
Minnesota's within 50,000 votes right now with 65% reporting. I just want him to win by 2 votes in Minnesota. That's all I want besides him winning from tonight, is Trump to win Minnesota by 2 votes, just 2.
Especially if they could track it all the way down to Wasika.
That's right. It was our 2 votes.
This is my favorite tweet of the night.
Bishop of, well, let me get to the super chats quick. Bishop of the Railway, Canadian $2. Yes,
Canadian.
follow Monsanto into a dark alley. 100%. Let's go.
Monopoly money.
They will be destroyed. Let's see, are there any other super chats? No? Okay. Yeah, Blue Earth, I mean, this is a big deal. Gray Duck, can't believe Blue Earth County went red. Like, that is, it's a college town. That's where my alma mater is, Minnesota State University. Tim Walz got a degree there. I read his thesis. It was garbage.
Wow, shocking.
Yeah, it's like it was written by a 5th grader.
It was.
And no footnotes either. It's crazy. But anyway, huge lib town. I mean, massively lib town. And Trump won it. Like, that's big for Minnesota. And like, people hate Tim Walz in my state.
That's why it's so funny that they chose him.
I know.
It's the worst possible combo.
He's a DEI.
Well,
The
he
DEI
is.
pick.
No, but his whole job. Like, you saw. I don't know if you guys saw the picture today. That the Harris campaign released. You know, Kamala is out there. Yeah, she's back to Kamala now. You know, waving her hand at the crowd and everything, looking powerful, like a strong woman in her pantsuit. And the picture of Tim Walz here is like this, the Chinaman. You know, like bowing and scraping before the strong, independent woman of color. Right. That's his role.
Yeah.
Is to be humiliated.
Yeah.
And to be the white dude for Harris. And so that's why he was picked. Because like a big reason I think Josh Shapiro was not chosen was not just that he was a IDF soldier, that played a big role, but also he would have upstaged her, right? I mean, this is a guy probably 50 IQ points higher than her, and way savvier. Like, there's something there with this guy. It's not good. It's all evil, but there's something there with him, and he would have been the actual president of the United States if he had been chosen. And so
why wasn't he?
For that reason, right?
No,
yeah.
I've also heard. I've heard that Shapiro and Kamala have had serious words over the years before he was in contention for VP consideration. They've run into each other, and there's a history and an acrimony between the two that goes back for some time. So yeah, and I think on Shapiro's side, I think. I'm not sure he wanted to take it. I think he wants to run in 28, and I'm not sure.
Agree.
I think Kamala being at the top of the ticket kept the premier talent probably away from accepting, wanting to accept that VP role.
Do you think it was a mistake for them not to do a speed dating primary, right? To some kind of primary to, because that was the thing that was thrown out when Biden drops out is.
No prime. Well, of course it was.
Like to have some kind of process to select a candidate rather than just install one. Like was a huge mistake, right? Do you think any of the like Newsom, Whitmer, Shapiro would have thrown their hat in the ring at that point if it was just kind of open?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but yeah, I think had it been open, yes, you would have seen some of them. But the Dems always had a very tough hand to play here because if they had opened up to a speed dating primary, as you suggest, there would have been a faction that would have been upset about Kamala not getting it. I don't think she's all that popular, but she does have a faction that would have been very conducive to a full on internal civil war in the party, and so some portion I think may have taken their ball and gone home if the competition had opened up that way.
Look at this. The Lincoln Project just tweeted out 12 minutes ago, "We are voting. Trump will lose. Democracy will win."
Yeah, they must have misscheduled that tweet.
Do you think that was what it is?
I think so.
Are they, either way you slice it, that's pretty.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I just this is so great.
What are we hearing about when Trump's going to come out and talk, guys?
I don't know.
Anything about that?
I keep being told that it's going to happen soon.
I'll be right back. I've had too much coffee.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm trying not to trip over stuff.
I'm going to get to work on your iPad here. I need to dig into some of these numbers.
You should refresh that page.
Todd Erzin is calling for the arrest of Katie Hobbs.
No, so like one thing that's interesting is I think Trump was very serious when he said that any fraudsters, any fraudulent activities about the election will be met with prosecution. I think really frightened them because if they didn't get away with it, he would have put a lot of people, gotten them in hot water. That may have been another reason that they didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's I think that election, I think that like cheating happens every cycle, right? Mm-hmm. It tends to happen locally. There's usually not hyper coordinated conspiracies across different states because that's extremely risky. And so I think you have a little bit of when you have an atmosphere where there's a credible player on the other side who looks likely to win, I think that significantly disincentivizes any individual actor. There's a bit of a collective action problem. If you don't have confidence that there's a bunch of other people that are carrying, Kamala across the line in other states, each individual will kind of have a, back down from taking the steps they might. And, I think the other thing we need to talk about is it's going to be very interesting to look at the improved election infrastructure we had this go around in a couple of ways. I mean, one, what kind of get out the vote infrastructure has Elon constructed over the last month? Yeah. And of course, the data coming off of that, having the capabilities that Elon brings to the table for forensic audits of the results, and then the legal resources that Elon in particular brings to the table here. All of those significantly, I think, reduce the likelihood of cheating.
William, Michigan here.
William Wolfe posted, "In an astonishing moment in American history, it's now clear that President Joseph Biden made the right decision, putting country over party and allowing Democrats to select an even more unpopular, more liberal candidate to lose to Donald Trump, the most pro-life president in history."
Oh, this is amazing. I'm retweeting this old tweet, but I don't care. Donald Trump, November 7th, 2020. I won this election by a lot. Oh, this is amazing.
I'm seeing some meltdowns. So it's interesting that she won't concede tonight.
Well, Hillary didn't until the next day either.
This feels like a replay of 2016.
Yeah.
Why isn't anything else being called, though?
Okay. We're at 92% of Pennsylvania in, Trump up 3.
Yeah,
85 of Wisconsin in, Trump up 4. 66% of Michigan in, Trump up 6.
People are saying there's massive trucks still showing up in Detroit.
What do they have for the ticker? Live forecast. Let's go. We got him at
95% plus.
95, 1.2% popular vote victory.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is great. Oh, I'm having fun, guys. I might not go to sleep tonight.
Elon Musk just tweeted, "You are the media now."
Thank you, sir.
That's right.
We are.
JettisonEntertainment.com.
Yes. Sign up now.
Got any signups?
Oh, yeah, we've got a lot of signups. I probably should have
Nice.
told you guys that. Let me see. Where are we at with that?
Oh, here we go.
We've got a good
What's going on?
50 signups or so.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, no, that's a good start.
Yeah.
This is so good. I've been having too much fun with the Lord of the Rings tweets, man. But
There's
her
nothing
defeat
wrong
in
with
Georgia and Pennsylvania showed our enemy one thing: she knows the heir of America has come forth. Men are not as weak as she supposed. There's courage still,
got a super
strength enough perhaps to challenge her. The deep state fears this.
We got a super chat.
This is for you, CJ, right here. Best political books to buy. Oh, I hit it. Sorry.
Hey, that's hard. Like, do you want theory? Do you want history? Do you want? That's just such a broad question.
Yeah, I mean,
so
political theory. Start with political theory.
Well, I think a really good book that people should read is called The Great Debate by Yuval Levin, about the difference between Edmund Burke and Paine. This is the book that really set my mind on like anti-idealism and the fact that politics is about trade-offs, and it's about looking at what is the best path forward in light of various alternatives. I think that's a better approach to politics. I think Americans in the 20th century have been totally caught up in sort of idealism that basically neuters them, neuters their capabilities in confronting the left. So I think the Great Debate is a great way of like looking back at our roots and understanding that Western politics and political theory actually has a lot of Machiavellian or particularity to it in a way that I think Americans aren't used to, and I think that we should continue to be more self-conscious of going forward as things continue to get heated. So that's like the immediate book that I think people should really familiarize themselves with.
A good one that's been helpful to me as someone who enjoys easy to read books that can kind of catch you up on a lot in a short amount of time. I think The Total State by Orrin McIntyre did a good job of putting a lot of the sort of dissident right political ideas into a very accessible book. So if you're kind of new to this space, that's a great place to start. It's also a great book to give to people that are maybe more boomercon that need a sort of factory reset.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's actually a very, very good book. Yeah, he synthesizes a lot of different like what would you call it? like lines of thought, traditions in Western thought. He has a great interpretation of the 20th century in the managerial state.
It's not working on this site.
Fantastic book.
100%. Then, of course, Age of Entitlement, I think, is a really good one that kind of quickly documents recent American history.
Fox just called Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Good for them.
Someone needs to.
That book, there was The Total State by Orrin McIntyre.
Yeah, and then also I agree with Connor on the Age of Entitlement. Age of Entitlement. Yes.
Yeah, read Caldwell just to get an understanding.
What was the question? Like, what book should I read?
Political books. Yeah.
Political books. Rusty Reno's Return of the Strong Gods is a classic. American Awakening by Josh Mitchell. Great, fantastic book to understand wokeness.
Okay.
And then, of course, Althusius is Politica.
But all we have is the abridged version. We need our Latinists out there to do a full translation.
How much of it was like 50% of the book?
I don't even know.
I want a 2-volume leather bound that I can throw on Josh's shelf.
That's right. CJ's maxed out all his shelf space here in the world headquarters of Contra Mundum, Gainesboro, Tennessee.
Nevada's continuing to throw results out. It's looking very good. I think But by the way, I mean, another thing we can talk about is there's a couple of prognosticators. Yeah.
Calls Pennsylvania
Calls
for Trump.
PA?
Yeah.
Really?
Let's go.
Fox and Decision Desk.
Oh,
All right.
yes.
I think one of the stories this cycles is that there's a couple prognosticators who essentially torched all their credibility.
Yes.
As a final Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ann Seltzer in Iowa can never show her face again.
Yeah.
And then actually in Nevada, this guy, John Ralston. You guys follow John Ralston?
Totally.
He's a Dem. He leans left. He postures as kind of a neutral data guy, but if Nevada holds with the results that it shows currently, he kind of whiffed as well with his predictions. He's been engaging in a lot of cope. Even as the early vote looked very good for Republicans in Nevada, he decided to come out and predict that Kamala would still carry the state, which does not appear likely at all right now.
What about people like Emerald Robinson and like people like that, like Pedro and other like people that were saying there's no way Trump can take this?
Guys,
Did Emerald? I don't think Emerald said. She was just concerned about.
She wasn't
the
just
fraud
concerned.
and things like
She
that. I mean,
was-
but like
she
blackmailing,
was- she was
majorly.
black, though.
Yeah.
You know
yeah.
we've hit 270, right?
Yeah.
On
We
what?
did?
On
We hit.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
No,
Pennsylvania was all we needed.
That's 67, 267. Who else is
It says 270 right
Alaska.
here.
Alaska. Oh.
Let's go. Hold on.
270 decision desk.
Let's go. Yes.
I mean, we knew it for a while, but now we know it.
So the New York
It's
Times-
over.
DDHQ's hyper conservative. In my opinion, if DDHQ calls it, we can all have a little Weller. And
I
go
think
to sleep.
so.
So
Here we go. I'm playing it.
what?
Let's go. Donald Trump is president again. Let's go. Yeah. Yes. It's over. It's so
and now,
over.
And Wisconsin will go his way. In Nevada will go his way. He's gonna breach 300.
Do we think that he's going to take the whole blue wall?
He's gonna get Michigan and
He's
Wisconsin.
been president the whole time. That's right.
In
We are
Arizona.
so back. Let's go. Woo! Yes. Hold on. Let's get the solo cups out.
Then it's official. Yeah.
It's what's 270. It's official. You're not blackpilling on me, are you, CJ?
I'm waiting for the New York Times to admit.
All right, we were the failing New York Times when they admit that he's won Pennsylvania. Then it'll be time.
That's crazy.
It's almost time. Be careful where I aim this.
Is there a? I don't want to.
Oh, I need another cup. Let's go.
Man, tomorrow's tweeting is gonna be so fun. I have so many bookmarked tweets. I have a file called Trump Predictions.
Oh my
God.
I'm so excited.
He needs to win Minnesota still. I won't pop the champagne until he wins Minnesota.
He's not, dude, what? You're gonna be here for a while. He's gonna win Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
Oh, you've got the champagne out.
Oh yeah. Well, let's have. Yeah, we can. We'll have some whiskey too.
All right.
Let's go. Let's go.
Start with the little
So we have. Is there anyone else besides Decision Desk? They called the whole thing. I need two sources.
I know,
We
that's
got-
how I feel.
Fox is gonna probably do it though, because Arizona, huh? So many people are going back.
Let's go. This is great. This is so wonderful. We need to watch.
Gentlemen.
Cheers.
Cheers. CJ.
To Donald Trump.
Is it over?
Cheers.
I don't.
Cheers.
CJ's not ready to have his whiskey yet. I can see why that's $1.99. Ooh, that is good. That is some good bourbon. Let's go. Yes.
All right.
Bump, 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 bump. Let's
They
play
haven't
that.
called Maine. Could you imagine?
If he wins Maine.
If he wins Maine.
Let's go back to the. Oh, it froze.
Andrew.
That's because my phone is almost dead. Hold on.
I really expected to be out at this even later.
I did too, actually. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, me too.
I
I would
it'd be
like the
at least
record.
at
I would
3
like the
a.m.
record to show that last night I said we would know tonight.
You did. You did.
Yeah, you did. Oh,
Yeah.
we got Josh Pulver. Thank you. 1999.
No,
What
yeah.
a great year. Thank you.
Josh trusted the plan the whole time.
We're trusting the plan. Patriots in control. Let's go. Yes.
Okay, well, while we are waiting for a second source, since
Yeah,
I
we-
feel the same way as
I need
CJ,
to go another source.
Assuming that we are correct with our celebration and Trump wins, I think we all know that this is just the beginning of what
Yeah, this is
will be
minimal.
a.
This is
just slowing the bleed, and we've got a ton of work to do starting tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we memed the return of Trump, and now that we need to put it into action.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. GOP governors, they need to not just use Trump as a crutch. They have a lot of work to do themselves.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just sit back and relax and float through the next 4 years because we won.
100%.
We have a lot of work to do. This is the ultimate problem with GOP politics. Is every time we get a Republican into office, everyone just sits back.
Yep.
Nobody does anything. This is
That includes lay people.
yes. I mean, we have 4 years to push very intensely in all of our respective states. Whoever's watching this, this is the time to get involved. We have momentum and energy on our side.
We're gonna have a knife fight too on the right. I mean, we're still like William Wolfe. I had him on my show a while back, and he did a good job of just quickly explaining that evangelicals are on the Trump bus, but we are not driving the bus. And that was his argument for why we need to be involved, because we're not driving the bus. We need to not act like we are entitled as if we actually have a hand on the steering wheel. We don't, but we are on the bus.
Yeah.
But I think that there's going to be a giant conversation that will be had over the next 4 years of what direction is the right going to go, because we have the Christian dissident right. We have the Christless conservatives. We have the libertarian leanings, and we even have the RFK liberals now. And I'm sure, I mean, that's an oversimplification of the right-wing demographics, but I think that it's going to be a knife fight to determine who is actually going to shape the future.
For real this time.
And
yeah, this
it's
is
going to be hard to practice Neoter very well while recognizing that there's going to be a lot of internal fighting, but we have to get stuff done. And I think my goal is going to be to try to keep the infighting to a minimum within reason. Obviously, if someone's completely stopping the agenda, like they have to be removed. But outside of that, I think we need to keep the infighting to a minimum and just get stuff done.
Yes, absolutely. All energy needs to go against our enemies.
Let's go.
What say you, Andrew?
Mark Cuban conceded. He said on Twitter, Trump won fair and square.
What a lesbian.
Oh, this is amazing. This is, praise God. This is so
Trump
wonderful.
has won. He's the first president since FDR to win 3 elections in a row.
That's
Very
amazing.
powerful moment.
Powerful.
Wow. I hadn't thought about it like that before.
Is this what it means to be clear pilled? These conversations that we're having?
Yes.
Because Andrew's white pilled right now.
Oh,
Andrew's
yeah.
white pilled.
Yeah.
Andrew's just on cloud 9.
Yes.
And I'm just like, all right, now what's step 1?
I'm still waiting for a concession from NBC.
Yeah, turn on the
The news. We need to see some tears. Right?
I want to see Rachel Maddow crying. Let's do it. I want to see it.
Is there a way to watch?
Are we gonna get copyright strikes though? Like you?
Just play
I
it
didn't know you
somewhere
guys
else. Play,
already had
play it
one,
off on
so-
the side, and I don't want to.
So
I mean,
we'll
I don't want
call
to get in
it-
trouble.
We'll turn this off once Trump speaks, right? So we're just waiting for Trump right now. Is that right? Fox News. Okay, Fox News calls Pennsylvania. I need another source. I think I don't know what Trump's waiting on.
what's my state? Oh, 4-point lead for Kamala there. Come on.
So is this consistent with Charles Haywood? Still, they're going to try a coup. I don't think they're going to try a coup.
I think this is. I don't agree with Charles on this. I think that the results of this, the results tonight are clear enough. I think Trump's in. I don't think there's any kind of coup.
Did I skip John's super chat? I'm sorry. Let me find. We got it.
The fact that Trump, by the time this is all wrapped up, should have the popular vote, I think makes Charles' theory a lot less likely. I think if
because he won the popular, yes.
Yeah, if Donald just won the electoral college by a thin margin and lost the popular vote,
is
I think that he won't have the mandate. But now I think he's going to have the mandate to where, like, I really don't think that they can get away with the. I think it's like I said last night.
It's a huge cherry on top because, like, this has been their claim that the electoral is a holdover from slavery, like all this stuff that they make up. But like the popular vote solidifies. He's popular. The people want him. He has their mandate.
He won.
This is a Jacksonian movement. He has the mandate of the people.
Yeah. I think that the play is going to be what I said last night. I think the deep state is going to try to lay quiet. They're going to try to not catch the eye of Donald, and they're going to hope that they can just skirt by unnoticed so that in 4 years they can come back and continue business as usual.
Yeah,
so I hope that Trump is prepared to actually make some serious moves against them and to not ignore them.
Yeah, I want to get to John Carter's super chat. I missed it. I'm so sorry, John. Now that we know abortion won't be abolished by states or democratic vote, I expect all pro-lifers to get on board with abolishing democracy and promoting extreme right-wing strongman.
Say that again.
He said, I expect all pro-lifers to get on board with abolishing democracy and promoting an extreme right-wing strongman.
Yes.
Why do I keep saying strawman? I don't know.
Yes,
it's the whiskey.
It's going to be a moderate strongman.
Very moderate strong, like CJ. Moderate, just like you.
Sensible strongman.
I mean, I do think at a certain level, there is a growing number of people that are just over democracy completely. And we haven't hit the threshold yet for people to just be like, this system is stupid, this is dumb, like I shouldn't.
Well, and whether that happens, I think, is highly dependent on what Trump does with this mandate. He ran in large part on the promise of mass deportations and finally fixing the border problem, and the leaky border has been the existential problem for any supposed democracy that we've had for the last 15 years. A government that can illegally, by negligence and violation of the law, remake the people makes a mockery of the whole conception of popular sovereignty.
You don't have a people that have any
right. The whole theory of
Yeah.
popular sovereignty, right, is
Yeah.
that the authority of the government arises from the people, but if the government can change the people, then it's sort of fundamentally incoherent. And so I think if they actually do it, if they actually do conduct deportations and actually secure our border, maybe democracy has another run here. Not to sound too optimistic.
Yeah, I think so. Like, now's not the time to counter signal democracy.
Well, of course
now's
not.
the time
I know.
to gaslight them into thinking that like democracy is a right wing project.
Hold on. This is no, guys. This is our democracy.
Our democracy.
Yes.
It's ours.
This
now.
is our
We are the
democracy.
captain now.
Yes,
Right.
This is the
Yeah.
Jacksonian moment.
Yeah.
Like, democracy is cool since we won.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah.
There's a few more super chats to get to here. From Papa Alpaca, I don't know if I did this one yet. We have never been more back. They're all going back. Getting the crystals libs. We're sending abuelitas and bad hombres home. Absolute total victory. And similar super chat from Nicholas Bedell, Canadian $5. I asked this earlier. The next hurdle is getting out in front of the deportation sob stories from the media. How do we combat this in the public mind? I think it has to be a full court press on talking about the victims of illegal immigrants, right?
Yeah. They are eating the dogs And they are eating the cats.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. I mean, they are.
I think go heavy.
Brutally killing
I think it
people.
has to be heavy on like focus on, because what's going to happen is they're going to start deporting, and the CNN's going to show pictures of crying children, right? Like that's going to be the thing. So like, the whole thing has to be done under the reverse of that. Like show the victims. Victims. Like there needs to be a massive campaign on every single state. Colorado victims, right? Like Texas victims. All these states that have experienced Ohio victims. All these states that have really experienced this needs to be shown in graphic imagery. This is why we're doing this.
I think when CNN shows up with the cameras on the crying children, you just hold up a big picture of the Lake and Riley crime scene, right?
Yep.
If the family is okay with that.
The
right?
man in Knoxville that was murdered
Yeah.
with a pickaxe.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
that
I'm
needs
sorry,
to be
but
known.
that is so barbaric.
Yeah.
Like, I know that, like, all of these stories are barbaric, but, like, even the fact that you can just picture the bludgeoning with a pickaxe.
It's like 1 a.m, dude.
In Tennessee.
No, everybody's up watching. This is great. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think also, I mean, you start with the criminal aliens, right? They're the first ones to go. Everybody sees them.
They're all criminal aliens.
Do you mean?
Well, they all. I mean,
yeah, which
like,
criminals?
Well, they're all criminals.
Yeah. It's a it is a criminal violation to cross our border.
It is
like to knowingly cross.
But I mean, like the murderers, the
outside of a port of
rapists,
entry.
murderers, rapists, drug dealers, and some I assume are good people. They're going back too. All of them.
Yes, yes, but it needs to be done under the banner of the murders and all of that. Yeah, for
like,
sure.
to get rid of the murderers and the rapists, you have to have the crying babies too.
You have to counter the CNN the way that they're going to frame everything.
Yeah, it has to happen, and there's a popular mandate for it. 80% of the country wants them
Dems
to go
included.
back.
Yeah, this is very popular. Yes,
and so he's got to lean into this and push it hard. The GOP is going to. They're going to capitulate like they always do, and he has to drag them to do it. And I mean the irony. I saw a tweet earlier. The irony is, because Trump, what did he win? Like 25% of the black vote, or at least black male vote, way up among Hispanics. Right, this like multiracial coalition that the GOP has always been after, and they say, well, if we do amnesty, we'll win over Hispanics. Right, Trump won the thing that they were always chasing and they never got by promising mass deportations. It's like he built that coalition by saying they're all going back. Like that's how it's done. Right, he totally repudiated 30 years of GOP politics with this win.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. It's so good. I'm so pumped. But yeah, that's how
we
it's
have to
gonna
just
be
be
done.
loud though, because Trump needs to know that the people are not going to be quiet on this issue, because that's going to be the thing. Because he is a populist, he actually listens to the grassroots. So the grassroots needs to continue to be loud. We need to never stop, because it's going to be really tempting for people, even in this audience, to just want to take it easy, like CJ said, for the next 4 years. It's like Trump is buying us time so that we can put in the work, so that we can actually start to repair the broken foundation. But I mean, my goodness, and there's a lot of work to be done.
And the other thing, the left is really good at doing this. When you have a president of your own party in power, that's precisely the time that you really have to push hard at the state level.
Yeah.
So what does the left do? They get Obama in power, and that's exactly when a ton of blue states decide we're going to basically decriminalize marijuana.
Yep.
Which is like, I mean, that's a straight up challenge to federal laws on the books.
Yeah.
But they're banking on the fact that the federal government will use prosecutorial discretion to not enforce.
Yeah.
And so, like, this is precisely, conservative states do not do this ever. But we need to be leaning on our governors right now over the next 4 years they should be pushing the Trump administration.
Yep.
Like to the right. So we can pressure the, citizens, grassroots, we can pressure the federal bureaucracy and administration.
Bill Lee needs to act like a right-wing Gavin Newsom.
He needs to be pushing the Trump administration to the right. Like, so this is we've got to amp up the pressure, including on things like immigration. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Red state governors save their best fights for when there's a Dem in power, right?
Yes.
But
yes, exactly.
But what does it look like a red state governor can really push on immigration when there's a GOP in place, because the GOP, they're not going to go to court and zealously protect their non-enforcement of immigration laws. They're going to go to court and say, oh, Tennessee adopted this regulatory scheme and it actually furthers the federal policy. It helps us. And by taking that position in court, it significantly increases the likelihood that they win in court.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the red states, red governments have tended to rest on their laurels. And so grassroots need to direct their fire there as well and pressure. They need to get policy. They need to get constructive solutions coming from their states as well as the federal government in this next 4 years.
Yeah, completely agree.
Come on.
But Trump's coming.
Kamala Harris is getting in the crystal. An itty bitty crystal.
Yes.
It's the smallest crystal they've seen.
I'm so pumped. Man.
So now we have the House. Or so likely to hold the House.
Really?
I don't know. We have the Senate.
William Wolfe saying it's very likely we hold the House now.
Let's get to some of the super chats quick. So there's a few more. Here we go.
All
right. John Carter, $10. Tucker and others are working on a redefinition of democracy. Rulers who exercise power to deliver what the people actually want and is best for them. I mean, that's like the traditional understanding of what democracy was responsible government, right? A government that's responsible to the people. And for decades, it has been, who cares what the people want? I mean, one of the biggest red-pilling moments for me in my entire life was seeing like 85 or 90% of the country against the bailouts of 2008 and 2009, and Congress passing them by a margin of like 90% to 10% opposition, like the opposite of what the people wanted. And then they all get reelected 2 years later. Like the system did not work. It did not represent its people. I mean, the same thing with all the wars and everything else. Like these are not in the interest of our people at all. And so here you're finally getting representation of the people and their interest in the things that they want. What is good for our people in the United States of America? It's Donald Trump being president and pursuing his agenda. So no, I think that's right, and we should lean into that rather than counter signaling democracy too much right now. Josh Pulver for $1.99. Does William Wolfe get a spot in Trump's administration? I really hope so. That would be wonderful. I don't know though.
Well, he implied tonight that
he's open to it.
Yeah. I think he's kind of okay either way, it sounds like. But we need good guys like William.
Super chat's grid from the Bishop of the Railway, $5 Canadian. Implicate evangelical dark web's idea, or institute his idea. Deport lib Christians who support illegal immigration. That's on the table.
Yep.
It's on the table. Let's do it.
And dispensationalists.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Paul. What'd you say?
And also dispensationalists.
Well, a lot of them probably voted for Trump, honestly.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the vote. Now, goodbye. Na zdrowie, boys.
Oh, man. Ian Burke Perry. Time to start an anti-H-1B pack. I mean, there's a couple. There's the I think Numbers USA is anti-H-1B. Along with there's like the Tech Workers of America. That's a big anti-H-1B group. But yeah, the push has to be against not just illegal immigration, because that's just a made-up definition. Honestly, like legal immigration is as much of a threat, and that has to be shut down. Total moratorium on immigration.
Well, why is Trump taking so long?
What do you
waiting for that second?
He's probably waiting for the major networks to call it.
Yeah.
So DDHQ's called it, but I think that's it so far.
I think Fox
didn't Fox call it.
I think, but Fox called Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So then, there's no point in holding out after Pennsylvania.
Elon Musk. The people of America gave real Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change. Oh, this is good.
So Trump's going to take Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. This is a landslide.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's got the mandate. That's why I don't think that. I mean, obviously, we'll be proven wrong with time, but I don't think that Haywood's theory is going to work here. Mostly just because he has the mandate.
He said he was going to win.
And he's going to be crushed. He's going to be full black pill if he doesn't get his coup attempt.
Has anyone checked in on him?
He's been drinking tonight. I know that.
Oh, we love Charles. Ian Burke Perry, $5. People wonder how we'd find the illegal immigrants, but we can subpoena the NGOs.
Oh, that is yes.
Many minors replaced with family who are probably also illegal.
I think Stephen Miller has got so many avenues. He's been planning this for 4 years, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, I subpoena the NCO, seize the assets,
jail them,
shut them down,
jail these people.
Wait, CJ,
I need to go back.
Your
ahead,
idea
Paul.
on the whole counter narrative for illegal immigrants and basically showing the victims of illegal immigrant crime, obviously the way to go. Do you reckon there could be a chance of applying that also to legal immigration?
Applying what?
The CJ's plan of basically a counter media narrative showing the victims of illegal immigrant crime. Is such a thing
for legal?
Yeah, for legals.
Yeah, so Stephen Miller's been great on this too. A lot of the things the Colorado problem, the Springfield problem. These are all legal. These are all carve outs.
Yes.
Did they call it for Wisconsin?
Fox News called Wisconsin.
I told you. So
Fox
now he's
called
got
Wisconsin.
Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and
Pennsylvania.
Michigan. He's gonna take Michigan. It's over. So yes, I think yes, they should. I think the legal immigration is going to be a focus as well. Absolutely.
No, it has to be.
I think Stephen Miller's way to the right of Trump on immigration.
Well, the legal routes that you're talking about too, with places like Springfield, it's a wave of a wand. It's
correct. Yes.
Amnesty by decree and nothing else. So it's not even like they applied for a visa and got a H-1B. It's literally they just they signed into an app.
Yeah.
And that's all it took for it to be legal. So so then we have to also think about is that legal?
No.
Yes.
It's just
legal. Whatever the administrative state looks over is legal. It's de facto legal.
But de facto legal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Decides the exception, etc.
Yeah, I mean, law is subservient to politics.
For sure. We're not a nation of law, we're a nation of political will.
I'm a Carl Schmitt maximalist.
For sure.
Oi, Iska, Nectarios demands more. Bless you.
So powerful sneezes right now.
Nectarios demands
MSNBC
more
still in denial.
Auslander Rouse.
So who called Wisconsin?
Fox did.
Okay.
Yes. This is
fun, man. Thanks for coming down.
This is momentous.
This is great. Is this everything you dreamed it would be?
Yes.
Trump's about to come out. I've heard for the 85th time.
Yeah. He's eventually going to come out. It's going to happen.
I can't wait. He's going to do that cheesy dumb boy smile right in their faces.
I can't wait.
He's going to come out. He's going to say, they're all going back.
They're all going back.
Did Trump actually win all of the Nebraska?
Yeah, I think
I believe
did.
electoral votes, because Fox is showing that that it was split.
Really?
And I thought earlier that
I thought-
that he won all of them.
That's what I thought. What are you on? Decision desk or?
I'm saying Fox is the one that reported that he's that Kamala won the one electoral vote from.
What are you looking
Nebraska.
at, Josh? What are you seeing?
Yeah, let me look at that.
Honestly, the Senate results for Montana, I have no idea why we haven't gotten those yet. 31% of the vote is in for Montana.
Yeah, I don't know what they have to gain now. The Senate's already won for the GOP.
Those polls closed hours ago. I wish Jeremy was able to join us. He'd probably be able to give us some updates on that. Because it's only 31% of the vote in. That's ridiculous. He was ahead by 5 points. Is ahead by 5 points, I should say.
Has anyone checked in on Hillary Clinton? Has she tweeted yet?
I'm guessing not.
Single-handedly holding up the glass ceiling. That was the line of the night.
Thank you, Paul, for that.
Mate, it takes an Australian to give you guys the absolute bangers. I'm gonna make an AI image of that now. Trump in the style of Atlas, holding the glass ceiling for the boys.
Oh, we're so.
Oh yeah.
bad.
Also, as the representative of the people want more Ausländer raus.
Yes, they do.
Well, I don't want to get a copyright strike, and my phone keeps freezing on it.
So Fox.
Why are my live comments not going through? That is weird.
Oh, it keeps freezing. Come on. Man, come on. That's all we get. They're protecting us from a copyright strike.
They really are. Your internet connection.
Only one. Josh Pulver here for $4.99. Only one other president, Grover Cleveland, has won 2 non-consecutive terms. Are the 1800s back?
And his argument was exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
Manifest
better
Destiny is
off
back.
now
We're back
than 4 years ago?
Yes, and no, we are not better off.
But that's exactly what Grover said.
He said that?
That was Cleveland's argument, yeah.
Oh.
For winning his non-consecutive term. He did the exact same thing that Trump was able to do. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
It worked. Worked then, worked now.
Where's Trump? We need Trump.
Gentlemen, I'm turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
sorry.
I'm thinking I'm going to leave.
Okay.
And go to sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
You can keep thinking that.
I'm thinking I'm going to do that
I'll lock
very
up.
soon here.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah, glad this is a good night.
Thanks for doing everything you did.
Yeah, gentlemen, this is a great, very memorable evening.
Amazing.
Yeah, you know the party. We ran a party over at an event center on the square in downtown Gainsborough, and had some folks from the local Jackson County GOP party there. So had a county commissioner there, had the chairman of the GOP party and some other members there, some other friends. It was a wonderful time. There were a bunch of kids there goofing off, having fun, throwing popcorn all over the place, and people were feeling good the whole evening. And so I think it was cool to have an evening like this and give the kids a chance to witness that, you know.
It's a great kickoff moment too for the project,
right.
you know. So
right.
this is awesome.
Yeah. No, it's excellent. Memories created for sure. I will say, this was very nice. This was very sweet. It's not quite 2016 levels.
Oh, it's beyond 2016.
Kids these days will never.
It's more
mature.
mature.
We'll never know 2016.
Tomorrow's still gonna be fun, dude.
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be a lot of,
Yeah.
Paul said it's more
2016.
mature. I agree.
Yeah.
2016 was the hype, fun, literally memeing him into office. This 2024 is the matured campaign.
Yeah.
Raymond Chang is still holding out. Here's how Harris.
Oh. Yes. Yeah. What's the path? What's the path?
200,000 votes in PA.
Yeah, just
that's the path.
dump a bunch of ballots.
From the last 4%, she's got to get 200,000. That's the path.
Okay.
Here we go.
Is he on?
No, not yet.
What is he doing, dude?
I don't know.
Coming down the elevator?
Oh yeah, CJ and Iska, what are you boys gonna do with the over $100 I got you?
What did he say?
I don't know. He said, "What are you going to do with the $100 that he got us?"
Over 100, because remember,
Over 100.
Because remember, people gave around $100 for me, and I gave you guys $30 personally.
All right, man.
So
You don't.
really-
Okay. Keep a tab I'll send you my receipts.
We're gonna buy you a plane ticket to America
for the inauguration.
For $130, what's it going to be on like a 40-year-old Cessna?
Spirit Airlines.
So yes.
Real.
Oh,
third
let's
term, how
go.
good.
This is
Third
so good. This is, I mean, I'm so out of energy right now, but I don't care.
I
Let's
feel
go.
good. I'm probably not going to fall asleep
Yeah,
till 2.
let's go.
Same here.
Donald Trump is president.
At this point, you know,
We're
I'll
gonna go
probably just
home.
watch the sun.
You mean,
gonna hug my
I think
kids.
you mean to say Donald Trump defended his existing presidency successfully.
That's right. Let's go.
Where is Trump though?
Where
Fireworks
is
in
he?
New York apparently.
Oh, let's go.
I'm trying to look through the feeds of like all of these the influencers that were pushing Harris. They're really quiet, man. There's nothing going on.
Yeah, they're just not gonna say anything.
Dame Pezos, please make another compilation, just like the good old days.
Oh yes, it'll happen.
It's gotta happen. It's gotta.
Yeah, just think. In Butler, Pennsylvania, if he doesn't turn his head,
Yeah,
we're not here tonight doing any of this.
we're still here, but yeah.
Dems are losing the supermajority in Nevada, which is good.
Yeah.
Big
Very
news.
good. Then we won't have to go through this again. in
So
4 years.
one guy we haven't talked about that I think was just absolutely crucial in Pennsylvania is Scott Pressler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was pushing for 4 years, recreating the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
He was knocking on the doors of the Amish trying to get them mobilized.
Oh yeah.
He was really
Pressler, and then honestly, Turning Point Action.
Yeah.
Those were probably the biggest players outside of the Trump campaign itself.
So Pressler is someone that like I think we should try to get a hold of. Like he's got a blueprint what he did. This needs to be replicated not just in other states but also at local and state levels. Like, he sets a new like a new standard for GOP grassroots politics, I think.
Yeah. 100%. And honestly, like we also have to tip our hats to the fact that 2020 all the rules changed, and by 2024 we were ready for it. Like we adjusted, our entire movement did. We used to be, we will vote on election day no matter what. We'll crawl over broken glass to vote on election day. To we had, I think it was close to 40% of the Republican vote, or at least the overall vote, I should say, was done before election day. And that allowed us to actually chase low prop voters, and our high prop voters banked their votes early. So that gave us the resources to just focus on all those low props. That's huge. Harry Sisson said, American decency was destroyed tonight. We used to be a nation that expected our representatives to be mature, professional, experienced leaders who made us proud. Now we're a nation that permits someone like Trump, who bullies and mocks, to thrive. Yes.
It's gonna be nonstop. This.
I hope she sees us, bro.
Russell Brand says, God bless America.
Real.
Oh, yeah.
He tweeted a picture with a mega hat.
Real.
Oh, amazing.
Sorry, correction for Harry. I hope he sees this, bro.
Oh yeah, we gotta check in on Jen Rubin. Hold on.
Yeah, how's she doing?
Yeah, she's gonna have a long week.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson said, thank heaven for working class slobs.
Absolutely nothing from Jen Rubin.
Thank you, Jordan.
I heard a WAPO reporter said that tonight the Americans voted to give up on democracy.
Bro, I wish. Oh,
Did you guys see that
give me hope.
unhinged like apocalypse scenario dem ad that was like, after Trump passed away, JD Vance was only 40 years old, and now he's still president 30 years later.
Oh, that would be wonderful. This one from Folly One, 1183. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Amen.
Oh.
Amen.
Raymond Chang. MAGA may gain control over the House, Senate, and presidency. Let that sink in.
Yeah, let that sink in.
Yeah, let that the sink is in.
The sink is in.
Sink it in.
Let's go.
This is amazing.
Wait, I think is Trump about to speak?
I believe so. Yeah, let's put it.
I've
up
been
somewhere.
hearing that for
Yeah,
about
it's-
3 hours at this point. So,
Well,
Yeah,
I'm on Fox News, and they have their stream title now as Donald Trump speaks after winning the 2024 presidential election. He's not on the
Let's
stage,
go.
but the camera's looking there now.
This one from Martin. This is a tweet from Martin, a hero of the campaign. Like he single-handedly made Springfield, Ohio, an issue. Kamala lost as she campaigned. A coward who couldn't face the media, couldn't handle the pressure, didn't even have the character required to concede an election night. She went home to sulk. The opposite of presidential material.
So true.
Maybe she can sleep her way into another job. There's hope.
Maybe. All right. How's Minnesota doing? I need to know. I just want Trump to win Minnesota.
He's not winning.
Minnesota, we got 81% of the votes in. It's 50 to 47 to Kamala. Kamala's up 3.
Yeah.
You know,
not bad.
You know, for election stuff and
What's
things like this,
California
you guys need like a multi-monitor setup.
Say that again, Paul.
You guys need like a multi-monitor setup for election
yeah.
type stuff. That I've got it right here. I've got the stream on one. I've got you guys on the other. The Australians being a bit more professional.
Setup for JD Vance's victory. We'll be ready
The-
to roll by then.
Can't wait for the Vance dynasty. And I mean
Yeah.
that in like a very literal sense. Dynasty.
StreamYard is saying that they're having trouble streaming to Facebook.
Zuckerberg hates us. It
I
doesn't
know. I
matter.
was thinking like,
I checked in on that. We had like maybe 10 viewers at a time. There was nothing.
Zuckerberg's
there,
one of
like,
the boys now.
Sad.
yeah, he's libertarian now, guys.
Not enough.
Yeah, he's lifted weights and done fighting, and now he's an actual human.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Facebook right now. I'm just so.
GOP is a 61 favorite for the House, so it's still a tight race.
It's still close.
Yeah.
How about Joe Kent? I
think he's done.
Did he lose?
Very
59%
true.
In, he's down by 4.
Well, the earlier statements made about how we can't relax, or you guys
That's a
rather
slow
can't relax.
count. Holy smokes.
Now that Trump's won, you've got to actually press the effort to get stuff going. Treat it. You definitely got to treat a new president like this, like a loaded gun. It's not Trump's in office and now the gun's fired. No, you got to actually now take hold of it. And not that that's a Fed post. That's just an analogy. Calm down.
It's an
calm down.
analogy. Yes.
It's an analogy. It's in Minecraft. Chill.
Yeah, you have to be more careful than even we do, Paul. You're in Australia.
I guess. I just sometimes forget to, though. I think it's because I'm half Lebanese.
I can't believe you won the popular vote. That's really cool.
Yeah, the popular vote win. That's huge.
DDHQ has the chances on the House at 61% now.
Yeah.
So
Still
good.
tight, but he's got
61.
That'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
that's good.
Honestly, if we lose the House, that'd be so stupid.
Yeah, it would be.
I know I'm saying the obvious, but like,
It was a tough
I would-
map.
I
we
would-
had redistricting challenges, perhaps some candidate quality issues, but yeah, it would be bad. But look, having the Senate and the margins that we do is really, really good. We are going to have some SCOTUS appointments coming up.
Yep.
Justice Thomas hopefully can take a well-earned retirement and drive his RV around the country.
Yeah, and I think
with
he
all
will.
his remaining
Yeah,
years.
laughing at the
Yes,
libtards.
yes, and so we got SCOTUS people coming up. and
Alito as
so-
well, probably.
Right.
Yeah. Are there any up and comers that you know about, Josh, for the SCOTUS?
Gosh, that
Yeah, Lawrence Van Dyke on the 9th Circuit is fantastic. James Ho on the 5th Circuit. I would keep an eye on those guys. A little bit younger, but Judge Kaczmarek, also in Texas, but he's a district judge right now. I would keep an eye on those folks.
Couple ideas that I've heard thrown out is putting Cruz on the Supreme Court and even DeSantis. What do you think about that?
DeSantis is a great executive.
Yeah, DeSantis is a good executive, which is in some ways a rarer trait than a good justice.
I mean, Ted
Cruz
would be a good justice.
Cruz has been floated for a while.
Cruz, I just think would actually be more effective on the Supreme Court than he currently is as a senator.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong on this, but Cruz tends to be a little bit more of a doctrinaire originalist and libertarian. And I like some of the younger guys coming up more than him because they're more trad conservatives.
Yeah.
They tend to follow more in the steps of like a Robert Bork than sort of a libertarian textualist, which is what I assume Cruz would be as a justice. So that's getting relatively nerdy, but
I'm not even saying that Cruz would be the best choice. That's a theory that I've seen floated out many times.
Legal mind, and
well, do we need legal minds on the Supreme Court? We had a lot of non-lawyers, in the past.
True.
And
I think
would
you
love
should
to
be a Supreme Court justice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I would accept if asked.
I mean, I want you to stay here. I don't.
Right. I would consider it.
Okay.
I would consider it.
We need a Baptist on the Supreme Court.
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had. I mean, actually, some of our most impactful Supreme Court justices were not lawyers.
Yeah.
And I think there's, it's a quasi political role, really. I mean. Actually,
totally.
Given the fact that there's no deliberation that happens in the House or Senate anymore, it's actually the only deliberative body really left in our government. If you listen to an oral argument, what's actually going on is a very high-end, intense political debate.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think we'll see, but just because of the confirmation challenges and such, it's easier to pick a lawyer and say that they're qualified.
I think another fight that's going to be up and coming is going to be leadership in the Senate because McConnell has announced his retirement. And I think the big thing that we have to avoid is getting like a John Cornyn type who just replaces Mitch McConnell, just Mitch McConnell, but younger and stupider, honestly.
Look for Mike Lee. Look for Mike Lee.
Mike Lee would be incredible. I think there's a real chance that a compromise candidate of like a Rick Scott, someone that maybe is less ideologically aligned with Trump, but is willing to be transactional. In a similar way of Mike Johnson, just transactional. And I mean, if that's what we have to have so that Trump can just get them to do his agenda because they're transactional, like I'll take it. But if Mike Lee, that'd be amazing. Mike Lee is the majority leader.
This tweet is
incredible.
The Vice President of the United States elect follows Bronze Age pervert on Twitter.
Did you guys think that would ever be the case back in 2018?
No, I don't know who.
What
who
a world!
Yeah, but that's so funny. That's hilarious.
can't tell if
CNN
that's
called
like
Pennsylvania for Trump. It's over.
Who did?
CNN.
CNN called it.
And NBC. It's done.
Why is this not letting me
This is
zoom out?
great. I need to see clips, man.
Oh my goodness, you're right. They did it.
It's done.
What is that? CNN.
CNN.
Let me see.
CNN called it.
Oh, glorious! And then we still don't have Wisconsin, Nevada.
They haven't shown Alaska though.
Landslide. Landslide.
Yeah. Dude, wait. Have you guys looked at Nevada? It's 93% in.
Landslide.
93%.
With
Trump is up 6.
Landslide.
Where are you seeing that?
Nevada. That's CNN.
CNN.
93% in. Trump is up 6 in Nevada. I was not expecting that. I really expected Nevada to keep blue.
Yeah, I mean, New York Times is way behind here.
DDHQ shows Trump up by 4 with 75% in, but regardless, John Ralston took a massive loss.
Arizona still only has 53% in. Todd Erzin called for the arrest of Katie Hobbs earlier.
Oh, that was real. I thought that was a meme.
No, that was Todd Erzin called for the arrest of Katie Hobbs. That's Steve.
Anybody
Dace's
that's thinking
co-host.
about manufacturing ballots in Maricopa County, don't do it. It's not going to make a difference. Just put the ballots down.
Just walk away.
Yeah.
Honestly, though.
NBC is calling a Fox win. Or
a
Trump
Fox win.
Oh. Fox and
It
NBC.
is
It's late.
There you go.
dyslexic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the major networks are calling.
NBC and Fox both. Minnesota. Oh
Yeah.
wow, this is great. Minnesota State House flipped R.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
I did not think that was
What is-
Really?
The Minnesota State House is going to the Republicans.
What happened to the governorship there in Minnesota? Is it still Waltz? Or,
Yeah,
or is
he is in midterms.
since
Oh,
he
okay.
lost.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so he'll still be the governor, unfortunately.
What a sad way.
But at least he can't pass any
That's
laws
amazing,
anymore.
though.
Hopefully.
Do you think that Walz being on the ticket really helped to galvanize the grassroots in Minnesota against him?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And plus, I mean, they get a boost from Trump running. Like,
Right.
lots of people are going to vote Republican straight ticket that just never vote ever. So turnout was really, really good. I need to see if they won the Senate. I mean, that would be huge if both houses.
Because I had heard that Walz pretty much demoralized the Minnesota GOP.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of went in there from it being a pretty, I mean, it's still a swing state that leaned blue maybe, but at the state level in the legislature, it was really much more of a 50-50. And then Walz came in, it seemed like he shifted that thing hard to the
they
left.
just legislated because they only had a 1-seat majority in the Senate, and they legislated like they had a 10 or 15 seat majority.
Hey, boys! Quick
voters.
interruption.
And-
They are setting up the stage on the
Crocodile
on the
Dundee
thing.
speaking.
Trump is speaking.
No, they're setting up the
stage.
stage. Like, got a whole
Okay.
bunch of people setting it up now. I think even a cameraman's on there. So it might be about to happen.
Oh, let's go.
He's gonna be so amped.
Yeah. He's gonna do the victory dance.
I mean, if we're talking, that's fair use, right?
I think if we're commentating over it, it should be, but fair use
Yeah,
is always a
absolutely.
fickle thing. So
yeah,
really,
especially with Google, with evil Google.
By
Use
the
Pax
rule
Mail,
of
guys,
fair use, that
not
absolutely
Google.
is fair use. But obviously, YouTube's not always consistent.
Oh, we won. America won.
Heritage America won. We need to purge.
That's the only kind of America there is, man.
honestly though, like Arizona is obviously disappointing, but beyond Arizona being disappointing in the amount of ballots that they're reporting, Kerry Lake is still down significantly. Trump is up by basically 1 point.
Yeah, how is he winning Arizona, but she's losing?
Everybody
the Senate?
really hates him.
Arizona is kind of a renegade state though. Like they like to do things their own way. They'll like to have a Republican governor and Democrats sent to the US Senate. It's a
Doesn't
weird
make any
state.
sense,
It was
yeah.
honestly trending blue until a lot of right-wing Californians moved into Arizona. It actually kept it competitive over the last couple of years too. Because Gallego currently is at 52 to Kerry Lake's 46. That's a 6-point lead, while Trump is up 1 over Harris.
Yeah, listen to this. Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden's 2020 performance in a single county in America. I mean, obviously,
Beautiful.
like, okay, I think we could say this now conclusively. I mean, we could anyway. But that was all fake, right?
Oh, yeah.
What was fake? What was fake?
They tried to make her the next Obama.
Joe Biden
it didn't
being
work.
well, no, like Joe Biden being
sure.
the most popular politician in American history, right? Never left his basement, and wins more votes than anyone ever, right? 85 million, like
Got some word. For
yeah, I can't read that one. That's good.
No.
Yeah, that's so Josh. I'm not gonna read that one. Sorry, that was
funny.
stays in house. But so I mean, obviously she's not gonna perform that well, right? She's not gonna do as well as he did.
Beautiful.
It's over. We did it.
Come on, Trump, come out.
I feel like Frodo laying on Mount Doom.
Yep.
As the lava is rolling past us.
But in reality, we
Need an
just
eagle to
walked
take
out
me
of
home.
Help Steep. Like that's where we're actually at in this point.
I know. I don't want to do any more analogies. I'm
True,
tired.
true,
That's all
yep.
I'm saying.
Right.
I ruined it for you.
I just wanna-
Soiled
I
it.
just want to take a nap.
Do you need a ride home?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife's asleep. She's not gonna be able to go get me. I mean, maybe she's awake.
We need
watching
Trump.
this.
When is he talking?
Yeah, where are you, Donald? Mr. Trump.
Don.
He's actually that'd be a bit. He's
open?
doing
I
he's
don't
doing
think
what
anything is
another
Nothing is
Gonna
open.
have to eat at the gas stations, EJ.
Yeah.
Trump is doing what
The gas stations are
another
open.
what another historical
say that again, Paul?
orator is doing. and letting the tension build before he comes on stage.
Oh yeah, he's the master.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Molly Hemingway. The Cheneys continue to drag down any political party they're part of. I mean, it's true though. Like, they're so out of touch. The Democrats are. They thought, oh, we're gonna bring in Liz Cheney, and that's gonna be the big advantage for us. And no, not even a little bit. No way. Oh, this is amazing. So do you think, like, because he still has a sentencing hearing on November 26th, right? Do you think he gets sentenced to prison and
I pardon
has to be
myself.
inaugurated from a jail cell?
I really think that is a real possibility. That
Do
may
you
have
think
been
they'll
their
do
play. I think that is one of their many plays. I think that they will try.
It would be so keen for him to take the oath of office in a jumpsuit.
Not
That
gonna
would be
happen. Not gonna
beautiful.
happen. I'll make a bet on that. You want to bet?
I'm not gonna bet.
Not gonna
'cause
happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen either. But I'm just saying it would be beautiful to see him, like, you know.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah,
It would
head
be
of the
incredible.
Bible. The chief, John Roberts is on the other side of the cell bars.
Yeah,
you know,
he's in like a red jumpsuit with his new buddies from prison. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Not gonna happen though.
Adam Duell. I know I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Duell or Duel? $4.99 from our friend Adam. Thank you very much. This is an historic night.
Yes, it is.
You'll always remember where you were tonight, all
Yep.
of you, and nearly 7,000 of you have joined us. It's great. Oh, Paul has something to say.
I was walking past on the way home from work. I was walking past my local 7-Eleven when they called Pennsylvania, and it hit 270.
Amazing.
They have 7-Elevens in Australia?
Oh yeah, we do.
didn't know that.
Actually, it's
Who
a
owns
bit of a cultural icon. We just call it Sebo. Like, oh mate, you want to go to Sebo? Give me an energy drink,
by
brother.
Australians?
Sorry?
Who owns the 7-Elevens?
Rajakumar, Rajesh.
So it's just Australia's just like America.
Pretty much, yeah.
With
pretty much.
kangaroos.
Yep. Same with New
this is
Zealand. I just got
great.
back from there. Same
When is
situation.
Australia getting a Trump?
Gosh, that is a good question. Who would even be our Trump here? I can't. Thinking of all our political figures, the closest back in the day would have been Bob Catter, who's still in Parliament, but he's too long and established to be a Trump. Yeah, no, we don't have a Trump right now. We're still waiting. We're still waiting on our Cyrus the Great. Rip, indeed.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah. Odds for an assassination attempt before inauguration. And I don't mean like some rando from the crowd jumping out. I mean like something that was quite heavily planned and coordinated.
Organized.
20%. Would the president-elect status go to Vance in that case, or would they have to redo it?
Not in a de facto way. I mean, the Electoral College votes, and all of his electoral votes would obviously vote for him.
Yeah.
Right.
So like, what would they gain from that? Is it therefore right?
Yeah, I don't think they gain very much other than just vengeance.
Yeah. So Vance is basically the insurance policy. Hey, this guy follows Bronze Age pervert. I don't think you want him being president.
Beautiful.
Truly a decision.
Okay, so we are up on our Senate races in every one of these swing states, guys.
Yeah, I need to hear Trump.
If we actually get that. Oh, man, guys.
Anna Kasparian is crying on the Young Turks. This is great.
We were close enough.
Didn't like want Kamala to win because of the being beat up by a migrant or something. I guess it doesn't matter.
There's a lot of close Senate races. We have the Senate majority, but PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, they're all close.
It'd be nice to get a 2/3 majority in the Senate. That would be pretty cool. I mean, you're not going to get that much, but get close to 60%.
If we had hit that 60 threshold, that's filibuster proof.
And because you have,
We're not going to be there, but we're close.
Yeah.
We could be at 56 at the end of the night.
yeah, and you have to account for guys like Mitt Romney in the Senate
Exactly.
too, that are going to
Right.
side with the Democrats at certain points. Let's see. Oh yeah, Adam. It's like, thanks to abolitionists who secretly voted for Trump. Yes, thank you. Right, all your posts you made on Twitter, but if you filled in the oval for Donald and didn't tell anybody, thank you very much.
Yeah, and the GOP is now up to 60. They've been climbing steadily. They're now up to about a 65% chance of taking the House, according to DDHQ.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
they've been climbing throughout the night.
And
so.
thank you to all the Democrat husbands out there who told your wives that you were voting for Kamala.
That you never did.
And then you voted for Donald Trump.
Have you guys covered Real Clear Politics has called it for Trump?
RCP's what?
They called it for
RCP has
Trump.
called it for Trump. Did you guys
They
cover
did?
that or?
Okay, no, I didn't see that. No.
Okay, just happened.
This is
Come on. Wait, what's the
Yes.
proper pronunciation? Kamala or Kamala? I keep forgetting.
doesn't matter.
No. I want to know the proper pronunciation.
Kamala, apparently.
Okay, so Kamala then.
Yeah, that's right.
I posted on Facebook just a pic of Donald Trump. Welcome to your third term, Mr. President. And then a guy commented, "Second term, dude, second term." And I just posted the Vance stare.
Excellent. That's good.
He doesn't get it. No, Joker, you wouldn't get it.
Oh, this is great.
Come on, Trump, get on stage already.
Looks like New York House 19 might flip from red to blue.
Whose district is that?
Mark Molinaro.
Mark Mullen, I don't know him. I don't keep track of all 435, unfortunately.
Was that Santos's replacement?
Kamala Harris
Oh, was
has
it?
I think it
called
may
Trump
have
to
been.
concede.
Yes.
Kamala Harris is
She
conceding.
gave up.
Wow.
Amazing.
Do you think she was laughing at all at any point in that phone conversation?
She's probably drunk. Very drunk.
I mean, that's why Hillary didn't show up. She was wasted.
This all loses. What can we say?
Glass ceiling.
The glass ceiling. Donald
Undefeated.
Trump holding up the glass ceiling for the boys.
That's right. It's there. The
Oh
glass
my
ceiling
goodness.
just got 10 feet taller.
I've got the glass ceiling, 10 inches thick, completely
man.
bulletproof.
Many are saying
I can't believe she.
They're saying it's the tallest glass ceiling.
I love that Trump never conceded 2020.
Real.
Yeah,
Third
he did.
term.
Yeah.
He never conceded.
Yeah. I hope he goes on tonight and says
he's still
3 in a row, baby.
He's coming on stage. Trump is on stage. Trump is on stage.
Trump's on stage.
Trump is on stage, boys.
Where
Trump
we
is
at?
on stage.
Can we put it on? Are we
Yeah,
allowed
yeah,
to?
just throw it on, man.
We're gonna lose the whole stream.
Hang on, go get my-
No.
go get my-
Thousands of views.
No, they wouldn't do that, dude. They care. They love Contra Mundum.
Put it on my MAGA hat. for
Who's
this.
They.
The deep state now. Let's do this group chat or this super
Paul's
chat
ready.
first.
I'm ready.
Oh, you got your JD Vance hat on. All right.
I'm ready.
Jeremy Kearns, while we're working on that, $4.99. How do we convince abolitionists that political idealism isn't the way? Something that's been really bothering me lately. I don't know if he can. I don't know. I mean some of it is you just grow out of stuff. Yeah, I mean, just give it time. I mean, a lot of these guys are really young.
So
I mean,
where are we
CJ and I
watching?
were this way
got it.
10 years ago
Oh, you got it. Okay.
in libertarianism.
Stop saying that.
I know, but it's our past, right? That's the lore, right? All right. Let's go.
Second one through for you guys.
Do you sing? And I'm proud to be an American.
Where at least I
know I'm free. And I won't look at
Discourse TV. It was just the first one I saw.
Yeah, we got a bunch of other people on here too.
Yeah, we can't get caught in a stream.
We're streaming.
We're streaming their stream and reacting to their streaming reactions.
Well, I don't want to hear them talk.
There is the direct Fox News stream. Do you guys want me to link that to you?
Yes, please. It did not show up for me. I don't know why.
It's in the check the private chat. Right there.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah, it's like direct.
From the lakes
Oh, he's
of
talking.
Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
What the heck?
Oh, I sang the wrong line. Oh well. This is so good.
Collaboration
So good.
is key for team success.
Turn the ads off. No.
ads.
This is
Never.
brought to you by Pax Mail, not whatever that was. Okay, there we go.
He's talking.
USA.
Oh, wait,
USA.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this.
Yes, sir.
You've got millions of friends, Donald.
This was a movement
I've
like
got more
nobody's ever
friends than
seen
everybody.
before.
You, Paul.
And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
He's right. I mean, is there
And now
anything
it's
like this
going to
ever?
reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly.
Comment often.
We're going
We
to
have
fix
to.
our
I don't want to
borders.
get a
We're
copyright
gonna
strike
fix
here, CJ. We
everything
gotta
about our country.
talk.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
Enunciated those words very well.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear
Very
that we've
presidential.
achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
There's JD.
But it's a political victory that
This
our
is like
country
months
has
of him
never
doing
seen before.
multiple
Nothing like
speeches.
this. I want to
yeah.
thank the
Oh, I
American
know.
people for
At
the
80 years
extraordinary
old,
He's running
honor
on
of
4
being
hours of sleep a night.
elected your
For months.
47th president and your 45th president.
Let's go. Let's go, Donald.
Excellent.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest
yes.
until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
That framing, the golden age. That's perfect.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
We're making America great again. Let's do it.
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
He's claiming Wisconsin.
We are
okay.
now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result
Landslide.
in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
Yes.
that-
315.
but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path.
Yes.
There was no other path to make. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Huge.
All of these rallying on that.
Amazing.
There's no doubt. USA.
One of my
USA.
4.7 million. Wow.
That's a beautiful sound.
You know, if she
Winning
won,
the
nobody,
popular vote
no one
was
would be
very
chanting
nice,
USA.
Very nice, I
Nope.
will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey
There's a great
with
feeling
me,
of love
and
here too.
we're going to
We all
make you
feel
very
it.
happy.
Yeah,
We're going to make you
mhm.
very proud of your
Love for our
vote.
people.
I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
Yes.
America has
Listen to that heckling.
given us an unprecedented and
Mandate.
powerful mandate.
Yeah.
We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow. That's
Yes.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
We're all won by
That was the clincher.
the MAGA
Yeah.
movement. They helped so much.
Amazing.
This is beautiful.
And in those cases, every one
with
of
Red
them,
Sweet,
we
man.
worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was
Yeah.
amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody.
A lot of
So I
victories,
just wanted
indeed.
to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Yes.
So good.
Let's go.
W.
3 houses.
And I want to thank
And we've
Mike
got the
Johnson.
Supreme
I think he's
Court.
doing a terrific job. Terrific job.
America's
I want to
back.
also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
We love Melania. We love her.
Baron, Caesar.
Who has the
Aaron,
number
Trump,
one best-selling
future
book in the country. Can you believe that?
I didn't even know she wrote a book.
I want
Oh,
Baron
you didn't?
for.
She had
Baron
some
for.
bad takes on abortion
really?
in it.
No,
Yeah.
she's done a great job.
Didn't
Works
really
very
help
hard.
the cause, but
Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But John, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
This is great.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
amazing.
JD Vance.
JD, let the Mountain Dew flow.
Oh, this is good.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, go into the enemy camp. You know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
MSDNC.
all right, thank you very
I
much.
love
He
so
actually
much.
looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them.
Absolutely, he did.
He was
Absolutely
so
obliterated
narrative
them.
machine this whole time, this whole campaign.
There he goes. He
Yes.
talks. Let's go, JD.
Yes.
Wow.
JD.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Yes.
Let's
Oh, yeah, we did.
It is. I mean, Nixon is a close second now.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Let's go. Cheers to that.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
I knew the brain
we love
was
the
a good
family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around.
This is the
make
most
it something
entertaining
very
timeline.
special.
Yes.
Lost that little.
So much story.
Had lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
Oh, this is so good.
We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in.
Not yet. No.
Appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie. Come here, Susie. Chris.
Oh, no.
Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you.
Yep.
Get the ice thing. We call it the ice thing. Come on. Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here,
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
The best.
Thank you.
I know we're not. We're
Look at this.
I'm not going to be too hard on Donald Trump winning and talking
Susie.
about.
They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special.
Yep.
But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Yeah. Is he there?
Yeah.
Yeah, is he
he's
going to bring
an
him up to
amazing
talk?
guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that.
By the way,
but
it's 22
big.
stories tall.
And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon.
Only Elon
And I
can
tell
do
the
this.
story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important
told this
people in
story before. He happens to be right there.
But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold.
Please hold.
And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down.
Oh my goodness.
But I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it.
You'd be a great play-by-play guy.
Like you hold your baby,
beautiful.
a little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. And you know, we had the tragic hurricane Helene. And it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes. And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires
My favorite
were down.
theory
I called Elon Musk. I said,
is
Elon,
that they
you have
approved
something called
the
Starlink.
license
Is
to
that
do
right?
the
Yes, I do.
test
What
for the
hell is
rocket
it?
because
He
they
said,
thought it would fail.
It's a communication
egg on
system that's
Elon's
very good.
face and Trump's as
I
well.
said, Elon, they need it
Then he
really,
did it.
really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But
Yeah,
he's
he
a
really did.
character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
We got to protect our
We have
geniuses.
to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
Oh, that's amazing.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he?
I would pay
Bryson.
Trump to tell me a bedtime story.
Oh, he was shot.
This is unbelievable.
He's hitting balls.
This is amazing.
Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
He's under the driving range.
Oh, look at
Yeah, there
him.
he is.
That's great.
He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Say Dana White.
Dana White, yeah.
Awesome.
He's going to bring him up.
He's a tough
there he is on
guy.
stage.
Did Dana endorse him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he spoke
So
at the RNC.
Dana started UFC.
I completely forgot
And
that.
came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Great. Dana White.
Associated Press is still coping with only 267 for Trump.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Amazing.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross.
The Nelk boys.
Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys. And last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is freaking wild.
Thank you, America.
Amazing.
Thank you.
This
Have
is
a good night.
insane.
This is unbelievable.
This isn't the greatest empire in the world. This is in
That is a piece of work.
Oh my word!
Yeah, he's an amazing. He's
The
really
Doug
an
boys.
amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be
68
remembered as the
million
day
votes
the
so far.
American people regained control
For Trump.
of their country.
For Trump, as opposed to 63 for Kamala.
What did he get in 2020?
75.
Okay.
So I
But
just want
I
to
think
say
that all the
on
crazy mail
behalf of this
imbalances
great
of that, I
group
don't
of
think we
people,
can
these are
expect to break those
hardworking people.
margins.
These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in.
Yes.
And he's going to help make America healthy again.
Real.
We're gonna put the tallow back into McDonald's.
Amazing. Bobby.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but
He wants to do some
Bobby,
things.
We're gonna let him.
leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world.
Yeah,
More than
he's
Saudi
right though.
Arabia.
Don't none of
We
that
have more than
environmental
Russia.
stuff. Just the food.
Bobby, stay away from the
Please
liquid
go
gold. Other
back.
than that,
Stay away from the oil.
we're going to
Except
be
the sea
paying
oils,
down
except the
debt.
sea
We're going
oils.
to be
Yeah.
reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have.
Nobody.
But we have the greatest
has what we
people
have.
also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've
Josh.
built the biggest, the
Oh, yeah,
broadest,
that's-
the
that's
most
all right, though.
unified coalition.
He's having fun.
They've never seen anything like
Who's
it
having
in
fun?
all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old,
That's
men
great.
and women,
Yeah,
rural
they've been here
and
for 7
urban.
hours.
And we have
On our
them
stream?
all
Yeah.
helping us
Awesome.
tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis
So
of the
good.
people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds
Just
around
implicit.
a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time.
Record time.
But we had no wars. They
No
said,
one else
"If you
has
will
defeated
start a
ISIS
war,
like
I'm not
we've
gonna start a
defeated
war. I'm going to
ISIS."
stop wars." But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people.
You might say a manifest
Yesterday, as I
destiny?
stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to make our country better
I mean,
than it
they put a
ever
lot of
has
money
been.
into beating him too.
And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Yeah.
Yes, God.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And that reason was to save our
Reduce
country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission.
Oh my God, what is that?
Oh no!
What?
Oh my God! What is that?
With blasphemy too. Yeah.
Energy, spirit,
Unbelievable.
and fight that I have in my soul
should-
to the job.
It's
that
live
you've
too. That's the worst
You
part.
should pay
Those
for
shouldn't be
YouTube
front.
entrusted to me. This is a great job.
Never have
There's
ads.
no job like this.
This isn't even my laptop.
The most important job in the world.
I'm at the wrong airport.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try.
I mean, it's
we're
good
going
you
to
saying
try.
all
We
this
have
stuff
to try. And
because you have to.
it's going to happen. Success will bring us together.
There's no
I've
unity.
seen
There's
that.
no
I've
unity
seen
with the
that.
left ever.
I saw that in
And
the
he knows
first
that.
term.
But once they're
when
all
we
deported,
became
then
more
we're-
and
we
more
can have some
successful,
unity.
people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Trump.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you,
This is
Mr.
great.
President. All right. Thank you, Caesar.
We will.
massive.
We will probably get this.
All right, guys. Well, thank
What's
you
that?
for.
We will get a strike.
I said we would probably get a strike if I let the YMCA
If we kept it
play
going.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. We are exhausted, but we are our hearts are full, and we are ready
Yeah.
for the next decade of making America greater than it's ever been. This is really cool though to be able to do this from Gainesboro, Tennessee. So much momentum right now. Like we've been building up for this moment for months, and we're here. We made the announcement last week. What a great way to start the project. This is fantastic. Like you can just feel the energy. Like going out over the next few years, we have so much planned. We have great families here. We have great guys here. We have a great president. Like this is awesome.
Yeah. So go to ridgerunnerusa.com.
Yeah, thanks Josh for
come move here to be with us.
Thanks to Josh. Like so,
All right,
so
there's 7,000 of you watching. Come here.
People watching this didn't realize that, like, Josh was up, a couple buildings up the street, just hosting a little party with the Jackson County GOP. They were watching the event, and it's just really great to connect with a small town of Trump-loving Americans. And then also thank you to Connor for putting all this together.
Yes.
And congratulations on the new media company. We got so much going. Like, if people weren't paying attention to the list, we have like Stephen Wolfe and Backwoods Belief and some of the other ones listed. But we have so much planned for the media company too. So this is just the beginning of a lot of things, and we're really happy that you could all join us. 7,000 people up at 2 a.m. Like, I couldn't have asked for anything better. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, and thank you. We need to thank our sponsors too. One last time: Pharaoh Skincare, Alpine Gold, Squirrely Joe's, Pax Mail. It has been great. We couldn't do it without you guys, and thank you all for watching. It has been an unbelievable night, and we're so happy that you chose. I mean, because there's a million different streams you could watch, and so we're happy you chose us. So like and subscribe to the channel. This is where you'll get content second to none, commenting on political and cultural and spiritual matters. So thank you. And thank you to the other Paul for joining us all the way from the other side of the planet. He has come here to be with us. So thank you, everybody. Thank God for giving us victory tonight. We can all go to sleep now and wake up, pinch yourself in the morning, because you're not dreaming. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
5 hours ago, Destiny said, "It's over. I'm calling it. Harris wins."
Well,
good night, everybody.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is president. Woo! Let's